don't back down, we gon' fight, we come alive. We come alive. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission.
Yeah, I can't change the culture. I see the hate, so say what you say, cause I gotta watch for the vultures. Boy, I'm too nice, you see the ice, plus I'm only getting colder. You just tryna flex like you got next, really you know that it's over. Yeah, hey, I don't need no co-star, been gone like so far. Plus I'm catching all the rays from the sun, give me power like I'm solar. You cannot catch the drip, yeah, that is unless you a coaster. And we up, yeah, way up, yeah, they gon' put this on a poster. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. I put that on me. Walk tall, see the car, do another smile, I'ma be the greatest. Good luck keeping up everything I can, you know what the name is. Plus I've been through the training, straight shot how I'm aiming. Never stop, try to put me in a box, boy, you can never frame this. I am what you might be, too fast and I'm too strong. I might juke y'all like I'm lightning, spook y'all like I'm frightening. They ain't never seen it like me, got my team right beside me. High tide, I'm rising, my time that's timely. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. 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 I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that. Better every like that. Better every step. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that. Better every step, yeah. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that. Better every step. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Scenario, win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they we throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Now, what you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Time. We on a conquest. Came a long way. Look at the progress. I see no competition. It ain't no contest. You ain't in discussion. Not even a prospect. Yeah, you better go and get to meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Might as well call the league up. Tell them put the trophy on reservation. Been going up, that's elevation. No holding back, no preservation. Treat off season like postseason. No days off, this dedication.
Game time. Don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to.
Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, no holding back, no preservation, no off days, this dedication. Time. Get out the way, we coming through. Check the hang time. Been on top, ain't nothing new. A lot of talk, whole lot of noise, but ain't cutting through. Word on roll, you got a couple L's, you'll have another soon, don't sweat. Whole lot of sacrifice, no regrets. Whole lot of dubs, but ain't done yet. Say you the one, but ain't one yet. Running the game, ain't take one step. Hold up. Yeah, all emotions aside. There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line?
Game time. Don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to.
Yeah,
game. Had to put the work in, grind day by day. All the blood, sweat, tears, no pain, no gain. I was ready for the moment and it came my way. Where the spotlight shine, where they say my name. It's the life I chose, the price I paid. A lot of sacrifices, every day I prayed. Hope it all pays off in the end. I'll play, I wanna win. Seen a lot of things, ain't been the same since. Worked too hard for this, yeah, I'm convinced. Been on the brink, yeah, been on the fence. Now I'm this close to the win-win-win. When the chance came, now I didn't turn back. Loyal to the city, put the team on the map. Up to the floor, start running up stats. Yeah, that's facts. Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when they say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, oh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Oh, shut down. Oh, shut down. Oh. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, oh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Oh, shut down. Oh, shut down. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, oh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Oh, shut down. Oh, shut down. Oh.
Just me and my team. Just me and my Just me and my team. 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 Yeah, I know they be tryna watch the moves. Couldn't run a mile in the shoes. I ain't got nothing tryna prove. Win some, I gotta lose. I'm an animal, but too much for a zoo. I'm the one that's usually breaking the rules. And to make everything work, I got the tools. Living on my journey, just me and my. Just me and my team. 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 Just me and my. Just me and my team. 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 Just me and my team.
Just me and my team. You can never come between. All I got is family, and you know they got me. Whole lot of loyalty. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? When it going get tough, you can count on me. Trust and believe. Can't nobody else compete with me and my team.
Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my. Just me and my team. 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 block. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, dirt poor in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I think I got paranoia. My team win every quarter. Our Steph Cook made the order. I know pain leads the greatest. And this my supply. I had to push, I had to cry. I had to look my demons right back in the eye. Out of anything I learned, I do know one thing. I know you have to lose it all if you gon' ever gain. I know that you don't put the fight into the last frame. And if you ever make it out, remember where you came. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, dirt poor in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block. Dirt poor in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block. 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 Yeah. You know I'm coming to the top. Top. Ain't nobody gon' stop me. I ain't never gon' stop.
want it, I'ma do it, cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, 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 cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it, cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, 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 cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. Built tough. Built tough, I am the one. I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. I am the one. Go on ahead, give me your best shot, cause I'ma never quit, give it all I got. When you think about the best, see me at the top. I'ma keep it going up, I can never stop, yeah. Piece by piece, I will fight till it's all complete. Can't you see? I'm built up, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm alive, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm alive, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. That's right, I'ma get right to it. They be like, she the best to ever do it. Ain't no lie, I'm the truth, that's why you see me fly like a bird in the sky. I'ma spread my wings, I'ma never fall. Don't you anything I want, I'ma get it all. I'ma shoot for the stars when I got the ball. No fear, see me standing tall, stand tall. Built up, oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm alive, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm alive, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. The one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. The one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. The one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. Built tough, I'm the one, yeah. I'm built tough. Built tough. Built tough. I'm built up, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm alive, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm alive, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen. No matter where you go or what you do, your position will face opposition for any and every move. But stay leery of them deadly crews, even them petty dudes. Or turn your soul to confetti, fool. They wanna test us and check us, but be strategic, we need it. We playing chess, not checkers. And I done seen the best of them get broke down. So if you wasn't woke before, you woke now. Cause even if it looks bleak, plant your hooks deep and pull yourself up on both feet. And let the whole street see what you've been through. Show them what strength do, especially when mental. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me. Any of these, I will get up. Stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly down to my knees. I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound. You never gon' keep me down. I don't see how. I'ma always be around. And I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break still. You can take me and take me, and I promise I'ma break free. You don't be thinking cause you bigger and badder that you could come through and run through my crew like we really don't matter. How dare you come through our city with Anna? What's that? That's animosity, and what you doing is an atrocity. You thinking that you praying on the weak, but we ain't even weak, we just waiting on the creep. Creeping slow while we waiting for the sneak. Attack these foes and lay it to the beast. And your mans is frontin', don't stand for nothing. Don't need legs to stand for something. Feel my soul and feel me, dog. Don't matter what you cowards do to me, I will endure. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me. Any of these, I will get up. Stab me, grab me, choked me, jacked me, broke me badly down to my knees. I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound. You never gon' keep me down. I don't see how. I'ma always be around, and I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break still. You can take me and take me, and I promise I'ma break free.
I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. Stand-up guy, they asking me who am I. They wanna know who that, I tell her give them a try. They'll soon find out and move back with eyes open up wide. I'm here, the ruler's back to take it over for life. Yeah, you know I'm major, how I run it so iconic. They all treat me like the mayor. Everything that you did, I have done it all on paper. Super like I'm Sonic, see you later, get your weight up. Yeah, applying the pressure, swear on my soul that I will not let up. I'm on a roll and I'm in control, so get a hold cause I am that fed up. Don't need a pole to decide who is better. Never will fold and never will settle. They call me a problem, but I come and solve it. I promise a novice can't handle me, never, ever. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. I'm so chaotic, I show up, they cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I'm so alive, my enemies running high. They witness how I arrive. They all tuck in their pride and cry. I'm so alive, my heart is cold as ice. I started, then I ride. They all duck and they hide inside. Who gonna stop me? I am the man and they all a copy. Look at them stand, they licorice sloppy. I got these hands, they straight like it's Rocky. I got the plan of becoming a leader. You just a fan, so stay in your pocket. I am the plan, the man, and you watch me. People they saying I'm really chaotic, yeah. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket.
Baby, como nadie, quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti, pa' que no te olvides de mí, pa' que no te olvides de mí. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti, pa' que no te olvides de mí, pa' que no te olvides de mí. Puede ser que la vida nos separe, puede ser que no te guste nadie, puede ser que estemos hechos para amarnos, puede ser, puede ser, puede ser, puede ser que la vida nos separe, puede ser que no te guste nadie, puede ser que estemos hechos para amarnos. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú
soy.
Ay, can't stop, won't stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ay, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ay, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. Our name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free, so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. We were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it, get it.
Yeah, you know I don't really do this too often. I'll be good for real. Just watch. Yeah, hey, yeah. How you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't search. We about action, we don't search. Coming for the crown, I need my fit. I don't stay in rooms that I don't fit in. She swear that I stay up on her mind like a fitted. Ain't that cap? She probably wouldn't give me time if I ain't around. If she see me, email me. I need all formalities. I need all incentives. This money about the only thing I mind like my business. That's black on the type of wave I've been on. It's always got to crash like it's Windows. Need all of that and more. Give me all the glow. Give me one play. I'm on 24. Kobe right in that hour. Shot wet just like showers. Tell me who got all of that power. Oh, that's me. I carry loaded team. I get that ring. I'm MVP. Know that they envy me just like cement. I'm in these streets. No opportunity. Knock at the door. I give you keys. My mama raised me selfish. I don't share. I play for keeps. And that's all game time. Know that win all mine. I'ma keep it, baby. How you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about actions, we don't say. We about action, we don't say. Yeah, how you gon' feel when I take it? Yeah, how you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't say. We about action. Tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah, when I take your spot, tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah, only thing I need is time and the rest is on chill. Yeah, tell me when I take your spot, tell me how you gon' feel. Tell me how you gon' feel.
Okay.
Whoa.
he's got nothing left in the tank. The whirling death from Exekick will secure him a double kill. Dankler's maybe next up on the menu.
Hey, maybe I could use a little help with this.
Sorry, it's just that I got Meowkai in the Prime Gaming capsule.
You got a point.
Out by that. Season desist.
Hey, let's go.
In front of the wall alongside Knight. Look at
Did
the
they pick Timo?
already forced it into Attila's hands.
Where do we go whenever your head is hanging low? Maybe you're scared up in the air. I know a place where we can go. Where do we hide? Where do we cry? I know you're not the only one. Whenever you're down, I know a place where we belong. You feel like you're falling. You feel like you're far away. Lost in the dark, breaking apart. But I know you'll be safe. You're taking the long road. But there's no need to run. At the end of the day, I know a place that we belong. Where do we go? Where do we go whenever your head is hanging low? Maybe you're scared up in the air. I know a place that we can go. Where do we hide? Where do we cry? I know you're not the only one. Whenever you're down on the ground, I know a place that we belong. Where do we go? Where do we go whenever your head is hanging low? Maybe you're scared up in the air. I know a place that we can go. Where do we hide? Where do we cry? I know you're not the only one. Whenever you're down on the ground, I know a place that we belong. How can you sleep? How can you dream when you're lost in the night? I lead the way, keeping you safe. You won't be left behind. Hold on me tight, I'll ease your mind. You are never alone. 'Cause I know a place where we belong. You feel like you're falling. You feel like you're far away. Lost in the dark, breaking apart. But I know you'll be safe. You're taking the long road. But there's no need to run. At the end of the day, I know a place that we belong. Where do we go? Where do we go whenever your head is hanging low? Maybe you're scared up in the air. I know a place that we can go. Where do we hide? Where do we cry? I know you're not the only one. Whenever you're down on the ground, I know a place that we belong. Where do we go? Where do we go whenever your head is hanging low? Maybe you're scared up in the air. I know a place that we can go. Where do we hide? Where do we cry? I know you're not the only one. Whenever you're down on the ground, I know a place that we belong.
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Do you understand what you witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time
time to make a few decisions. So I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they after me. Just do it and stop at a talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one son that don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up.
Teraz jeszcze plansza nie ma. Umiejętności specjalne dostępne, tak samo jak i dostępne jest to wombo combo ze strony Agoro.
Welcome to day 4 of the Amazon European Masters knockout stage live from Berlin. Today is the last day of quarterfinals where Prime League champions Unicorns of Love Sexy Edition will take on Superliga champions Heretics. My name is Alexandre Asharam-Maya. I'm your host, and it's with great pleasure that I can welcome once again the queen from Superliga itself, Noah, and a great friend close to my heart, Goldberg. How are you doing, Noah?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much. I'm so excited and so nervous for today's games. Not for me, not because of me. I'm nervous because of the guys, and I don't know if I'm gonna survive.
Goldberg.
Well, I think I'll survive, and I'm excited for today. Still a talent for me to be back in the office with. So yeah, super excited for what we have in store today.
Well, let's look into today. Before we dive into today, I want to take a look at yesterday, where we had LFL versus LFL. We had Vitality B versus BDSA. I was promised 5 games from you, Noah.
Not only from me.
I got robbed. So I want to understand what happened in this matchup. Noah, talk to me. Who's Shio?
Who's she? Holy moly, he's the best puppy I've seen in ages. I have to give him credit because of that display. Oh my gosh, this play is gonna stick in my mind for centuries. Shio played out of his mind, honestly, not only with the puppy, but also during all the series. But honestly, the puppy is my favorite champion he played yesterday. He was the difference. He made the difference for his team. He got this victory.
Yeah, and I think when you say the name Shio, to me, I think now psychopath, madman, difference maker. I mean, so many different words you can align with this man on the puppy specifically yesterday. And I was quite entertained. You know, it's not often I see a puppy decide to just go behind enemy lines, solo invade on blue buff, just flash smite it. And I think he did perfectly in setting up his team from the early game and still being that great facilitator in the mid game and a great peeler in the late game. Shio, phenomenal series yesterday.
Absolutely.
The way he piloted the jungle, as you said, facilitating every single lane, not being the one carrying the game, but facilitating the people that he knew that were going to be carrying the game. So, who do you think carried the game, Noah?
I mean, Shio, of course, but Ricker had a lot of highlights. In my opinion, Ricker was absolutely sublime on the series, specifically the Sylas game. He was not that good, 1-5, not the best KDA, but absolutely a stunning ultimate is still away. And this flank is also genius flank. This flank won the game for BDS Academy.
I think, you know, Rico's a player that we've, of course, become quite familiar with ever since he had his strives in Mad Lions. But truth is that before he came to Mad Lions, this guy was wanted by a lot of organizations in the off-season. Of course, it was a disappointment once he got to that Mad Lions roster. But having flashback on Rico here, seeing how he performed yesterday, really reminded me of days and old when he was this player that was kind of talked about by a lot of the organizations, going off like, this guy, he's going to be the next big thing. Obviously, it wasn't that one split he got to try it in the LEC, but hopefully for him, this is the next step where he can kind of come back and prove himself once again.
It's good to see BDS playing like this. You have this jungler completely mad at a psychopath, as you said. You have the mid laner just making the difference. So obviously, the MVP went to Adam. Because we need to have a conversation, chat. We need to talk about this. But well, many former LEC players were part of yesterday's match. I think 8 out of 10. What does this mean to you Masters, Noah?
Well, it changed a lot, European Masters, because at the beginning of this tournament, it was a lot of young talent trying to make its way to the maximum competition in Europe. And now, I think we have a lot of stacked talents in the ERLs that deserve at least a shot. Maybe they try, maybe they go down, they are going to try to earn their way again to the LEC.
And I also just think it's just the ecosystem we have now currently. A lot of these players are only given one shot. Take a look at players like Chekolot back in XL, Rika as well, you know, Sugenda in Vitality too. So it's just the nature of really the fact that they come in, they have one split, maybe it doesn't go too well, but they still very much carry that hype and carry that potential that gave them the opportunity in the beginning. And European Regional League of Legends has just come to the point where it will be this stacked and the competition will be this fierce every time.
But enough with yesterday. I want to look into the bracket and understand what's going to happen today and how we are. For those of you who watch anime, you know today is a filler episode without LFL. We have Spain versus Germany, the last seed for semifinals. We already have 3 LFL teams up there, Goldberg. I know you fancy. I know you fancy.
I mean, yeah, I went to the LFL from the NLC. I'm quite happy about the result that we currently have. But of course, unhappy about the fact we had to say goodbye to Vitality. But today is pivotal because you get to have a look at the teams that's not LFL. You get to take a little vacation for what we're so used to. And if you're not an LFL fan, then these are the 2 teams you will be rooting forward moving forward with the tournament.
You know, guys, the park is for every kid in the street. You need to share with the rest of the kids in the block. So now it's our turn to play. And yeah, I mean, it feels a bit sad because Unicorns of Love is an organization I really enjoy a lot. Was it fun from their times in the LCS, in the European LCS? But yeah, today is our time to clash. Not LFL teams involved.
Before we look into Unicorns, let's meet the Spanish champion to show up because Team Heretics is the last Super League representative in the tournament. To get to know them better, well, let's look at the behind of the scenes and understand how Heretics were formed.
Heretics nació sin ninguna inversión detrás, era un proyecto de 3 chavales básicamente, no teníamos nada de dinero, entonces teníamos que ir ascendiendo poco a poco. Yo tenía mi carrera en YouTube y tenía mi audiencia y dije, bueno, pues a través de mi audiencia vamos a crear un club de esports, vamos a hacerlo de una forma un poco diferente y bueno, pues así empezó todo. Bueno, pues bienvenidos al HRTS Hub. Es nuestro espacio físico aquí en Madrid, que tiene la parte de tienda, una parte de ciber, de gaming puro y también un mini estadio donde vamos a jugar los partidos y donde vamos a hacer viewing parties de todas las competiciones que juega HRTS. La marca es súper importante, es lo que hace que HRTS no solo sea un club de esports, es un poco también en lo que nos hemos centrado, en expandir los límites de lo que puede ser un club de esports, no solo quedarnos con la parte de competición, que la queremos llevar a lo más alto, pero también desarrollar toda la parte de marca. Queremos llegar a ser el club más grande del mundo y para serlo, obviamente, tienes que tener equipo de League of Legends, es el eSport más grande del mundo. Es cierto que HRTS siempre ha sido shooters y sabíamos que si entrábamos en LoL teníamos que tener una persona con credibilidad para entrar a una industria de la que no éramos nativos.
Been secured by the Copenhagen Wolves, but what damage can Wolves do?
They lost it.
2, that's 3. Wolves gonna get out alive.
Yo estaba en un momento donde llevaba compitiendo 7, 8 años. Yo sentía que, no sé, esa necesidad de tener un club, pero para siempre. Me sentí muy encajado, me sentí muy representado y dije, yo creo que a largo plazo no va a haber ningún sitio donde esté más cómodo y donde yo creo que se van a hacer mejor las cosas.
When I joined the Spanish League, it was like everybody really cared about the matches. There were so many big personalities. I wanted to be on the best roster possible, and I think the result that we showed in spring didn't really show our true potential as a team.
I won a lot of LANs in my career, like over 20, and this time when I came to Spain, I thought this level of the competition and level of other teams was pretty high, so I expected like top 2, top 3.
Con HRTS sí que siento que ha sido de un 0 a un 200. Hablamos de que el año pasado no tenían equipo de LoL, decidieron entrar en Superliga.
Siempre quisimos entrar en League of Legends, entramos en segunda división, ganamos la segunda división, pero perdimos el up and down. Luego volvimos a intentar entrar en Superliga uniéndonos a G2, hicimos G2 HRTS, pero no nos sentíamos cómodos del todo porque no era nuestra plaza, no era nuestro proyecto. Así que ya el año pasado decidimos pegar el salto y entrar como nosotros, como Team HRTS, y la verdad que ha sido la mejor decisión que hemos podido hacer.
Está guapo esto,
Está guapo. Y lo que mola es que aquí lo que tenemos que poner también es una cámara, ¿sabes? Rollo desde la esquina y pinchar desde el co-stream, ¿sabes? Pinchar esto.
De cabeza, cuando pinchemos se vuelva loca la gente.
El capitán ya Spectra.
It felt pretty surreal when it happened, and being in front of like a live audience of so many people was really crazy.
Es como verme a mí un poco en el pasado, ¿no? Ver a los jugadores, pues algunos lleva ya más tiempo, otro menos. Me da alegría ver a la gente hacer lo mismo que hacía yo.
I was quite excited. I felt like the adrenaline kind of took me over. Here it was majority Giants fans, and I don't know, something about it for me is like really satisfying about like shutting the crowd up, and I really enjoy that feeling, I guess.
¡Esto que no le va a dar a nadie! ¡Esto que le pinta bien a Team HRTS con una doble para Blue!
La final era contra un equipo que, bueno, por nombres tenía que haber ganado la liga, tenía mucho más experiencia en stage, pero al final el equipo ha trabajado esta temporada increíble y se merecen ser campeones, vamos.
¡Tenemos nuevo campeón de la Superliga! HRTS llega a su...
It feels very euphoric, absolutely. But at the same time, it kind of felt natural. Like, I think this team already had great players in them. I think HRTS had the resources to be able to do great things.
We understand each other really well, so here it's like more like a family for me.
Thanks to you guys, I also won Coach of the Split. So I'm going to have this ceremony, so I really want to thank you guys for that as well. Like how easy you made it for me in that regard.
Nice. I'm really grateful for all the work that my teammates put in and how far we were able to get, and I hope we can replicate it in the Masters.
2-0 para HRTS, que empieza con muy buen pie el European Masters.
Bueno, la verdad que ha sido un aprendizaje, pero es que la narrativa no ha podido ser mejor. Es decir, hemos salido campeones de España y ahora estamos representando a nuestro país en el European Master.
We were just like so focused on just like improving and running for the title that it didn't really sink in yet when it actually happened, when we were confirmed like as the first Spanish team for EU Masters.
Yo he tenido muy buena experiencia con European Masters. Ya no estás jugando en casa, no estás jugando en España, sino que de repente juegas contra los mejores, juegas contra leyendas de otros países. La última European Masters que yo jugué también la ganamos, entonces eso para mí me representa un montonazo.
La gente sabe la competitividad que hay entre España y otros países y joder, poder representar a España y poder ser el equipo que está llegando más lejos para nosotros es un honor y una responsabilidad. Entonces sí que esa responsabilidad yo creo que la sienten los jugadores y la sentimos todos, de intentar dejar a la Liga Española en la mejor posición posible.
Lo que se ha hecho hasta el día de hoy te da a entender cómo de en serio vamos. Hemos ganado la final de la Superliga, estamos ahora en European Masters y además hemos entrado a la LEC. La verdad, yo creo que es el mejor comienzo que puede tener un club entrando al LoL y para mí es pues, un mensaje muy claro de que al final Heretics venimos aquí a intentar ganar, pero a pasarlo bien.
The way the Spanish community lives League of Legends, it is beautiful, Noah, and you've been part of it for a long time. So how important it is for Heretics this season to show up, because they're going for LEC as well.
Yeah, definitely, and that was, they went all big. This is their perfect chance to engage with the international community, to engage to the international fans, because they have a huge fan base in Spain already, but now they are aiming for the LEC. It's not enough with the Spanish community. You need fans, and you know what people love the most? Winners.
And I think it makes a lot of sense as well. When you take a look at the region, unfortunately, Super League haven't won in a while. The last time they were in a final was 2019, and the last time they won a title was in 2018, which is, you know, is getting really far away. It's okay, maybe this is the time, right?
No, it's not.
And I think there's a lot of expectation as well. Coming in as the team that might become an LEC team next time around, this is also an opportunity for the players to be like, you know what, we're going to try them out, we're going to see what sticks, we're going to see what kind of improvements we're looking for. So for the region, for Heretics specifically, they're looking to make a long run, really, just to solidify their legacy before joining into the LEC.
It's not going to be easy, and they've faced several ordeals, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Something that usually changes in the teams is players, and we constantly highlight that. But when it's a coach, we never highlight that. So tell me about Jivas. I know Jivas. I worked with him for a long time, by the way. I love him. So tell me what changed with his arrival.
I really don't know. I would say that it's the way he manages the team or something, because only two changes were made in Heretics between spring and summer. The top laner, Ivo, came from Universal Love, Sex Edition, by the way, and Jivas came from Rebels in second division, in Superliga second division. And suddenly the team, the dynamics were so different. They fitted way better. They engaged into the summer split way better. And in the best of fives, I would say the preparation was way better as well. And that time was where they shined the most.
I think it's really interesting as well, a player for me that's been pivotal, because a lot of players will look, or people will look at Jack Spectre and be like, this is the big name and this is the big carry. But there's another player for me that really facilitates it. I actually think Blue Saw in the jungle has been phenomenal for this roster as well. Just taking a look at the early jungle pathing he usually brings, like, he will solo track the enemy jungler. In this play already, entire enemy red side is on wards, and that's just by Blue Saw alone, setting up first blood. You can look at the first blood percentage from this jungle as well in groups. 67% is no feed, and he's just so aggressive. He loves to be the one who's counter jungling. He loves to be the one being facilitated in the early game. You see it on the skirmishes. You see it on the way that this early game is then bridged into the mid to late game, then where these big names can show up, like Jack Spectre as well, that we so often talk about.
So this is the champion, not the champion, but this is the player we should be looking out the most for today, no?
I would say that Blurzer had a very good run in the European Masters, so you have to pay attention to him, absolutely. And himself and Ivo, I would say, those are the players that are bringing the experience when it comes to the international stage, because the others are pretty rookie. Jack Spectre is his first rodeo in the European Masters, so yeah, you have to pay attention absolutely to Blurzer. He knows what it is to be aiming for the title. He knows what it is, for example, to win LFL. Now he's back in Superliga.
So you already know who to look out for in the team of Heretics, but let's look into the opponent, because they have something to prove. It's not going to be easy. It is Unicorns of Love Sexy Edition. So let's dive into the minds of Prime League champions as we visit their office in Hamburg.
Wow.
Unicorns of Love started kind of as a group of friends, just trying to get as good as possible in League of Legends. For the last 5 splits, I've been working in the LCL and made Worlds 3 times in a row. And then I joined our German Prime League team on summer. So yeah, the journey has been quite long, and everything started with Unicorns of Love just being friends and somehow making it to the highest level of competition. I think there are too many brands that are just calling themselves like serious gaming, ultra gaming, mega gaming, you know, professional e-gaming. We always just had fun. So when we started, we wanted to have a name that if you lose to it, you know, it's like, we lost against Unicorns of Love, and then you know kind of have this kind of, oh my god, because in the end it doesn't matter how you're called or like where you're coming from or like what you're doing. In the end, the only thing that's important is that you're better at League of Legends.
About this game, I don't want that. I don't want random fights. I don't want random Ramos ultimate on like Sinzal's shit. I want win conditions.
I think it was probably one of my best seasons, maybe my best. I have to give credits to Sheepy. I think he coached me really well. I think he really showed me what I need to improve on and what my mistakes are. He brings everyone together and we play one style of League of Legends. It's not like we play 5 individual players and we try to like somehow like make it work.
I think Sheepy's role overall is like really important for the team because he just gives like guidance and like sets goals always, and we have like a clear structure and how we want to play, how we want to practice and so on.
My personal focus in coaching is not so much on gaining achievements or winning something specific. It's more about playing good League of Legends, because everything else leads towards satisfaction anyway. Like either you play good League of Legends, you get beaten by an extremely strong team and you can learn something, and eventually speaking you get better and be one of the best teams. So even if we go into the finals or semi-finals, the focus was always about how well can we perform and how well are we prepared. My initial step into the German Prime League team was kind of wild, even though we started out 1-3, which I can attribute to not having so much time to prepare. We had 2 days of scrims before the actual split started.
The first 2 weeks were quite rough because we were just losing every game in scrims and also losing on stage.
At the start, we kind of had to find ourselves like, in the team, and I think Sheepy kind of brought us together, and after like the first couple of weeks I realized we can be really good and maybe even win the Prime League and do well in EU Masters.
Well, once we won the semi-finals, we knew that we were going to an offline event in the Berlin arena. Everybody was very, very excited. I mean, the offline events is one of the parts what you're living for as an esports pro, and we had so many fans there as well, so it was just amazing going there.
1 or 2 weeks leading up to the final, we were like always playing with white noise and like crowd noises in like our background, and Ruby was always like, it's so loud. And I'm like, it's gonna be way louder on stage.
Yeah, I heard before crowd can be noisy. But it was really nice to hear the crowd screaming or shouting or clapping.
We had some people that didn't play the offline event, and I know they will have nerves going on stage, so I wanted to minimize that as much as possible. And it really showed. I think we had 0 nerves and we just roll over Schalke 04.
Kind of just finished the regular split with 15 wins in a row, which is a new Prime League record, which is nice.
There was like, after we killed the Nexus, there was like 2 seconds, I looked over and it kind of felt like silence. I was like, oh, we won? And then Lux jumped up, shouted, yeah, and then I realized, oh yeah, it's time. For the EU Masters, we have the best chance of all the Prime League teams, so it kind of feels like the whole of the DACH region is like coming together and supporting us, and it feels really awesome.
I think people should be excited for Unicorns of Love because we are one of the best teams, if not the best team in Europe, and we also are extremely friendly and nice guys. In the end, it's a video game, and life is short, so you should enjoy it, and I think we're basically living that every day.
Before we even start, that tracksuit is amazing. Unicorns, look at me.
I have it. It is amazing.
You do?
I do have it.
You know what? If you give me one, I'll host an LC with it. As we move on to talk about Unicorns of Love playstyle, because they play a different way, don't they, Noah?
I mean, they played it as a unit. They played in perfect synergy. I was really shocked when in group stages they showed up, they stood up, and they come up as the first seed after a very difficult group, if you ask me, because you had Vitality, you had Giants as well. That was a tough group.
I think a lot of people saw that as a surprise as well. And even speaking to a lot of the LFL players, they're talking about like, Oh, if we had to rank the teams, we would still probably put all the LFL teams up there. Oh, wait, actually, you know what? Maybe we'll put Unicorns of Love as well. So this is a team that a lot of teams actually already respect. But I think as well, we have the whole roster of Unicorns of Love coming together. For me, specifically, Scarface up in that top lane. I mean, he's been popping off, and he's been popping off on different stuff as well. Like, you need a tanky frontliner. He'll be that tanky frontliner. He will log in the on and be your facilitator. You need a pseudo frontliner that can still be a carry. Well, he's got the Renekton covered for you as well, if that's what you're looking for. So I actually think that this is a guy who's probably having the best time of his career right now with the way he's playing. And you can even see it while it's only goal difference and XP difference at 15 minutes. Well, he's ahead out of groups of European Masters. And taking it into context what you said, they're stacked up against Giants, Vitality B. Like, this is no easy feat you're doing. So I think specifically for Scarface, he's been doing amazing so far.
So this is a player that doesn't need a lot of golds to activate his winning condition, let's talk it this way, and allows the rest of the team to look into the other parts of the map, no, Noah?
Yeah, absolutely, yes. And you said winning conditions, and Chibi was talking about that, highlighting, and I think Unicorns is very good at identifying strengths and weaknesses on their rivals. And honestly, if you're talking about strengths in Unicorns of Love, you shouldn't be paying attention only to the top side, because Ruby has been showing up as well, and that is the rock Unicorns of Love are staying up for. Ruby has been amazing, mostly on the Ahri and also on the Azir, which been, you know, the stars on the mid lane so far in this tournament. But he has some experience. He's here in the European Masters. This is his second rodeo in European Masters, and he's been destroying everyone.
I think it's really curious as well, because Ruby coming in from Spring, you know, I was like, hey, this guy Ahri is kind of popping. He's actually kind of good. And then continuing on it as well towards this summer as well, right? He continues to show off, and he's just fundamentally so good, right? He plays all the champion you need to play right now. It's the Ahri, it's the Azir, it's the Sylas as well from playoffs, Victor if you need it. So fundamentally speaking right now as a mid laner, he's just there and he's hitting the mark. And then there's what you talk about, Noah, which is the experience, right? Back in 2020, and I'm sure Munch will talk a lot about this, he played on Rogue Warriors as well in the LPL. So you need a carry mid laner, you need a facilitator, you need a guy with experience. Well, Ruby, he brings a lot in that basket.
And we've seen a champion pool that is quite intriguing, let's call it, on Ruby, and it can rotate. He played the Cassidy. I know it's not your favorite, Goldberg. I know, but he still played it. The Talia as well. This is something that can favor them versus Heretics today. No.
These are champions, not the Cassidy. I mean, he likes Cassidy. we know that. When we are talking about the Azir, the Ahri, also the Talia, these are the kind of champions that can have impact on the other parts of the map, and that's what you want him to do. We were talking about Draker yesterday in the same way. This is a player that wants to roam, that wants to rotate, to give the advantages to the other sides of the map. And you need to be very aware of this, because if you give these kind of players lane pressure, they are going to destroy the entirety of your game.
And I think just in general, this is a very coached team, right? From the kind of styles that they have, they're playing exactly what you want to be playing in this meta right now. And even going into the jungle as well, Lorox on the Vi or other champions, whatever you need some pickup potential with, he's been a facilitator in the 2v2 action as well. Really just finding the key picks. And I think it's really nice to see, right? Because it's the normal mid-jungle duel we so often talk about. It's the link up between a jungler and a support, as you see here on the Yuumi, where you're just coming together, you're finding the pickups, the key pickups that on multiple champions just, you know, set up your team for success. So I think there's a lot of things you need to be scared of when you're playing against Unicorns of Love, because while you have your own identities that you can, you know, have your strengths on, I think it's very difficult finding a weakness on this team, because they just play very fundamentally well.
And they don't lose lanes. Even if they don't get ahead of those lanes, they never fall behind. It's really scary as an opponent, no, Noah?
Yeah, absolutely, yes. I mean, as I said, this is a team that is, maybe it is because of what Gulliver was talking about, they coach, it's a coaching thing, you know. They are very good at identifying their own strengths as well. So yeah, maybe the only way to defeat Unicorns of Love is just be better than them, lane by lane. I think, but this is something, for example, that happens a lot with the LFL teams. They are just rolling over in every lane.
If I may, Noah, I'm getting a lot of love from Unicorns. You guys seem to be inclined towards Unicorns. So I want predictions right now. I want to know, who do you believe is going to win today? And Noah, look me in the eyes. No. It's well, Super League's last chance. Tell me.
Don't tell it to me. Don't say it to
Tell me, who's going to win?
I'm predicting all the time. I'm playing my black magic in here, and you know, guys are going to try to mess my ritual, my dark ritual.
Okay.
But I'm going to say Unicorns of Love is going to win 3-1. I'm trying to do something in here.
I'll move on. I'm not judging. Goldberg, what about you?
You know, me being very cultured in Spanish apparently now,
He's gonna mess with my ritual.
Yep, well, we have a saying. Well, al pan pan y al vino vino. So I'm going for 3-2 for Heretics here. I believe in it. I'll be the front runners and say, Superliga, this is your time to come back and shine, and maybe just mess with her prediction a little bit.
He's trying to jinx me. He's trying to jinx me.
So you're from LFL and you're predicting Superliga, while you're from Superliga and
Well,
you're
there's no
predicting
NFL team today, is there?
Touche. I like the way you think. Well, I'll give my prediction. I've worked with Jeeves for a long time. I love the man, so we go way back. So that's why I'm going to say 3-0 clean sweep for Unicorns of Love. There you go, easy peasy. Without further ado, I want to toss it to the casters. I want to know their own predictions. It's on to Munchables and Jamada. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Artrom. Yes, here we are at the caster desk, ready for your Amazon LFL Masters schedule break, as we finally have a quarterfinal that doesn't include the LFL. I'm Munch, joined by Jamada, the Brickcast here on your screen.
We've returned, and man, it's so great. Not only is my first cast here in the LEC studio, but it's the Brickcast.
Bring it in. We get to do it. And unfortunately, we should have had Orcs here as well. There should have been Orcs stood right here about yay high between the two of us. But, you know, flights in Europe right now, not a friendly thing to have to deal with. So, unfortunately, just be the two of us. But still, it's going to be a banger. And so I want to return to Artrom's conversation there. Who are you predicting today, Jamal?
You know what? I actually agree with both Noah and Goldberg's predictions. In the sense of if Heretics win, it's a 3-2. If Unicorns win, I can see it being a 3-1.
Okay.
I'm very much more inclined to see Unicorns win here today, though. I do think they are the much stronger looking team comparatively to Heretics right now. I think that LVP as a region just hasn't been looking up to the same level as it has in the past. And Unicorns just come across as like an NFL light team. In the sense of, they just kind of win. They haven't really been losing much recently.
They bring a lot of that just whack, you know. Yeah. They bring a lot of power in the way that they play. And I mean, we got to cast them playing against Vitality as well, right? An LFL team, and we got to see what they were bringing to the table.
the first round robin matchup was not close, right? Vitality B, they tried to play to their very usual win conditions, right? Funnel a lot of resources into Sagenda. However, Lurox had other ideas for the bottom side of the map, which involved Jeskel not playing League of Legends very much. And I wonder if we're going to see some kind of repeat here, because Lurox is playing into a AD carry who very often gets played for in Jack Spectre on Heretics. So I'm kind of curious to see how the priorities will be in terms of not just draft, but also where the actual focus and resources will get funneled into.
Also, when you think about the fact that Ibo, quite often the weak side top laner, right, but also one of the most experienced top laners in the entirety of EU Masters. In fact, not even just top laners, he is the most experienced player. He has played the most games of EU Masters out of anyone in any of the tournaments ever.
He's been here the most.
He's been here a while. But he's up against his old team. He's literally up against the team that he played on in EU Masters in spring. So I'm keeping a weather eye on that top lane as well. Let's look at the bans, though, as we're already into draft here, Jamada. We've got a Draven and a Caitlyn ban. You said Jack Spectre was going to be focused in game. He's getting focused before the game even starts.
Yeah, Team Heretics, they love to give a lot of resources to Jack Spectre. It's kind of just their bread and butter. I think, as well, mid lane Brizzle has really been like making sure that it's been very comfortable that even when Zoe was being very heavily focused, he's always around to pick up the pieces. And honestly, I think we was on the cast together, perhaps where it was just constant 1-for-1s because Zoe was playing the 2v1 in the jungle spectacularly. Aphelios even gets banned away now. And this is just screaming to me Unicorn's first pick at AD. I don't know what it's going to be. With Draven, Caitlyn both gone, Aphelios, all the hyper carries gone. Zeri's kind of dead on this patch. It's 12-16, remember? You're probably just looking at Kalista. I think is probably the most viable first pick here.
Well, there it is. Right. You've called it, Jamada. Absolute profit here next to me on the desk. So now over to Heretics, because you get your first pick of junglers, right? I feel like that's the way that they've got to go.
Yes, Poppy. Really good at stopping Kalista from playing League of Legends. Press steadfast presence on top of her, and she can no longer use her martial poise, so wouldn't be too surprised to see this one come out. And Shio as well yesterday had an absolutely fantastic performance on that pick. He was absolutely dominating everybody, and Jack Spectra still has the Lucian available to him, so we can anticipate that Nami's going to come in on R3, and now you probably look towards Unicorns, looking for a jungler. Trundle's up and available. It's okay, of course, 1-to-1 into the Poppy. It's more about what it can provide for the rest of the team composition, though, so I'm looking towards that Trundle, and maybe we get a Kalista support here, but I feel like maybe you want to try and hold on to it for as long as possible.
We'll have to see. I will say Wukong, the most played jungler for both of these junglers across the course of this split. But the Amumu going to be locked in. I was hoping deep down we might see a little bit of Soraka alongside that Kalista, a little bit of rogue magic that we saw at the LEC finals. No, the Amumu, the hard engaged support going to come on through for the side of Unicorns, and clearly already focusing on that bottom side. Now, you'd anticipate a jungler to come on through here, but I like this Sejuani because it means that you have a bit of flexibility, right? That could still go up to the top.
That could still set up for a really strong 2v2 on the top side as well. If all else fails on the bottom side and you can't win out on the 2v2, you might be able to rely on a very strong top side 2v2 instead. There's the Nami as we expected. So Team Heretics now at this point, what do you really want to go towards? Because you're kind of looking at potentially, you know, the same positions on both sides. So do you just go towards 2 mid bans, pick up a pick for Zvoiru that's really comfortable for him on R4? I feel like that's maybe the safest thing to do when you're looking at Sejuani potentially being a flex. And as for Unicorns, I feel like it's more or less probably Ivo's champion pool, but they're actually going to focus towards the middle lane with the Silas. I suppose technically still a flex, but
yeah, removing that Silas. I mean, Ahri available as well, which I think Ahri has been a very comfortable pick for Heretics across the course of the year. I wouldn't be surprised to see that banned away, as Heretics could continue to focus that jungle role, maybe something like I don't know, Xin Zhao maybe. Yeah. Just try and take away some of that early pressure, right?
Yeah, I think anything that pairs really, really well with the Sejuani in the top side, something that's got auto attack resets just makes loads of sense. Renekton, top side, auto attack resets.
Works.
It's not a jungler, it's a top laner. Same kind of thought process.
I will say
right?
the Silas as well actually pairs very well with the Sejuani, so Unicorns somewhat finding themselves out a little bit in terms of that synergies.
I think when you look at it though, it's the fact that Unicorns have a Amumu ultimate plus Sejuani ultimate, and those are huge ults for Silas to have, so they're just trying to not have to deal with it. And if they want to potentially go towards something like an Ornn for Scarface, you know, he's very reliable on some of these blind pickable tanks like that, then as well, you just don't want to have that as a potential option for Ivo to maybe lean on. But now as we look towards R4, honestly, pick the layer, really. It depends on what Zvoiru really wants. Swain, okay. I like the idea of this, though, because Nami and Lucian, typically relatively short ranged. If you can have these champions that can provide a lot of space for you, like Swain typically does with that big ultimate, I think it just kind of lets him flourish and do his thing in team fights.
Also, very good into short range compositions, right? You're already against a Kalista, you're against a Sejuani that wants to be either in the top lane with melee jungle, etc., or in the jungle with melee solo lanes, right? So Swain going to be comfortable there, and it forces out this control mage pick for Ruby in the mid lane. The Trundle comes on through, so it will be Sejuani up in the top lane instead, and now we need to see what top lane matchup Ivo wants for himself.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of do anything in this position as top lane. You can well, it's not blind pick. You can go a tank, but then you're kind of dealing with Trundle. I would be the kind of person that would call out something super wacky like an Alawi pick, but I don't think it's going to particularly happen here for Heretics. I think you need a little bit more engage, something that can kind of tear apart the... Oh, that's spicy.
Well, it ain't engaged, but it's exciting. We get a Mordekaiser up in the top lane for Ivo. I mean, we talked about already the fact that this guy has been consistently playing weak side. The compositions look like he'll play weak side, and then he locks in the Mordekaiser. How are you going to dive this?
Exactly, that's the thing. Mordekaiser is such a unorthodox pick that you don't get to see so frequently. He works both as a really strong sider, but also excellent as a weak sider, because it's never really a 2v1. He just presses his Archie on you. And I think when you look at this composition of Unicorns right now, you mentioned, right, Swain loves these short-range compositions. Mordekaiser loves short-range compositions too, because it means he's immediately closer to his target if they have to get close to him to do all the damage. I really like this pickup from Ivo, because as soon as you see Scarface go in or Winsome go in, immediately zapped into the Death Realm, and he's going to win that 1v1 inside there and effectively just turn it into a 4v5 from the jump.
All right, so let's quickly talk big picture here for our two compositions, because we've got two very aggressive bottom lanes here. Are we still expecting those junglers to be focusing towards the bottom side, or are you anticipating more of a flexible style?
I think for use, you can maybe see some focus towards the top side, but you have Kalista, remember, you have to go down there and give them the time and the resources they require. And I think once, you know, Ivo hits level 6, that window immediately closes. So I think we're probably going to see a full bot side centric game plan from both of these sides here.
Well, here we go, our fourth Amazon EU Masters quarterfinal. But before we get into this one, don't forget to claim your August/September League of Legends monthly capsule for all of the Prime shoppers out there, for your chance to get some RP Mythic Essence skins and plenty more as well. So make sure you're grabbing that for yourselves. But Lurox wanting to grab some early intel here, threatening the idea of moving forward and dropping a ward onto the chickens, but not going to do it too much just yet. Scarface here along with his team. It feels like the Unicorns want to get messy with it right from level 1.
Yeah, I mean, if they can blow the Swain Flash, Trundle Pillar, really, really powerful into this immobile champion. I don't think they're actually playing with the vision here so well. Oh.
Good effort.
Just for reference, Zoiru could not see those two
No, he
at
couldn't.
all.
He just knew.
He
knew
he had an
deep
idea.
down in his heart of hearts. Dropping the little Soraka emote as well. So nothing at level 1 despite the attempt here from the Unicorns. And I like that the Unicorns are coming into a best of 5 here. Their first best of 5 of the tournament. They're hoping it'll be the first of many. But they're coming in, they've got a game plan, they've got level 1 shenanigans, they want to start off on the front foot.
They absolutely do. And I mean, they don't even necessarily have to snowball this game out of control either. I think when you look towards, you know, specifically the Victor here in particular, he's always going to have a target to hit. He's always going to be able to dish out a whole bunch of damage. You've got very strong team fighting tools with Winsome on the Amumu. A lot of engaged tools from the top side of Scarface as well. So I think a lot of versatility and a lot of scaling options still available. And even Kalista, you know, contextually, she does scale quite well, right? There is the stigma that she kind of falls off a cliff after 2.5 items.
Here we go, all in on the bottom side, and you can expect to see this a lot of times.
yeah.
The Ren comes through, and that is the power of a Mumu Kalista. You get hit by that bandage toss, and you're going to feel the wrath of this bottom lane.
Absolutely, Johan was saying, you know, doesn't always fall off a cliff. What it certainly doesn't do is fail to have very strong trades in the early game. And when you look towards Lurox as well, at the moment, he's pathing down towards the bottom side. So Jack Spectre and YN, they're going to have to watch how they trade with Shigenari and Winsome, because right now it seems like Lurox, at the very least, could be eyeing up an early visit to the bottom side.
Yeah, which is kind of what you would expect with the way that these two bottom lanes have been drafted, right? It is all about that aggression in the early stages. And you will say, like, Kalista and Amumu should have the advantage very early on. It's once you get an item in for the Lucian and for the Nami with the Imperial Mandate and the Gale Force, that's when they'll really come alive and start to be able to threaten in the 2v2 themselves.
Yeah, and I want to mention something that just happened here, because Blurizor got forced off of his Grump. I'm not actually entirely sure how it happened, but I think just respecting Shigenari and Winsome potentially roaming up, Lurox had the opportunity maybe to actually slip towards the blue buff, towards the Grump, and get a bit of an invade going. And they still have full information that Blurizor's here, and you can see YN's now come to cover this as well. The control ward's there just to give a little bit of extra protection. I was wondering whether or not Unicorns will try and utilize some of the early skirmishing from the Kalista, but they're not going to do it just now.
Just yet. Lurox is here to at least brute force this Scuttle Crab for himself, and might be able to move up to the top side off the back of this as well. His Crook's still available, but you see quite a lot of junglers happy to forego the Crooks.
He wants to fight the blue.
Moving into the jungle, as you said, wants to threaten here. Winsome, though, takes a heavy trade for his trouble, pressuring in the bottom side, but Blue Resort, that's the second time a camp has been reset away from him, kicked out of his own jungle here. I think might just have to concede it.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the lane states for Unicorns, right? Pushing the mid lane, pushing the bottom side. Winsome, Shigenari instantly starts to rotate up towards that blue buff, and yeah, Blue Roar's just going to get forced off of it for now, but Lurox just gives up. He doesn't have Smite. I think that's the reason why they give up this play. Just going to go try and take control of this top side Scuttle instead, so Blue Roar will still have his own blue buff, though Aibo may have a little bit something to say. No, just going to turn around.
Yeah.
Sees him.
I wasn't sure if Aibo was just going to try and force out the smite there, but decides not to overforce anything. Scarface could always just sack a wave to try and get an early advantage for his jungler. But Lurox getting some deep vision. Feels like so far, things have been going pretty well for Lurox in this jungle matchup. It's been all about the mind games of like, my lanes have prio, I'm going to move in, what are you going to do about it? But Blue Resort wants to answer in the bottom side. I don't think this is going to happen since there is no bot laner here.
There's no bot laner here, but you can still see the idea from Heretics, very strong. They know where Lurox is right now. Winsome's actually roaming up towards the top side, and if you look where Aibo is at the moment, he's also shoved up, but there's a lot of patience for this play. And
what time? Oh, he just flashes in! Goes straight underneath the tower, and Shigenari taken down. What a way to start the game, and Aibo doesn't have his ulti yet. You can dive before the death realm, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying it, right? If Aibo hits level 6, that window kind of just slams shut because he always turns it into a 1v1. And on the bottom side, I guess patience is just a virtue from Lurizor. He waits so long for this play to happen, but Shigenari gets denied a huge wave, and the kill goes over to Jack Spectra, even though he loses his flash. Shigenari, same thing, but both of his summoner spells, and he's up almost 1k off that play.
I mean, we talked about the Lucian shouldn't be able to get ahead this early, but when you get a great gank like that, it's going to work out. But look at this, Winston moving all the way up to the top lane to make this play happen.
Yeah, just a really nice timer on the reset. Opens up through the top side of the map, and again, no ultimate just yet from Aibo. The CC's too much. Pillar follows up on the flash. Really nice play. Now Scarface. Individually, I will say, this play probably won't do too much for his lane. But we'll see how he kind of continues to handle this, because Aibo on this Mordekaiser, he's a tank shredder, right? So 1v1, he's always going to kind of just vamp through the health bar. However, we will continue to track and trace how exactly he gets on in that side lane.
Yeah, and crucially as well, like, it's not just about whether or not the gank wins you the 1v1, right? Exactly. It's about where the gold is happening on the map. It's also about not just conceding gold on the bottom side, trading on the opposite side of the map. So good to see proactivity from both teams here. And I like that in the first 5 minutes, we already see both teams going for dives on opposite sides of the map. I feel like that's a good way to set a precedent for what's to be expected in this series.
I mean, I hope we end up with a bit of a fist fight throughout the entire series, to be honest with you. I mean, the draft's kind of set up for it on the bottom side right now. It's just been Heretics with the aggression down there. However, again, Unicorns were using the priority down there for so long, so well. And I expect they will continue to do that. Cloud Dragon's first, which makes me sad because it means no Cloud Soul. We all know I'm the head of the church state.
The EU Atlas.
Yeah, I'm the EU Atlas, apparently. I wonder how the priority will actually fall for Dragon, right? Because it's been a lot of first move from Unicorns, and very curiously, Scarface has actually made his way down here looking for a play. I don't think he's spotted. It's on the control ward. And just reset back towards the top side. Maybe looking for a play into the Dragon. I think the priority is still set up for it. Unicorns are just, you know, being very meticulous about this setup right now. They want to make sure it's 100% guaranteed and there's no contest.
Yeah, kind of weird one. Lurk's gonna just sneak through the mid lane. I don't think he got spotted.
He did.
The minion just ran past the cannon just to spy him out. I mean, if there's one thing you can say for Heretics in terms of their prep, at least they've trained their minions well to scout out enemy players for them. There's a priority finally achieved. Oh, Chaos Storm in the mid lane, and that's going to be healed. Forced out from Sphero. Huge damage from the Chaos Storm as well. 150 left. And, you know, Swain, one of these champions that he's been picked for the team fight, right? But in the isolated lane against Victor, it's never going to be fun.
But I think also Ruby's just getting the better half of this matchup in general, right? I think he's just playing it really, really well individually. The lane's being very quiet. Oh, Scorch even procs a little bit to bring Zoru below 100 HP.
I've seen Ruby flash for those.
Oh, I have as well.
And like Gobug was talking about it. I cast Ruby back in 2020 in the China, in the LPL in China, and he was on Rogue Warriors. He was actually a more passive player by LPL standards. But very much known for his Azir, for his Victor. So you know that this guy extremely proficient on the pick. Whiten, I don't think quite spotted that ward, or perhaps just going to go back to that one after helping clear this wave, find priority. You mentioned that first Drake, but neither team seems particularly interested, and forget the Drake because Herald now onto the map, and I feel like that has to be the priority. You see Jack Spectre and Whiten starting to move up.
Yeah, but this is also where Mordekaiser as a pick also shines if he's still on the top side of the map. You can always just take away Lurox in the skirmish, and all of a sudden there's no smite for the Herald. There's question mark pings coming down, but the issue is when you take a look at the minimap, at the moment it's pretty much just first move from Jack Spectre Whiten. Sure, Winsome's sat in the mid lane right now, but Shiganari is still in that lane down there shoving away. You can kind of see Jack Spectre just hovering in fog, waiting to see what the play actually unfolds to be. And it seems like it's probably a Herald going over to Heretics.
Yeah.
Lurk's thought about it, probably. Steps away.
Even if Ibo isn't there, there's also a Poppy. Like, this Heretics composition has so many ways of stopping Lurx contesting objectives. Either Ibo ults him, or Blue Resort just home runs him back to base, right, with the Poppy ultimate. So it feels impossible for Lurx to try and contest anything on his own. I would just quickly mention as well, Jamada, look at some of the CS numbers in this game. There are dramatic CS deficits in 3 different lanes, or at least 2 lanes in the jungle.
Yeah, 2 lanes in the jungle. Lurk's up almost 5 camps. Top lane, kind of to be expected that Mordekaiser would take a CS lead. I think a little less in the context of he did get ganked very early on, so still doing very well for himself. Mid lane as well, though, we've kind of expected that, seeing Zoru get pretty heavy-handedly bullied out as the bot side engage even.
All in, Winsome looking for the rest of the damage. Oh, goes wide on the bot! Oh, the damage coming out from that Q! Jack Spectre just destroys Winsome, and now Blue Resource here as well. Shiganari, he's seen this before this game, and he does not like the look of it.
He just got one shot, man, trying to move forward. Couldn't even react. Like a third of his health. He couldn't even react with the flash. Like, he just died. I mean, that's kind of the threat, right? You go in before that level 6 is in. If that play has the Ulma available from Winsome, maybe you can chain it with an Ulma into a bandage toss and the follow-up can come through. Just go for it. Jack Spectre reaps his rewards. Ruby underneath the tower.
Yeah, this actually could be really bad news for Ruby. Chaos Storm comes on out though, and looks like it's just going to be ult for ult. Both mid laners walk away with their lives, but it will be Ruby to grab priority once again, and that means Lurx can kick this dragon off. So first Drake of the game. It'll be 10.5 minutes on the clock, so fairly late soul in this one if we do see that 5-minute timer used and abused by the Unicorns.
It's actually roll of the dice. What's the next dragon? Oh wait, never mind. It's actually going to be fought over.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see this go down just yet. Blue Resort coming on in. And I guess the Unicorns just going to accept this, just going to back away themselves. And the Heretics just say, you know what? No, you can't have that Dragon. We just waltz on in. And then the Unicorns run away with the tails between their legs.
Yeah, all right. Unicorns paying a lot of respect here to Heretics as they come back for the reset. And I mean, Jack Spectra did have the Gale Force, so he's very much on spike and ready to fight.
Look at him, 10 CS up, 2 kills, Gale Force, as you say, already dead. He is terrifying, and now the Herald comes down. There's 2 plates taken. I don't think he'll have the damage to finish in third, but perhaps with the Herald charge, there we go. Gold taken by Blue Resort and Jack Spectra. And a little bit of time alone in that bottom side. They might just be able to finish that tower off. Blue Resort sticking around because he knows that Lurox wants to get involved. But I don't think that this 3v3 goes well for the Unicorns right now.
No, it definitely doesn't at the moment. I think just having that IAM advantage for Jack Spectra just gives them that slight edge. And not only that, Winsome wasn't level 6 until that wave just crashed. Of course, roaming so much, you're going to fall behind the XP a little bit. But now has the ability to try and find some fights here. Blue Resort, speaking of, wants the chicken camp, and he will get it.
Yeah, I guess at least some of it is. I feel like that was Blue Resort getting a bit of revenge for what happened at level 3, right? We saw Lurox just walking into his jungle trying to bully him out, and now Blue Resort, with a bit of help from Whiten, gets some revenge. But Lurox still going to have a tremendous CS advantage in the jungle, getting another Scuttle Crab for himself, wanting to move in for some chickens too.
Yeah, we'll be able to pick that one up.
Oh,
Shikanari.
Damage. Shikanari, one shot. Oh! I thought he'd escape with his life there, but one more hit takes it in the end. And Jack Spectra, the hat-trick already at 12 minutes. He's here to show up in the quarters.
Very happy to just take on that fight. I mean, you have the Gale Force, you have the additional dash, you have the gap closed to ensure that Shikanari can never really get away from this. Now it will just be first tower on top of that. 2.2 thousand gold ahead of Shikanari right now. So damn strong.
That's brutal.
That is very brutal.
We're 12 minutes in, the man is 2,500 gold up against his lane opponent, and the lane opponent is playing Callista.
And let's not even forget the context of the draft, how this happened. 3 AD bans into Callista first pick, and Jack Spectra just said, yeah, all right, sure, we'll Lucian Nami this. And they're absolutely dominating the bottom side, despite all of the initial, like, sort of first 3-4 levels of pressure that came in from Winsome and Shikanari.
I feel like Jack Spectra just said, oh, you want to focus me? Bring it on. Bring it on, baby. And he's happy with the extra bodies down in the bottom lane. It's just names to take off the chalkboard here. And it means the Heretics managed to find themselves a 2,000 gold lead to start this one off at 13 minutes. It's certainly a good way to go on. But let's talk big picture here for a second, Jamada, because I feel like we need to figure out how this Heretics composition will actually function, right? With a Mordekaiser and a Swain, I feel like a lot of people at home, these are not picks that you see every day.
Yeah, wouldn't fault you for having major question marks on how this team will work. I mean, to me, it's more about kind of just staving off a lot of the engage. There's so many disengage tools available to Heretics and loads of kind of split the fight apart tools, right? Death Realm, Poppy Ultimate, Nami ult, Swain just existing as a champion, right? So I think you're waiting for Unicorns to try and go onto you. Hello.
Oh my goodness, Ruby and Sparrow, just the second they see each other, it's like, boom, smack that Arky. Oh, Sparrow, 1 HP right here. Ruby can't finish it though, has to back away because Blue Resort, White and threatening. Lurox trying to keep his mid lane to safe. I'm loving this mid lane matchup. I did not expect Victor vs. Swain to be this aggro.
Yeah, I guess Ruby is just very happy to just constantly throw hands at Sawyer. Here is now Heretics. I like this.
Oh,
never mind.
Scarface, it gets stun onto White. They've got nothing left. Blue Resort. Batter up, baby. Yeah. Send some flyers.
So this is the thing, right? There are so many strong disengage tools for the side of Heretics right now. I'm already potentially early warning signs of how Unicorns actually find favorable fights, because again, every single fight can be split apart, and at the moment, Heretics doing a great job of moving Jack Spectre around. Their strong member, right? 2.5 items, probably has the gold for a rapid fire cannon already. They're gonna try and take down this tower here, which is gonna be half-hard defendedly by the Unicorns. And once he gets this, 2 items in, and at that point with the mandate already there for White in, they can just move him to wherever they want and fight.
Yeah, you thought he had damage before. It's only getting started for this Lucian. Jack Spectre is going to be a force to be reckoned with, and oh no, Lurox just about flashes out in time. Winston with the re-engage here. I don't think this is one that the Unicorns can fight for. And there we go, Blue Resort with another Herald. That is all 3 neutral objectives taken by the Heretics so far. They've got almost a 3,000 gold lead, and it's feeling like everything going their way.
Yeah, and I mean, Dragon spawns in 30 seconds time. You'd expect that unless Heretics want to give this one up for a Herald charge on the top side, which is maybe what they're setting up for at the moment. Look at the fog on the top from Zoyer and the rest of the crew there. They could just look for a tier 2 in trade for that Dragon. I think Unicorns kind of have a bit of a read on what's going on, and this is the problem. With Mordekaiser on the bottom side, he's weak siding. who's going to kill him if he presses his R key? He's going to just buy an extra 10, 15 seconds always, and that's just going to give so much time and tempo to Heretics to continue their play up here.
Shiganari playing with fire a little bit here, because I'm not sure Blue Resort will be scared to dive at this point. Nope. Just going to slam the Herald down. Yep. Tier 2 under threat. As you say, the Herald play on this top side, and they just have to whittle this tower a little bit more. The Herald won't actually... Oh, it does manage to finish it off. It does manage to finish it off, and now Whiting's slowed. Here comes Scarface. The engage finally here from the Unicorns. It's time to get a bit of revenge with a flash from Blue Resort to escape. Scarface can't find more. It's a pick for a tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, a pick for a tier 2, it's still a down trade in gold, but not only that, the Herald is going to get another charge, and on the bottom side, Unicorns didn't even pick up the Dragon. So when you think about it like this, now Heretics have the opportunity to potentially reset, make it back towards the bottom side of the map, and still fight for this Dragon, and still potentially get to a snowball's opportunity to have a soul early on.
This is feeling rough for the Unicorns here in game number 1, especially when they're up against their old top laner. You know, Aibo, so far, getting the best of this roster swap. And remember, last time around, back in spring, the Unicorns, they made it to the quarterfinals with Aibo on the team. It's only Lurox and Ruby still on the squad from that previous EU Masters. And they want to outdo that record, right? And Aibo himself, you know, he managed to get second place back when he was Ice Beasto in the first ever EU Masters. He finished second place to that Origin squad. But now, it's been a long time since he's made it past the quarterfinals. Oh boy. Ruby gets caught by the culling, but the silence comes out from that Chaos Storm to dissuade the aggression. But both of these teams desperate to make it past quarters once more.
Yeah, they really are. Unicorns in spring, denied by the eventual champions in the end. Both of these two teams here, both champions of their own regions domestically.
And isn't it crazy as well? The champions that denied them, K-Corp, despite 4 LFL seeds being here, didn't make it this time around. It feels like so much has changed since spring. It's crazy.
Yeah, it really is. The only real consistent thing is that LDLC technically still look like the favorites. Maybe you have different ideas after the BDSA Vitality B series yesterday, of course.
I mean, have we ever, like, I think in the history of the EU Masters, have we ever come in and not said, LDLC are probably the favorites for this tournament? I feel like that's the conversation that happens every single time. But here we go, Winsome does get the ultimate out there, manages to hold on to his life for a second, but my goodness. Just the threat from Jack Spectre is terrifying.
It really is. Oh, Shiganari
stunned underneath the tower. He's going to go down. No flash down safety. Blue Resort in trouble. Instead, as Aibo tries to push forward, Winsome survives. Everybody's still going. Somehow, as Ruby pulled back in, and instant flying as well. Sveru he's the pitcher, and we've got Blue Resort as the batter.
Oh, that's great. That's really great. But again, you kind of see the compositions in action, right? Unicorns, they try to move forward, but again, too many tools to split apart. The Unicorns engage. Scarface gets ulted into the Death Realm. Ruby gets sent flying with the ultimate from Poppy.
Yeah. And this is the... Right. I feel like that fight, and you'll see it in the replay, or if we get a replay. Nobody died, so actually, I wouldn't be surprised if there's no replay. Yeah. But you kind of see the issue with both of these compositions when it comes to trying to take towers. You don't have any range. It's difficult unless you're willing to just hard commit to diving under the towers.
So what you're saying is, Munch, and I'm just going to ride with this one, fist fight, 45-minute game, no one can siege. We go in
Meet and River.
Meet and River.
Agree.
It's like a showdown at noon, right? Draw. But yeah, let's look at this fight again. Because Winsome, just rotating a little bit late, gets pulled in by the Fate's Call. Really nice from Shiganari. And the engage kind of just follows as Shiganari takes a step too far forward, gets pulled in, gets knocked into the wall. You can see the tidal wave really great. The flash eventually comes forward, and Aibo just splits apart the fight. Immediately removes on the frontliners, and Unicorns are down a team fire. Bar up for Zoiru and Blue Resort, and they just disengage the fight. They don't really have to do much more than that.
I just love how difficult it is for the Unicorns to dodge everything, right? When you've got multiple Claw of Dooms coming in from both the Swain and the Mordekaiser. You've got the Poppy ult, you've got all of the skill shots from Nami to worry about. There is so much that you have to dodge. The footwork has to be perfect from the Unicorns. And that's not including the fact that Lucian will one-shot you if you step out of line for just a second. But here we go. The Unicorns want to contest as Heretics currently complete control of this top side.
Yeah, there is no vision here for Unicorns. It's mostly darkness. They're still looking for an engage. It goes a bit wide.
Does go a bit wide here. Lurik's going to be cooled down here for a second. Oh, 1 HP! The tidal wave nearly finishing as the Visions of Empire won't quite find its mark. And Lurox walks away just about the skin of his teeth here. But Heretics continue to control the Baron area. Yeah, they can just threaten this.
Lurk's just got chunked out, right? He's got to go back to base. And again, if Unicorns walk in, sure, there's no Nami ultimate, but that ultimate from Blurzor is still there. Ivo can just ultimate away the highest value target.
The Chlora Doom does land. Scarface flashes out. He's in the death realm. He's stuck against the wall. He can't go anywhere. And Ivo finds the perfect 1v1 and then gets a bonus on top. Shigenari saves his support, but he's on the wrong side of the plate. He can't move back in. And here comes the cavalry as Blue Resort tries to find the engage. Winston survives. Blue Resort actually goes down instead. And we end up in a 1-for-1 so far. It's a messy fight, to say the least.
Yeah, it really is. You know, I'm starting to think, right, because Unicorns, they do have engage options, but I actually think that these fights might go better for them if they're able to kite backwards, strangely enough. We'll talk about it. If there's a little less action going on the screen right now, Unicorns, they want to try and take this tier 1, but for now, Heretics will defend.
If you want less action to talk about something, then I'm afraid you're not going to be able to talk about it in this game, Jamada, because this is pure carnage. Let's take another look at Scarface. You know, getting caught out at the start, but look at this. Stuck against the wall. He's in the edge of the death realm.
Yeah, it's obviously kind of hard to see in the spectate, but my imagination tells me that the ring is probably keeping Scarface in that little corner of the entrance of the river there.
Ibo's there, rolls his sleeves up. You want to replace me?
And then, yeah. So the reason why I kind of mentioned this kite back faction is because realistically, Heretics' composition, whilst it thrives at moving backwards, moving forwards perhaps not its biggest strength. So I think if Unicorns can ever take control of an area and actually force Heretics to come into them, maybe they have a couple more options in terms of picking the targets that they want to actually, you know, dump all the damage into. But for now, Heretics, with all the priority from Jack Spectra, from the mid lane, they're just consistently going side of the map to side of the map off the back of that, and they will pick up this Mountain Dragon, which of all things is just going to make life so much harder to deal with for the Unicorns.
That is 5 neutral objectives now for the Heretics. 3 Drakes, a Mountain Soul in 5 minutes time, or maybe 6 minutes, because it could take another minute for Blue Resort to finish this one off. You know, the Dragons did get tankier, but still, Heretics, complete and utter objective control here, and it feels really tough for the Unicorns to find their fight. It feels like they need Heretics to misstep now. They need them to overstep so that they can punish.
Yeah, they really do. Someone like Jack Spectra has to just step out of line just once. You know, we saw it a little bit in groups where he was getting a little bit over-eager from time to time, but that hasn't been the Jack Spectra we've seen so far in this opening game of the series. He's been pretty on point. Sure, you know, the early laning phase didn't go the best. Kalista and Amumu, Winsome, Shigenari, they did a fantastic job of keeping the Lucian Nami down, but once the play started to actually roll through, the plays where people were interacting with one another, and it wasn't just about the rotations first, we started to see it was actually Jack Spectra Whiten coming on top of this matchup down there.
And also, when it came to that bottom lane, right, it wasn't a 2v2 in isolation, right? We saw Blue Resort diving at, what was it, level 5? Something like this, to get onto Shigenari right early on, gets Jack Spectra ahead. Now, Jack Spectra, 24 minutes in, he's got 3 items to work with already. Infinity Edge finished. Look at the difference in these bottom laners, right? Just the shield bow and then a rage knife as well. 3.6 thousand gold difference between our AD carries. Every other lane is practically even.
Yeah, I think one thing I will highlight is that Ruby is currently up in items against Swaru, and the items are slightly more expensive. Shadow Flame second, right? You're going towards Rylai's for Swaru, so I think they could potentially fight in and around this Victor at the moment. My only real concern is, will they be able to blow up the Lucian before he blows somebody else up on their side of the team? So I think as Heretics continues to play out this, you know, mid lane priority into just go to the side of the map you want control of, we're going to see Unicorns continue to struggle. And again, I think if they could get in front of an objective first,
yeah,
there is an opportunity for them to win the fight, because Heretics moving forward with this team composition is a little less threatening, shall we say, compared to being in front first, being able to go, all right, we're going to tidal wave this choke point, we're going to just immediately take away somebody in the death realm that's gone forward first on the Unicorn side.
Oh no!
He has to lose somewhere.
Yeah, he can dominate bottom lane, he can dominate the mid-game skirmishes, but he can't quite dominate the red buff. There we go, finally taken with the help of Whited here. And I'm just impressed by Jack Spectra so far today. And I'm excited to see what he can do in these skirmishes, because one of the criticisms, like globally, of this Lucian pick is, can you keep the ball rolling? Can you keep the snowball going enough that you can finish the game and find your advantages? Scarface looking for an all-in. Jack Spectra with a good cleanse, though. And Blue Resort just sent another one flying. I think, honestly, Poppy, I feel like a lot of junglers just love her because of the entertainment value of that ult.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
No. You know what? I can see it.
They could be trying to win the tournament that they're playing in. But
Yeah.
from my perspective,
I guess winning the tournament is important, right? So is getting the Baron for Heretics, actually, because without it, you definitely see them struggle to siege further into the map.
Yeah, important and apparently easy. Here we go. TPs from both of our top laners to join the fray as Lurox gets a little bit of a love tap. Scarface has to be the first one to walk in, dodges away from the claw, trying to make his way in, but I think Heretics are just going to commit to this one, and it's taken. And now they've got to fight in the pit.
Boy.
It's an absolute knife fight between the two teams. Shigenari's still going strong on this one. Aibo charges into the middle of everybody. Ruby forced to flash away, and the Unicorns are being chased down. The Unicorns being hunted. Sparrow with a double kill. 8-4, no, make it a triple, in fact. The Heretics are here to play.
They really are. And this is the thing about the composition, right? This is exactly what they want out of a team fight. Unicorns, they try to advance forward. Lurox tries to get into the pit, and you're going to see it immediately in the replay. Just gets Death Realm. And as soon as that Baron is at about 3k, they just say, all right, we can burst it down. There's no threat of a smite. Take a look at this. Aibo does such a good job. He peels off the Baron and immediately just, yoink, you're with me. No longer are you on Summoner's Rift. And at this point, the fight is effectively already over. They've lost the Baron, and Zorio is in the middle of all 5 members. No one's killing him. He's slowing everybody down with their allies. Unicorns were pretty much just climbing up a steep as hell mountain. And at that point, they just get absolutely minced by the Swain.
And the thing is, they're quite happy to go for a short-range fight, right? But they're also massively behind in gold, massively behind in Drake's. Like, it's not an even fight at this point. Look at Jack Spectre, 4 items. This man is basically in the end game, while everyone else is only just starting. 25 seconds on a Mountain Drake that would be Soul for the Heretics. And I feel like Unicorns, this is the last chance saloon here for game number 1. They've got to make something happen at this Drake.
Yeah, they really do. Otherwise, it's gonna be a mountain to climb if they want to.
Good one.
Got to do at least one British pun. Type deal.
At least one, mate. There will be many across the course of today. I'm sorry, everyone at home. It's just the way it's going to have to be. Aibo stepping on forwards here. Ultimates all available for the side of Heretics. Take a look at Shigenari, though. He's going to have a minute until his comes available. Jack Spectre just wants a 1v1 against the enemy top laner, flashing on in and finishes the job as well. Jack Spectre, take a bow, sir. What a statement game in the quarterfinals.
It really is, and if Unicorns want to contest that dragon, they're not going to be able to anymore. They're just going to peel away from that side of the map. What a standout performance from Jack Spectre, but of course just an explosive game number 1 from Heretics so far. Lord Dowers, myself included. And this is definitely the kind of performance where you say, all right, hold on. Maybe this can be a very, very close series.
And I want to quickly mention something as well, because I feel like in a lot of these games where the AD carry's popping off, a lot of people want to give a lot of credit to like Whiting, to Blue Resort for setting him up, and absolutely, these guys have been instrumental in Jack Spectre getting to the position where he can carry like this. But you also have to give props to the AD carry for being able to take that lead that was gifted to him and take over the fights in the way that he is.
Yeah, you do. Solo lanes in general has been really strong so far for Heretics, and I think the picks just make so much sense for the composition.
Oh dear, that is disaster. The face call used. Now Shigenari might die to the tidal wave, just about escapes his Winsome. Gonna go down. Jack Spectre untouched on the back line, and here comes Aibo on the backside. Lurox in trouble, stuck in the death realm. 1v1ing a Mordekaiser, and that ain't a 1v1 that he can win. Heretics finishing in style here, finishing fast, and showing us what the LVP are made of.
It's going to be a sub-30-minute game number 1 victory for Team Heretics here. Very, very phenomenal open up to the series for them. I think many people were expecting Unicorns to come out with a little more venom in game number 1, but it's the Spanish team that will come out on top as they take down the Nexus.
Fantastic stuff from Heretics coming in. Super strong game number 1. A great draft to work with. I love the different tools that they had. And also a draft that I'm not sure many people would have been expecting coming into today, right? I don't think you could reasonably say, oh yeah, we're going to be up against Mordekaiser top to start this one.
Yeah, you know, Mordekaiser top, Swain mid lane as well, same time. I mean, Swain obviously we've seen a fair amount of this split, but it's definitely felt like it's tapered off in Priory just a touch. But again, I think these 2 picks were, you know, not only, of course, monumental to how Heretics ended up winning this fight, but I think it just plays so much additional space buying for Jack Spectre, who, of course, got so damn fed once it came out of the laning phase. And yeah, Aibo with the Mordekaiser pick. I was calling something really spicy anyway, like an Alawi. I guess Mordekaiser makes a whole bunch of sense.
Aibo against his old team brings out a spicy pick and shows them how it's done. It's exciting to see how strong Heretics are coming into the series. Our analysts will talk you through the highlights of the game right after a short break, though, so make sure you stay tuned.
left for the Lions. Does it feel alive? Hold my hand, I can be your eyes. It's a fairy tale in disguise. Who starts the fire? Who starts the fire? We'll keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer, let it. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn the tide, 'cause we're big enough. We'll find a time and steal the love. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. The boiling point as we know it is close to frozen. What a time to feel alive. We'll be by the river when the floodgates are open. I think about it all the time. Who starts the fire? Who starts the fire? We'll keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer, let it. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn the tide, 'cause we're big enough. We'll find a time and steal the love. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. What a time to be alive. We've reached the boiling point. It's overflowing. We'll climb the gates or tear them open. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn the tide, 'cause we're big enough. We'll find a time and steal the love. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. 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 My body's numb, a stranger to my soul. Pain is gone and left me stone cold. Hey, you just talk for the sake of it. All I got from you are broken promises, but it don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. You just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. Go on. You keep talking, I'm sick of it. The same old stories. I ain't gonna listen to this. No, no, you hurt me so bad. And drop me just like that. Now turn her back to you, 'cause it don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. You just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. Go on. You brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, down on my knees. You brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, down on my knees. You brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, but I'm back on my feet.
everyone, to the Amazon European Masters quarterfinals. Why are you celebrating? You fought versus them.
We won a game! That fair in spring! We take those!
We just came out of this game when Heretics took down Unicorns. Let's be honest, they smashed the Unicorns on this first game. It was lovely to see. You doubted, you didn't though, Goldberg.
I mean, everything's going according to my plan so far. I will say,
everything is going according to my plan so
to be
far.
fair to her, she did say 3-1. That was the one. And that apparently means that now they're just going to lose a lot, according to her, apparently. But yeah, great stuff from Heretics in game 1 here. And I think coming in with the game plan, I was a bit baffled to see what kind of draft they brought to the mixture. Because
so explain to me this!
Yeah, because when I actually had a look at the draft, I thought to myself, well, Unicorns of Love is way more well-rounded and something that they're so used to doing as well. You know, you get a tanky frontliner, you have a control mage in the mid lane, you have a Kalista AD carry, you play for early, you try to win. Like, it seemed quite simple, right? But yeah.
It was. Explain to me in the beginning, when you see those winning conditions in favor of Unicorns and it doesn't go that way, why didn't?
I really never expected Unicorns of Love not paying attention to the Kalista in the early game. So you left Kalista alone versus Lucian Nami, and they were going to punish Kalista for sure. And that's how Heretics snowballed that early game. You literally can't leave the Spectra, those aggressive AD carries. In Spain, it was all about banning the Draven, banning the Lucian, and banning the Kalista away for him. You know why now.
Yeah, and I mean, like, you could clearly tell that coming into the game, they had a plan with it, because they banned away the Draven, they banned away the Caitlyn, and then they're like, wait, they haven't banned Kalista themselves. We're going to leave it open and not ban it, because then we can first pick it. But what they didn't take into account was the fact that his Lucian was still up. They banned the Felios in 3 instead. So it's like, yes, you spend your entire time trying to shut the guy down in draft so he can't be played for, but still, you let him have the Lucian Nami, and I think that on that kind of note, they were quite happy about it. The only thing I was a bit confused about with the draft coming through over from the start of Heretics was Mordekaiser felt a bit random because there's not really too many good ult targets, but it never got to matter because they didn't get ahead in the early stages from the side of Unicorns of Love.
I learned a lot during this game. You explained to me a lot of things, and when you leave someone like Jack Spectre that looks like Tom Cruise, apparently,
that is something the Spanish community is obsessed about.
I'm learning, guys. I learned a lot from the green room. I'm going to tell you.
Top gun Jack Spectre.
So let's look into how they actually worked inside of the game and understand the plays through replays of what we had in the bot side. As soon as you see the Lucian taking that first one, you started shouting, you started celebrating, obviously, and there you go, because you know they're giving priority to the bot side on one side, and the other one, they're giving priority to Sejuani. It's kind of confusing.
Yeah, I really didn't understand it because, I kind of understand that you want to leave Ivo behind, but your winning condition, at least the early win condition, you wanted that Kalista to snowball the game, and she got stomped. It was a 3 versus 1. They were collapsing, and you killed Ivo, but worse anything, Ivo was chilling. He didn't care.
And it's kind of just like reading mixed signals. You can't, right? You draft for bot lane, but you play towards top side. And you have the Kalista, you send your Mumu away. And in turn, you ban away all the champions of Jack Spectre, but you don't try to shut him down in lane either. So I think Heretics, they're just completely happy over the way things unfolded. And when Jack then got the lead he got, well, then he'll continue to do what he did in group stages. Single-handedly, he will move forward and he will take games in his own control. There's a reason this AD carry is so hyped. And there's a reason he was so hyped in spring as well, when people were talking about, well, why is he not on an LEC team just yet? We're still waiting for that, right? But even now at European Masters, he's popping up, and with however many bans against him, he's still showing up on Lucian.
Yeah, definitely. And something it kind of shocks me is that when we interviewed Jack Spectra after the first day of European Masters, he told to us in the Superliga stream that it was his first European Masters. He was kind of nervous. You could feel it in the gameplay. But today I'm not feeling that. Today, you expect that. I don't seem nervous at all. And he's just giving his best. 2.5k gold ahead in 40 minutes.
And supposedly that's a normal thing. You showed me a graphic that you did.
But that was on Draven. I expected that on Draven, but that was also in Lucian.
But he invented the bot lane. He invented the AD carry position.
He invented. I mean, you can play versus the guy that invented the AD carry position.
Look at this. There you go. The plus 2,000 gold lead with Lucian. It's not Draven. It is still there.
I mean, the Draven is banned away constantly because the guy can't snowball this hard on that champion. But today we did it on Lucian. Honestly, and it was incredible. One single mistake, they left Kalista alone for 1 second. Honey, I'm gonna buy some bread. Just be safe, please, in the bot lane. And Kalista, yes, I'm gonna be chilling. Suddenly, she gets that. And
analysis.
things happen.
But I also think, like, moving forward from Unicorns of Love, you don't have to change much because, like, yes, you can ban away the Lucian on 3 if your commitment is still that you want to shut down Jack and then match the scaling aspect of what you had with an Aphelios. But seeing the draft that they had, like, if you were playing it, you're not unhappy about it. You know that when you reach that mid game, you'll have a huge teamfight advantage with the kind of engaged tools you had as well. You had a Poppy into a Trundle. That Trundle pick was really good because it stopped them as well from going into a Tang on 5 instead. Absolutely. So they resorted to the Mordekaiser. So I think from the side of Unicorns of Love, it's not necessarily that they came in with a bad plan, but they certainly did not come in with the right execution. From the side of Heretics, I just think this is a freebie. You're super happy about it. You see how much space Jack is taking. Like, all of his laners, they can pick whatever they want. There's not a single thing that's going to be banned against them because he's soaking up all the pressure in draft as well.
But I think Heretics need to be very careful because I don't think the Lucian is going to be open anymore in this best of 5. And I agree with Gulbok that Unicorns of Love plan, at least during the draft, was pretty nice. I was totally sure. I really liked the draft from the side of Unicorns of Love. You need to play more for the Kalista, but maybe that's it. Ruby was chilling in the mid lane, taking advantages. He almost solo killed Fyro in the mid lane.
If possible, I think we can see the stats from the previous game, from the first game, to understand how the damage correlates with what we're talking about. I like to see how much damage.
Oh, Mordekaiser.
There you go. And this is also something that I wanted to highlight. Ruby was a beast, but he never was able to solidify those kills. He was always 1 inch away. Are you okay, Goldberg?
No, my glasses are not that strong, so I just had to step forward to have a proper look at the screen there. But yeah, I'm also just looking at the Kalista damage in contrast to the Sejuani damage. Because it's really not that far apart, right? You can clearly see that this is a story behind a team that never got to play the game. And that's what happened here for Unicorn of Love. It's not necessarily the fact that, oh, we didn't have anything to play for in the early game, because you did. But maybe it's a different approach you want to take, right? Maybe you say, well, we have enough engaged. You swap out that Amumu for a Renata instead. And then all of a sudden, Jack Spectre can become his teammate's own worst enemies with that hostile takeover. But like, you get into a time where they can just start up the Baron. They even flip this. Like, this could have just gone straight over to Unicorns of Love, and they would have been happy about the situation. That's not the case. And even when Jack Spectre is the first one you kill here, it's just not enough, because now the rest of Heretics is shining through.
And you can feel here how Unicorns of Love still had win conditions when it comes to these terms. You went right into the Baron Nashor pit versus Victor that was pretty well fed, honestly. And that is comfort zone for Victor. You need to be very aware. You can be flipping things like this when you are that ahead, because that was a 50-50. And Heretics was kind of lucky that it went in their favor.
So let's talk about Unicorns of Love right now. I need to understand what can they do to adapt from what we've seen in the first game. Goldberg.
Yeah, sure. I mean, either you just make up your mind and you can tell yourself that, okay, are we playing, like, because if it is in their nature that they just want to play for Scarface, they want to give him resources, well, then you don't put him on the Sejuani. Then you put him on something that he's going to shine on, and you put your AD carry on something that can be weak side instead. If that's not the approach you want to take instead, well, you can continue with what you just did here, and then you change your stylistic from the philosophy instead and play for that bot lane. I still way more prefer Kalista Renata lane, especially when you're going aggressive, because even if you lose the 1v1, well, Kalista's still going to have extra time to stand around and stack up those Rens and come back alive again. And also having hostile takeover against the team where one of the biggest threats is their AD carry, quite often it's quite nice because you force them to take cleanse, and then all of a sudden you also have a winning 2v2 because they won't have that extra heal or exhaust potentially you could go for. So I think Unicorns of Love, they don't have to be complicated about it. You just make small tweaks, and then you can remain competitive in this series.
I don't think I should ask you, Noah, what Unicorns need to win the game. I want to understand from Heretics what they can do to actually maintain this lead.
I think honestly, if the Lucian is open or Jack Spectre can peek, his comfort picks is gonna be okay for them. But honestly, I would love to see some changes on the other side of the map, because Jack was amazing, but Zyra was struggling in the mid lane. That was a matchup really difficult because I mean, Swain couldn't play the lane, Burley couldn't play the lane. The range matchup was really bad for him, and he was struggling a lot. So Heretics was lucky to have that strong bot lane somehow. So I would love to see some changes in the mid lane, give Spyro a bit of agency to thrive in the game, to not be depending entirely on Jack Spectra.
Okay, so now I want to make another question for you guys. We asked predictions previously in the desk. It was kind of shaky. I want to
Can
understand.
I change mine?
What are you doing?
You can, Goldberg. Okay, give it to me.
3-0 Heretics.
Okay.
Instead of 3-2 instead. What a dominant performance coming through here in game 1. Surely they're looking to continue with this one, aren't they?
There's the curse.
I don't trust this guy at all.
No, you shouldn't.
I don't trust this guy at all.
Noah, are you changing predictions?
No, I'm not.
I know you're doing the black magic and all of that, you told me.
Yeah, I hide my candles back in the desk. And my pentacle and stuff.
You're talking with Timo, aren't you? You're making a deal with Timo. No, for real, in your
Where's the
heart,
faith,
who do you
guys?
think is going to win this second game?
In my heart,
Yeah.
I think this game is
Be
going to be
honest.
on Unicorns Love, honestly. I think they're going to learn from their mistakes, and it's going to be a 1-1-1. I don't expect that 3-0. That would be too much, honestly.
So it's going to be Unicorns adapting with the jungle and the mid laner, and that should be enough for them? Or is that it takes way too strong right now?
No, I think it's going to be a 1-1. I think they're going to adopt.
I need more
Honestly.
Spanish catchphrases. You guys need to help me out here because I'm all in the Heretics train. So you need next time we come back, I've learned so many more catchphrses instead. Noah, you'll have to talk me more so I can just bring it out instead.
You want more Spanish phrases?
Yes.
No me cuentes movidas.
What does that mean?
Well, I understand that one.
Don't tell me stuff. It's like don't tell me stuff.
Well, there
it's
you
gonna be
have it.
1-1. Don't
There
try
you
to
have it.
jinx it.
What a beautiful opportunity to move on with the show as we're about to jump into the second game of the series. I don't know if you guys are ready back at home, but tell me on the chat, who do you think is going to win as we toss it to the casters, Munchables and Jamada?
Thank you very much, Archer. Yes, we're here at the cast desk once again. I'm Munch, joined by Jamada as we head towards game number 2. You know, they were talking about whether we're going to, you know, how many games in the series and all of that kind of stuff. To be honest, I'm a bit of a weird caster because I don't mind how many games there are. All I care is that the games that we get to witness are bangers. And game number 1 definitely fit that category. The absolute fist fight we saw at the Baron was mental. So long as the games are that kind of quality, I'm there for it.
I agree, Munch. I wanted to hold the silence just to make you think. Yeah, no. That first game was, you know, action-packed, start to finish. Even if there wasn't always like straight-up kills going down, I think a lot of the aggression that we saw out of Unicorns was quite good. Yes, there's a lot to sort of nitpick at how they potentially approach some of the mid-game team fights and, you know, some of the neutral setups, if you can call them setups, from game number 1. But I still think definitely not out of it. I want to see how they adapt in this second draft because I feel like whilst, yes, there was a lot of very strong responses from Heretics, I think that the ideas that Unicorns came across with weren't entirely terrible or poor. I think it was just about the execution of how they actually used the priority that they had from the bottom side. So I still want to see a lot more aggression come out from the bottom lane. I just want to actually see a little more tangible results come from that pressure.
Yeah, see if they can translate that pressure into more, especially when it comes to neutral objectives, right?
Yeah.
Both Heralds and 4 Drakes, and then a Baron as well, going the way of Heretics. No neutrals for the Unicorns in game number 1, so we kind of need to see that change. But I feel like we need to take a second to talk about Jack Spectre as well. 3 bans towards him, locks in the Lucian, still just dominates with the help of his team there. And the gold difference of 14, 2.3 thousand gold. I feel like that's like the average amount of gold that most gold AD carries get by 14 minutes. Never mind the deficit in his favor.
Yeah, that was a lot of gold that Jack Spectre had, right? First tower on the bottom side, picked up a lot of I don't think it was plates. I think it was just a full tower after the plates had just dropped off as well. So that 14-minute gold difference that we saw actually got inflated by several more 100 gold within the next 2 minutes after that stat as well. I think Unicorns can still stick with the 3 AD bans. I wonder whether they're going to drop them after that game. It's kind of one of those things where you just ban 3 ADs, then the AD still pops off. What do now?
Yeah,
you know?
It's like, okay, maybe we need to go back to the drawing board, see what happens in this draft. And we'll find out because Unicorn's still going to be on that blue side. The Draven ban still comes on through. The real question as well is, if we do see the 380 carry bans, is that Kalista still the priority pick?
I guess the question is, will they just try and take the opposite side of the matchup, right? Lucian first pick could definitely be also an option. I think that the bans don't really have to change here. I'm expecting that Unicorns are going to ban, well, what order was it? Caitlyn, then Aphelios? Or was it Aphelios, then Caitlyn?
Yep,
Either way.
no,
Caitlyn, then Aphelios. And Team Heretics went along the lines of Wukong plus X. I can't remember what the third ban was. My memory is terrible when it comes to
Silas.
Silas, there.
Silas.
So,
oh, wait, no, Sibyl's ban. It was
Yeah.
Wukong in the second round of bans.
yeah.
Yeah, so it was the Silas third, I think.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, from the Heretics. But the Kalista banned away by the Unicorns, which means they could go for the Lucian themselves, but also that Aphelios that we talked about is now open and available.
Yeah, exactly. Heretics, what are they going to do in this position? They see that the Kalista's now banned away. Do they just remove the Lucian but then give over the Aphelios, maybe try and pick something into it? Do they just entirely leave them up and trade? I think these are the options flying through the minds of the staff and players right now, they're trying to move away the Fire. That's what it was like last time. And the Lucian first pick immediately. So they won that out of Jack Spectra's hands. Now, with the Wukong up, it was ignored last time. Will we see that one come through? Expecting the Aphelios, though, as this answer from Jack Spectra. Or will they also go towards the Poppy? I think there's loads of strong options still available.
I mean, you could do both right now, couldn't you? They've got the Aphelios available, very good against short-range compositions. And in game number 1, we saw nothing but short range basically on both sides. The Aphelios will be locked in, and as you say, Poppy available. They could go for like a Trundle themselves. They could go for a jungler hit. They could also just lock in their bottom duo, right? Go for maybe something like a Lulu that can be really good for shutting down
Lulu, Renata, anything along those lines, right? Everything kind of works. I think they'll want to try and get their jungle now, just to see if they can get as decent a matchup as possible, just in case it doesn't end up being Lucian Nami, but it probably will be. There's the Wukong to try and sort of dissuade those kind of dives, which Aphelios can't always deal too well with.
And I feel like we're already seeing a very different style coming out from the Heretics, right? Where you've got this Aphelios and a Wukong very much leaning towards team fighting here already, which comparatively to game number 1 was much more about the early game, much more about skirmishing. So I feel like Heretics changing things up a little bit. The Nami has to be locked in. Feel like you need to go for your jungler here, perhaps something like that Poppy that we talked about, maybe a Trundle.
Yeah, Poppy, Trundle. Will they go towards the Sejuani as well? I feel like Sejuani was such a weak pick in game number 1. I feel like you just kind of leave it alone. I think you just answered, like you say, Trundle, even Viego, you can go as far down as that, even on this patch. Still okay for the skirmishing. If you're playing around the bottom side priority, like what we saw from game number 1, I wouldn't even mind that. They're going to go towards the Sejuani again, though. So let's see whether or not this actually ends up in Lurox's hands as opposed to Scarface, because it seems like Ivo has come prepared with many a tank-busting picks if he's willing to bring out that Mordekaiser in game number 1. Heretics just playing with a couple of hovers. Ruby specials, of course. Vladimir, Kastin pulled out in group stage. Just kind of teasing, but yeah, Lulu, mentioned it earlier, Lulu Renard, anything that kind of buffs up this Aphelios makes too much sense to have right now.
Yeah, and also you can polymorph the Lucian, right? So it can't be quite as terrifying in the audience. It's so disgusting. Here we go, the second ban phase, and I feel like with the Sejuani locked in, you know, the Silas ban that we talked about, we misassigned where it was in the draft, but the Silas ban came through the second phase. And against the Sejuani, trying to ban some of the solo laners with melee range can be effective. But last time it was Scarface taking Sejuani up top, and Heretics are like, you know what? Let's just take away the Javelin instead.
All right, so, you know, immobile, AD carry and support, taking away the Javelin just makes a lot of sense, right? As there's an already engage coming through from the Sejuani, you don't want to have to deal with Sejuani plus Javelin diving in and then potentially having some kind of third diver with Ruby on any kind of pick. Really could be Ari, could be Silas. We'll have to see how the bans fall through. Aatrox again, a lot of respect to Ivo on that one, and Trundle will be taken away just as a means of, I suppose Heretics felt like potentially that the Trundle was causing them issues until, you know, Mordekaiser existed in team fights and could just snap him away. They go towards now. I think more engaged takeaways from Unicorns would make a lot of sense to me, because at the moment Heretics only really have the Wukong to work with, and I think if you can try and strip away some more engaged tools, that would make a whole bunch of sense. The Sandra, same kind of facet, a lot of team fighting to provide as well.
Definitely can be an engaged tool for you, and that is an engaged tool too. The Ornn insta-locked here for Ivo. It's a champion who's not played that much this split, but historically over the years, Ivo, plenty of games on that Ornn to be talked about. And now Unicorns this time around, we'll see whether that Sejuani goes up to the top lane or is flexed to the jungle, and anticipate Scarface will still be taking that one. And Heretics feels like that's the way they're leaning. But Ruby has played the Silas before. Silas, I love this more. Massive priority in the LPL, and works with these melee solo lanes in a Sejuani jungle. It looks pretty good.
And you know what? I'm going to be real. I think Silas blind wouldn't be too bad either, right? I think into some of the pool that Zoya would be happy to actually bring into a team composition which Heretics are running, Silas kind of runs over it a little bit.
I'm just saying, in LPL, Silas is god tier. Ruby used to be an LPL player. I'm just throwing it in there.
Go back to his roots. Go back to his roots. Look, Silas just makes too much sense. You've got very strong ultimates across the board already to steal away, right? Wild Growth, probably the weakest one there. Maybe, oh, well, I guess Aphelios kind of stinks, but Cyclone, Ornn ultimate too. Massive, but also Gangplank being able to kind of break apart fights with the Cannon Barrage, Barrels Lodge, making things super awkward for Jack Spectra. But as well, even before that, the early laning phase, you kind of get a bit of a freebie. Early laning phase been nerfed for Gangplank. He doesn't really show his face too much like he used to alongside things like the Gwen, but still very capable of scaling up to a very powerful point. And Zoiru goes towards that Talia, the pick that surprisingly has been more absent than I would have thought, but still a very powerful roaming mid laner.
But across the course of this split, Zvero's played 5 games of the Talia, 100% win rate with a 6 KDA. This man knows how to pilot that Talia, and it's all about getting to those side lanes. But look at the scaling on the side of Heretics here. It feels like they're going to be waiting for a little while before they really come online in this game. And there's a reasonable amount of scaling for the side of Unicorns as well, but with a Lucian, with a Sylas, there's always space for skirmishing.
Yeah, always space for skirmishing, and they also have their own sort of late game insurance policy inside of the Gangplank. As long as they go, you know, sort of 30 minutes, 3 items come in, he's always going to be a bit of a menace in those late game team fights. And, you know, you say Heretics more about the scaling, obviously Ornn, Lulu, Aphelios, I agree, but Wukong Talia, man, no slouches in those skirmishes in 2v2, and we saw how much work Blurzo actually got done on the Wukong in groups when Zoya was getting very heavily focused in the mid lane, always there to pick up the pieces. Not that there are often very many pieces to pick up because Zoya would play the 2v1 so well.
Yeah, we'll see how this early game goes as well, because I feel like we saw game number 1, it was like 4 minutes or something, a dive on both sides of the map simultaneously, and both teams kind of reeled from those punches and took a second, took a few minutes of just like, okay, let's not do that again for a moment, and then it all kicked off again. So now game number 2, Unicorns tried to make something happen at level 1 in the first game, but not going to opt for the same here, playing it safer. And both teams kind of coming at this game with a different angle. And I like that in a best of 5. I like to see teams showing that they're flexible.
Yeah, no, totally. So I was wondering how much Unicorns would kind of stick to a similar opening rotation. And in theory, they have done that, right? Sejuani's still there, just in the jungle now as opposed to the top lane. Aggressive bottom side focus to potentially try and shut down Jack Spectre and Whiten. And this time, a much more one-sided laning phase you'd expect from Lucian Nami. Once you get to level 3, definitely seen Lulu and the Aphelios take over the first couple of waves just because, you know, green gun gives you, Calibrum rather, gives you so much range to play with in those early trades.
That was Jamada going from natural Jamada to caster mode Jamada there.
Yeah.
Green gun, Calibrum.
Calibrum, yeah.
Got to use the real words on this one.
Caster Jamada is so much different to regular Jamada.
Oh, look at this though.
Oh, hello.
Winsome and Shiganari. I don't know if they were spotted going into the alcove here. You can see the wards. Here we go. Whited already massively chunked out here.
I have your answer. They weren't spotted.
They were not. They were definitely not. But still, Heretics actually managed to clear the ward, and the Unicorns won't be able to. So actually fairly even, and Jack Spectre plenty of HP to work with, and the range advantage from, as you rightly said, the green gun.
Oh my god.
Never mind. I'll take it back.
Sorry, you were saying health advantage, Munch.
I would say range advantage, but apparently not when he just walks up to Shiganari.
Yeah, it doesn't matter in the end. And definitely one thing to note, whilst it is longsword plus 3 pots, well, now 2 on either side of the bottom laners, it is Winsome with the sustain in this lane. So even if they do win quite heavily out in the opening trades, which right now, spoiler, they're not, he'll get blown by Whiten.
Yeah, level 2 could be huge from the side of the Unicorns here. The minion's very low with Piercing Light. They could just finish someone off, but level 2 hit first for the Heretics bottom lane. Calibrum going to go slightly wide, just going to zone away, try and deny experience, deny CS if they can, but I don't think a single one has gone down there that Shiganari didn't have access to. There we go, level 2 on either side now.
Mid lane gank is actually what I was looking towards. Lurox wasn't pathing towards the bottom side earliest because he wants to get in this mid lane. Level 3 for Ruby now.
Zoro doesn't flash until late, does get knocked back, and now he'll be stunned as well. Ruby's here with the chain lash, and Lurox makes it happen in the mid lane.
Yeah, really nice, and you can actually see this ward that Lurox is walking over, I think probably baited Zoro into a bit of a false sense of security, and if Unicorn saw him fog down towards the bottom side and probably ward that, that's likely why this pathing came out from Lurox. Really smart gank, probably not anticipating an angle just then. Means that they get first blood for this Sylas.
And this is the power of the Sejuani when you have melee solo laners. The E is procced so effectively. And it means you can set up Ruby for that first blood. Now Ruby on a pick where you can really influence the game.
And not only that, the pick can kind of just get easier, right? Ruby still has flash over Zoya, who can go back towards the mid lane. A lot of trading going on down here. Cleanse.
Shiganari being forced away. Here the graviton. Oh, but the Calibrum wide after the dash there. Shiganari playing with fire on this one and struggling into the pressure that's coming out from this Aphelios.
Yeah, and now Blurzo comes down towards the bottom side to try and capitalize on some of this pressure as well. Still flash available on both Nami and Lucian. Winsome and Shiganari still have those summoner spells, but perhaps there's an invade that comes off the back of some of this priority. There's not a lot of health to work with Jack Spectre, but maybe if they can steal away the red buff, it's worth enough. There's no smite available on either jungler though. It's a health advantage at most.
Yeah, Lurox being forced away here. Blue Resort getting a bit of revenge for what happened in game number 1. But it doesn't look like this is going to turn into anything too significant. Lurox goes over to his crooks. They're going to wait for recalls. Ruby doesn't know, but the recalls will be committed to. And we kind of return to the status quo here, but a solid lead here. 500 gold for the Unicorns at 4 minutes. Certainly a good start to things.
Yeah, and Zvyra's going to really have to manage his way very well now. I say this as we're hovering over the mid lane, because if he shoves up too far forward, quite simply, Ruby will flash on him, and if Lurox is there, it's very quick permafrost stacks to get down, and immediately Talia will drop down. Very squishy champion in the early laning phase. Needs a couple of defensive items, right? Things like Zhonya's, sometimes see Crown come out as well.
Yeah.
Just to ensure that you don't get dove on and killed immediately.
Ruby hitting the level 5 here, and will dodge away from the seismic shove just about. Tries to find the re-engage, but will be ever so slightly shy on it. Scarface doing a good job on this top side, and you know, last time around he was up against that Mordekaiser, had the blind pick Sejuani and suffered in terms of those CS numbers. This time around, he's the one with a comfortable matchup. He's the one with a CS lead on this Gangplank, and Gangplank, one of those champions that, you know, used to just be a late game champion. They buffed up his passive, and now he's pretty terrifying at all stages in the game. Here we go, rooting the bottom side. Shiganari in trouble, and a great little trade out from Jack Spectra. Both players on the Unicorn side down to half HP, and Whiten. Fantastic polymorphs so far this game. Fantastic speed-ups, and Lurox wants to play onto Blue Resort here. The stun comes on through. Seismic shove wide again. But Ruby couldn't quite get into the play.
I love this though. Unicorn's just leveraging how strong this Sejuani Sylas is in the early game, and it's only really going to get stronger, right? Once level 6 comes in, double permafrost stacks from, you know, just getting the 4 stacks, then immediately popping the ultimate. Ruby's going to have the Cyclone steal away. Quite enjoying how they're leveraging this 2v2. And I'll say Heretics, you know, with this Wukong, with the Talia, maybe they can try and get outside of lane, maybe try and, you know, utilize how strong this can be as a skirmishing 2v2. Sejuani Sylas is just trumping it so heavily right now.
And I will say, I'm excited to see what Ruby can do. With, you know, he's got himself an early lead. He's on a pick like Sylas, which really is one of these picks that you want to carry the game. You want to be the shining star of the team, which is not really the style we've seen from Ruby across the course of the year. Generally, it's things like the Azir, the Invicta, his Arya as well. Champions that will give a lot of damage in the late game or set up the rest of the team earlier on, but not usually the superstar role, right? And it feels like he's been kind of the rock of the team. He's been the insurance policy a lot of the time. But this game, bringing out the Sylas, wanting to show off some of his mechanics and wanting to show that he can be a driving force.
Yeah, and in a game like this, where he's got so many proactive tools to be able to use, right? Talia ultimate to get to side lanes in the early stages, or not to get fights started for his team. He really is going to be the rock to have to deal with here. Chain connects. Blue Result should be alright.
First 2 stacks already. There's a knock-up and a flash forced as Ibo under the tower as well, and this time no Death Realm to work with, and look at the way Scarface could just let this push into him if he wants to. Ibo will have to sacrifice a lot of CS to help his jungler here. Ward over the wall, Ruby's here, but the knockup goes wide from Ibo, and Ruby just jumps on into the play. Damage onto Ibo. They're going to look for the stun here.
Oh, he missed it.
And it denies the ultimate. Now comes the cannon barrage and another flash forced. Ruby going in 1v3. It's a little bit optimistic from him, but it means now that Ibo's caught out. Lurox in a 1v1 though, gets the stun, can't finish skill. Lurox goes down, and it's a trade 1-for-1 here. As the barrel scares them away, Scarface backs off.
Yeah, crucially, the knockup comes through onto Lurox. Can't proc the permafrost % HP damage, and that's why Ibo survives a little bit longer. Bonus of it though, red buff and a kill onto the Gangplank, who was already winning in this lane, so he's going to be alright with that at the end of the day. But let's look at how this all unfolds, right? You had the initial engage, a nice kind of sidestep there from the Searing Charge. The ultimate comes through on Ibo, and Lurox sees the opportunity to just stun him up. I think he missed it's hard to tell. That looks really weird, actually, in the replay, but flash away from Ibo. Ruby goes a little bit too deep. You can see on the bottom side, Lurox still chasing down the idea of where Ibo is, because he saw him with Ruby's vision, and you're going to just notice. Stun, does get the auto attack in, does get the % HP proc.
Yeah.
Scarface able to get forward, still picks up his kill.
Yeah, so Scarface flashing in at the last second there to make sure that the kill is traded, and look at the CS deficit. Here we go, culling at the bottom side. Shiganari, big damage onto Jack Spectra there, but not enough to make it stick, right? Red-white available for Jack, but just a couple more autos on that red weapon until it times out, but still has the Q. You can use the full Q, even with just 1 ammunition, should a fight kick off on the bottom side.
Not quite a Jack Spectra game 1 culling, was it? From
no,
from Shiganari, but
indeed it was not.
I will say, despite what I was anticipating to be a lot of bot lane focus from Unicorns, it's actually been towards the top side, which I guess when you have such a hard-winning matchup on the top side anyway, leverage it.
Yeah.
It does mean, however, you are letting this Aphelios Lulu kind of scale up almost for free, and that could definitely be a bit of an issue when you look at Heretics with a relatively strong front-to-back teamfight composition. As now, focus on the Herald.
Are they actually just going to walk in and take this one free?
Surely
No,
not.
apparently not. Lurox is here, as is Ruby and Blue Resort. About 1 HP already. Goes for the Cyclone. In comes his top laner. How is he living this one? But Lurox still survives as well. And it's 2 easy kills coming the way of Unicorns. It looked a little dicey for a second, but the Herald should now be theirs.
Yeah, it should be theirs. For a moment, they looked like they were going to back off because Jack Spectre and White could have potentially rotated up all the way, but they show their face back in the bottom side of the map. Now this Herald will be Unicorns. Really nice skirmish there. A lot of small things just going back and forth. Winsome.
Damage onto Winsome. The Calibrum so close to finding its mark, but ever so slightly wide. And that's all they need to do on the bottom side is just live through this lane because the top side is dominated.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, you see here, I want you to actually pay attention to Ruby because he goes for the ultimate with the Ornn. Zveru denies it with the, I can't remember what the ability is called, but it just shoves him back. Seismic shove out of the ability, so he can't get the recast, but it just doesn't matter, right? Blue Resort's out of position too far deep in, 2 versus 1, eventually 3 versus 1, and Ibo as well ends up dropping. That's fucking war, Herald. Hey.
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
There they are. We found them.
Okay, a lot of pings on the bottom side. Jack Spectre, low on HP. Him and White in doing an amazing job in this lane. 10 CS lead for themselves as Blue Resort pushed out of the play once again. Drake has spawned. I mean, it spawned about 6 minutes ago. Nobody looked towards this one just yet.
I've noticed this. I feel like unless a team has like complete control of the bottom side and the Dragon is super free, ever since we've had these changes where the Dragons are a lot tankier, harder to kill in the early portions of the game, teams just kind of let them go, right? They don't really try and take them down unless it is like super free or it's effectively kind of almost a win condition for your team composition.
It just feels like it's a lower priority than other objectives. Like Herald gets you gold right now, and the towers get you gold right now, whereas the Dragon feels a little bit...
It's weird, right?
Later on. You know?
Yeah, it's strange because obviously Herald buffed up in value, you get more gold for taking it down now, both first and second. But the Dragon stats also did get buffed, right? It's not like there's no gold value in those Dragons either.
But it doesn't flash up yellow on your screen.
Oh yeah, it's the dopamine hit.
25 gold.
It's the dopamine hit of like seeing 160 when you share a Herald with a laner.
Exactly. It's the dopamine hit of seeing plus 86 when you steal your AD carry's cannon. Here we go though. Zveru moving down towards this bottom lane. On this Talia, we wanted to see proactivity on the pick. We wanted to see him getting into the lanes. There's a Graviton to start it off. The Weaver's Wall and an ultimate out from this Aphelios. The rocks are landing. Sparrow just out of range though. Shiganari survives it once again.
Yeah, Zveru not quite as patient as perhaps he should have been with that seismic shove, and now in the mid lane, Unicorns are going to respond immediately and potentially die. Blue Resort, he's gone!
The tower! Blue Resort just gets one shot by Ruby and Lurox. That's going to be 4 plates in the mid lane. Jack Spectre, though, answering in the bottom side in the meantime with Sparrow and White in, zoning away the enemy team. Red and White to get a bit more damage down, but he can't stick around too long here. So there is an answer. Lurox arriving. Ruby finishes the tower in the mid lane. That's 5 plays. Jack Spectre forced to flash. And oh my days, this is tense. This is such a close run thing, but 3,000 got to leave. Oh, the cannon barrage is massive. Lurox trying to get into the play as well. Sparrow the target, but a good seismic shove denies any follow-up from Lurox.
Yeah, Ruby's here waiting in the wings. He doesn't really have a strong... Well, if Blue Resort gives him Cyclone, he does have a strong ultimate to steal away, but...
Okay, good sweeper, good sweeper. That is a hungry Silas waiting over that wall, and I think Jack Spectre realized it. Gets out of there.
It's like in Jaws, right, where the hand is on the character and behind you can just see the fins start to sink underneath the water.
Yeah, it did feel a little... But just like in Jaws, they pop their sweeping lens.
Oh, yeah.
And
yeah, they pop
see
the
red
lens.
outline. Is that how Jaws went? It's a while since I've seen it.
Close enough.
Yeah, Ruby though, let's just quickly mention, not only is he Spartan 117 in his CS score, but he's also 2-0-2 right now. He's got an Everfrost already. And this is all before he's recalled after taking 5 plates in the mid lane. Ruby is going to be a monster in this mid game.
Yeah, so I'm not going to say that he might one-shot people, depending on what he bases on right now. But what I am saying is he's probably going to one-shot people when he comes back from base. Going towards Sonya, so a little more, you know, utility, survivability, yes.
Not one-shotting people.
Not quite one-shotting people, but I suppose at the end of the day, when you're looking at abilities like Seismic Shard, when you're looking at Ornn Ultimate, Cyclone as well, it just makes a little bit too much sense to have the stasis kind of prepped and ready to use in some of these team fights.
Also, there's a ton of physical damage. Ultimates coming on out the bottom side, and the Heretics are sent packing. Great little play from Lurox, hiding in the brush. And now an opportunity for Shiganari to get a bit of gold for himself. Lurox is massive, by the way. 3-1-4 off of all of this early game presence on the Sejuani. And much preferring this pick in the jungle to what we saw in the top lane. It's Lurox just going to kick Blue Resort out of the bottom side.
Yeah, but I think for me, the big key difference between game number 1 and game number 2 is actually that Lurox has been more actively utilizing his lane priorities that he's had, right? When we saw game 1 with the priority from the Kalista on Shiganari, sure, threats were made, but nothing was actually gained from a lot of these plays. So far, it's more about been about getting the Rift Herald, getting, you know, plays towards the mid lane because you actually have a little more consistent setup from Ruby. Much more liking this, yes, in the jungle, but I also feel like Lurox as a player has been using his laners much more to his advantage.
Yeah, not just about the pick, also about the play here. Sparrow could be... Oh, Ruby just flashes in and it whiffs everything. It's an absolute disaster for him.
Does he care?
Call of the Forge God against Call of the Forge God, and Silas does it better once again. It's another kill for Scarface up in the top side, who is feeling fantastic on the gangplank.
He really is. 202 Triforce build as well. Feeling spicy. I will hit on him. It's gone grasp.
You're gonna hit on him?
Whoa.
Oh my, it really is getting sexy initiative here.
But gone grasp, kind of boring. First strike, loads of damage, gold generation. I like it more as a gangplank player personally. But with the Triforce build and that grasp, he's gonna be, you know, pretty obnoxious to actually take down all the bonus HP. I expect he's stacked up. As Blue Resort just continues to get forced out here.
Blue Resort, you know, he's going to look back with a bit of nostalgia at the times when he was allowed to take jungle camps. Because those years are gone. He's never allowed back into his jungle again. Get out the rose-tinted glasses, because that's the only way you're looking at jungle camps this time. Jack Spectre at least gets some solo time in the bottom side, thanks to Whitin threatening alongside him. Scarface won't be able to contest this tower. And getting gold into the Aphelios is always going to be valuable. He's procced his cull at this point, has the Gale Force. Usually have to wait until the 3 items for the Aphelios really to come online, but still good to have that late game insurance, and I think they're going to need to cash in on that insurance, because currently in the early game they're 5,000 gold down.
Yeah, and so much of that gold as well in the solo lanes. Even Lurox has gone Bammies into Warmogs. That's really Giga Chat. So are you going to ask how it procs?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
I was more going to ask, is this actually good for Unicorns? They got the Herald, but they've lost 2 towers on the bottom side in trade for it.
Well, they are giving it to Ruby, who's already snowballing. I would have really liked to have seen Ruby try and execute that tower to keep this Herald at full HP, but, you know, nitpicks, they should still get this tower regardless. But this play's taken so long, Heretics have reset, and they're going to be here to defend the tower. So this isn't even going to be a, you know, an equal tower trade here, like you say. And the gold value, remember, this is gold going into an Aphelios in comparison to, you know, kind of shared between tanks and Silas who's snowballing. So realistically, Heretics, yes, you know, still on a positive uptrade, but it feels even better because this gold is going into your late game insurance.
Yeah. The smite comes down, Ruby going to grab the blue buff. So talk to me about the Warmogs and the Bammies. I know you really want to talk about it. I just felt like the tower trades needed to be mentioned.
Honestly, I don't really need to.
Blue Resort is going real deep for this one. Cyclone used, and Ruby buying some time with this stopwatch. Knocked up though. There's the Wild Growth going to be used. Ruby keeps himself alive with the Kingslayer, trying to escape now on the top side of the play, but he goes down. The whole squad is here from the Heretics. As you see, Jack Spectra moving over as well. And the Unicorns forced away. And Heretics, despite the gold deficit, they're still being aggressive, they're still being proactive, and they are taking names.
They really are. I mean, the only thing to me right now is that Gangplank going to be able to pick up that whole tier 2. Blue Resort goes really low. That tidal wave, they're still looking for a fight here, and here comes the teleport.
More here. Shiganari, though, gets caught by the Moonlight Vigil. Jack Spectra, red and white. This is not the moment for the Unicorns, I fear. There's Lurox threatening in the side, but with the caliber, look at the damage on Shiganari there. And that will be the tower going down. No more contesting for the Unicorns.
Yeah, all right, let's just step away, guys. That's a blender for Seed 1.
Oh, yeah.
Unicorns, I think they're still going to be very happy to potentially reset, look towards the Dragon, maybe contest that. They are still very heavily in the lead right now in the gold department. Scarface just picked up a Collector. I think he's level 13. We'll see once the icon disappears. No, very close, though, as you can see indicated by the XP bar. And very much going to be more than joyous to try and take a team fight now once he hits that level 13 mark.
yeah, Scarface is going to be really tough to deal with. And, you know, even though Shigenari not ahead in gold in that bottom side, 1,000 gold down, he's still Lucian. So ultimately, he's still going to be, you would assume, more impactful than the Aphelios. That said, though, Jack Spectre has been tearing people apart so far from what we've seen. And it feels quite tense as we move towards the mid-game. Drake going to be started up by the Unicorns, which will be one apiece here. No contest whatsoever from the Heretics. They instead move to the top side to try and get vision around the Baron that's spawning in 40 seconds.
Yep, and this is pretty good call from Heretics, right? You know you're still far down in gold. Don't look for a fight, which you know you're probably just going to end up losing. Scarface could actually get caught out here. Aphelios is on his way. Jack Spectre.
Forge God. There's one knock up here.
Okay.
The TP comes out. Lurox is here too. Jack Spectre stunned up by the max range and just obliterated. And now Ruby's here. A Call of the Forge God of their own. And Aibo will fall. The Unicorns will not be stopped. They want this momentum.
Lurox, that was sick. Predicts the Gale Force dash and still connects with the ultimate. Real slick thinking to ensure that he can get that lockdown, and the barrel placed right on top of Jack Spectre's forehead. Gets one shot. Aibo can do nothing but try and retreat. And you like the idea from Heretics, right? The only issue is, if you take a look at the minimap as this play is actually going on, first move is just available from Unicorns, and Lurox right around the corner. Such a nice ult from Sejuani, and yeah, almost stolen away by Ruby. Too much lockdown, too many members here. Aibo drops. Again, the idea from Heretics isn't terrible. Try and pick off this gangplank. Look at his shutdown. It was probably a little bit smaller before that play, but if you can get that gold onto the Aphelios, that's absolutely perfect.
And you know, you mentioned the damage coming out from Scarface. Literally, like, pretty much 100 to 0 with a barrel and an auto. Like, that is terrifying.
Smile.
You mentioned the Collector coming up through. Now has a Zeal as well. He's going to build up that critical strike chance so we can go towards an Infinity Edge. And that's where things get terrifying for Jack. Jack needs to dodge every single barrel in the late game, or he's a goner.
Yes, he is indeed. And the thing is, if Unicorns are able to, kind of like game number 1, where we said that Heretics wants to be in front of the objective first, if Unicorns can be that enter into the river first, you're always going to have to be walking into barrels, into, you know, Sejuani ultimates, tidal waves. It's the same thing, just reversed at the moment. Loads of peel tools mean that Unicorns can kind of just force the issue using the priority from the Lucian, which we saw from game number 1, and ensure that they always have favorable fights. Heretics, however, unlike game number 1, where Unicorns had pretty much no engaged tools, have engaged tools like this.
Blue Resort trying to get it, but Shigenari just dodges away, keeps himself alive. Lurox in the middle of everyone, but he's so tanky, just walks away with his life. So many tools you're used, kind of on both sides here. It feels like we kind of had a little sparring match. Everyone just throws a bunch of ultimates in and walks away.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Shigenari's ultimate's coming back up. Ruby still has an ultimate steal away, and the Gangplank ult is still there. They're not going to try and do anything too high-paced, like go towards a Baron, which, to be fair, given the items of Unicorns, I think they'll actually tear that one down in an instant. They will just look to kind of disengage, and Lurox got chunked out quite heavily, but this is why you go Warmogs very early on in the game. Play for engage, doesn't work as long as you get out, you just heal, no need for a reset.
Yeah. Do you want to tell me about the Warmogs Barmies? I feel like you never got a chance. I feel like there's something close to your heart.
What it's not, but basically
all right then.
It's not, but that sounded really rude, I'm sorry. But yeah, you can get the proc really early on. If Scarface shows himself, he could be in trouble, but Lurox is kinda close by.
Scarface could maybe just
if he gets a crit on the barrel, he would definitely come pretty close to
He did just get enough gold to upgrade his ultimate again there as well. So he'll be able to trade in those doubloons, grab himself, I would assume at this point, the second upgrade on his ultimate, but
it should be
not a Gangplank
He's
aficionado.
224 CS, so I hope it is. That's another great ultimate from Lurox to force out Flash.
Man, Lurox has been so proactive. He's been so aggressive all game, just brute forcing advantages across the map. It feels like he has been everywhere and nowhere. He's a ninja on this. He's in the middle. Gonna be in so much trouble. Goes in for the Cyclone, but one more auto finishes the job. And Shigenari using the Lucian well. And well, what a way to find a pick.
That felt like a game 1 Jack Spectre culling the Shigenari hitting like a truck right now. Still very, very strong, and now they're going to turn towards the Baron. 3 items available to Gangplank, loads of crit damage. This is going to get melted, and there's no jungler from Heretics, no Ornn ultimate, no Talia wall. What will Heretics be able to get done to try and dissuade this?
Heretics need some kind of miracle to contest this one. Ruby has the Call of the Forge God Sparrow. Going to just look to try and steal over the wall, but with the smite available, he went down to 200 HP. But now, Call of the Forge God going to be used. Sparrow has no flash, but the knock-up goes wide, and it means he will walk away.
Yeah, if that knock-up connects, you have to imagine. Probably ends up dropping. Sejuani was a couple of seconds off cooldown on that play. And I didn't realize it's a Cloud Soul and Rift. I love to just derail everything, you know.
It's a Cloud Soul.
It's my job to spread the word of Cloud Soul, officially and unofficially.
Can I ask why? Does it matter at all?
In this game, honestly, it's not that high value.
No, I agree.
But
there's not many games where it is.
No, take that back.
No, I'll never take that back. If you're going to be the preacher of Cloud Soul, I'm going to be the antithesis. I'm going to be the enemy.
Wow.
Mr. Infernal Soul over here. I've got an orange jacket on. We're repping. Here we go. Oh, just one shot here. Shigenari has to escape and will do so.
Oh my god, what?
And the barrels come through as well. Everybody 1 HP on Heretics as they flee under their towers, desperate to cling to life. The Unicorns. This is not the Unicorns of love. This is the Unicorns of sheer hatred as they charge into the base, demolishing the Heretics here. Over 10,000 gold lead as they take a bit in him.
Yeah, and they should be able to retreat, go pick up the, maybe the 4th best dragon, but get themselves closer to the 2nd best soul in the game. Oh, look at this damage from Shigenari. Oh! I want to be sick and let's see, what is it? Is it Barrel that connects onto Whiten? Yep, 920 gold, followed up by Ruby. You can just see the AD carry champions are just so damn fair.
It's like, all me.
All me. I did that. That was me. All right. I finally picked up my death cap. I deal damage.
Yeah. All he had to deal was 100, but he did it. He absolutely did it. Unbelievable. Like, the burst damage coming out from the Unicorns now with a Gangplank and a Lucian. You see Shigenari go and basically one-shot someone. Then you see Scarface go and basically one-shot someone. And Ruby just comes in and finishes the job. Beautiful stuff. And I mean, what a one-sided game for the Unicorns here, and it kind of feels the opposite of game number 1. Like, despite how action-packed game number 1 was, it was ultimately a very one-sided game towards Heretics. Now we're seeing the same thing on the opposite direction, which to me says that we might have a bit of a series on our hands here, Mr. Chimada.
He said the phrase, guys. He said the thing.
The game's not even over. I've
It's
just
not done. Yeah. Now this is the part where Heretics come back from 11,000 gold lead and win and go 2 up, right?
I mean, if they can pull that off,
yeah.
If they can pull that off, they absolutely.
I think they deserve it.
We're just giving them the series at that point. Like, forget the best of 5.
Just send them to the finals. Forget semis.
Yeah, they get the buy. They get the free buy. Lurox gets a nice little ultimate here, but no follow-up from the rest of the team as Blue Azor going to use the Cyclone just to try and disengage on this one, but the Unicorns can play this as slowly as they like. They know that Heretics cannot defend against the Baron up waves. They've still got a little bit of time. Oh no, the Baron now times out, in fact. But with the supers in the mid lane, and with just the sheer gold difference, I'm not sure that this is defendable for Heretics.
No, I don't think it is. 3 items available to Shigenari. Finny still not there, and he's looking for an instant.
Like, Shigenari actually survives that. He walks away with his life, and now Ruby just jumps into the middle of everyone again. This is the second time he's done in this game, but this time he lives with the Kingslayer. And the cannon barrage finishing the kill onto Jack as well. The Unicorns making it look sexy as they make their way underneath the Nexus towers. And we're going to go to a 1-1 scoreline. Shigenari does go down. Aibo getting a bit of revenge for what's happened in this game. Lurox back as well. No way do they actually defend this one. Scarface is here to hit the towers down, but they've run out of minions. They actually can't end it. It's disaster for the Unicorns.
Yeah, are there teleport wards available for anybody to maybe get into a flank? It looks like the answer is no. Aibo and Zoru on the front line, so they're not going to try and pick up any of these kills on the escape.
This is kind of criminal, Chibata.
It is. Look, I agree. I mean, this is the like life sentence, 20 years. He's like, how does he get away with this, man? It's absolutely absurd. Just removes the Wukong from the team fight. Collected, Jack Spectre is by the Gangplank ultimate. And Ruby definitely steps a little bit too far forward after this, I believe. But still able to escape. Lurox, actually, I beg your pardon. Takes a whole bunch of damage. Polymorph, too many tower shots. You are a tank, but you're not invincible at the end of the day.
Yeah. You're a tank, you're not a Juggernaut. You know, this isn't the Juggernaut patch. You can't survive that much.
I missed that patch, you know.
I really don't. I really don't.
You telling me you didn't
Garen Yumi away from me.
Alright, you know what? My bad.
Probably don't make vomit noises on the broadcast.
Yeah, I get. Sorry, anybody that gets upset about that. That's my bad. My etiquette.
Do you know what?
That great.
I forgive you, Jamada. I can't speak for everyone at home, but I personally forgive you.
Chat, I hope you can.
It's a 13,000 gold lead. Realistically, we're in bonus time for Heretics at this point. They have no right to still be in this game. That was Unicorns really being messy at the end of this one. You should expect Unicorns to be able to finish this one off. And I will say, I'm impressed by how much of a team effort this has been. That's right. It feels like every single player has been impacting. It feels like every single player has had an individual level of strength and an individual level of influence in the game. And it's not just been down to one player popping off, This feels like a team effort.
Yeah, it really does. And I think massive shift up from game number 1. It felt like, Scarface, even Lurks to the degree, kind of muted by the draft that they were operating under Sejuani Trundle. Trundle could have got a lot more done in the early game. I still definitely hold true to that. I feel like the priorities weren't used as well as they were in game number 2. But this time, Scarface in a matchup where he's just super comfortable to farm up, and Lurox with Ruby this time actually pairing up more aggressively to take over the 2v2 in the mid jungle. Just meant that it's complete domination in this second game. And I really want to wonder, on top of everything, as this game should come to a conclusion relatively soon, what's going to happen with the Lucian pick? Because this is 2 games in a row where, sure, Shigenari might not have been the centerpiece of this victory, but it's been very influential in setting up for the rest of Unicorns to actually look for plays.
He was the centerpiece of that previous fight, right? Going in, almost one-shotting White in. Blue Resort tries to save his support and just dies to the culling alone. Is Baron going to be stopped for the time being? Ruby gets back over the wall. That's a
This is not a good fight.
Mirage. Stun comes down, barrels in as well. Sparrow turns gold to buy some time as the chains land. What? Where did he go? It's a magic trick as the double kill comes through. Scarface wants them all. Gets another with the auto attack. That's 4. Is he going to get the pen skill? No! His team just takes it away. In fact, I'm not even sure he got the 4. As Sparrow is down in the mid lane. I can't count.
Maps is hard for play-by-plays.
Everything is hard.
Everything is hard for play-by-plays.
My brain don't do the numbers good. But you know what? Unicorn's brains do League of Legends good. It's 18-4 is the final scoreline as they push us to game number 3 in an even series.
Massive step up from Unicorns in this game number 2. And like I was mentioning, what's going to happen now with the draft, right? We've now seen Jack Spectre taken off that Lucian. Looked a lot less threatening. Still, the idea of getting to a late game fantasy of Aphelios Lulu was certainly possible, but the execution was just too damn good from the Unicorns once they actually had a little more freedom to skirmish on the top side. And I really want to sort of hark back to what Gulborg said, right? Because he actually called for this. He said, maybe play towards Scarface. They play towards Scarface now, and it's worked out. How are Heretics going to adapt to this swap up in prioritization of resources?
Yeah, and also just like Scarface, individually, the difference was night and day here. Obviously, his team playing to him having a pick where he can have that influence, you could see that he knows how to use that influence. He knows how to make sure things are happening on the top side of the map. And I mean, later on in the game, we already talked about it in the cast, the Lucian damage, the Gangplank damage, like the ultimate coming down from Gangplank with Collector to just finish off Jack Spectre in the team fights. I mean, we've all talked about it a million times. Aphelios does not do well into Gangplank, and especially when the Gangplank is piloted as well as Scarface.
Yeah, that was a pretty monster performance from Scarface. It was definitely set up very well by the skirmishers, let's not forget, but he was already individually kind of just pile driving Ivo in the top lane. It was brutal. Like 20 CSR, almost 1,000 gold before he got the kills. So now that also becomes a question. Do you remove the Gangplank as well in the second rotation of picks, right? Because I feel like the focus wasn't really towards his champion pool either that much in the second half of the bans phase. So I guess choice is yours, Heretics.
Honestly, these drafts feel difficult. These drafts feel interesting because it feels like we've got the two teams that are very much targeting specific players. These are not just like meta bans. These are targeted bans from both sides. And I feel like inevitably those bans have to change across the course of the series. And we'll see what Heretics are going to do to change things up. But I will say, game number 1 and game number 2, both very one-sided in either direction, right? So at this point, I'm not sure where we're going. But, well, boys and girls, we've got a series on our hands. The Unicorns of Love strike back, and they show up here in game number 2. Now Heretics will have to adapt again. Coming up is a small break, and then stay tuned as we'll be right back with the Analyst Desk.
Whoa. Hey, let's go. Did they pick Timo?
Here we go. Back again, same scenario. Win, 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 win. Yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6. We like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they we throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. Yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh. Game time. We on a conquest. Came a long way. Look at the progress. I see no competition. It ain't no contest. You ain't in discussion. Not even a prospect. Yeah, you better go and get to meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Might as well call the league up. Tell them put the trophy on reservation. Been going up, that's elevation. No holding back, no preservation. Treat off season like postseason. No days off, this dedication. Game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to. Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, no holding back, no preservation, no off days, this dedication. Game time, get out the way, we coming through. Check the hang time, been on top, ain't nothing new. A lot of talk, whole lot of noise, but ain't cutting through. Word on roll, you got a couple L's, you'll have another soon, don't sweat. Whole lot of sacrifice, no regrets. Whole lot of dubs, but ain't done yet. Say you the one, but ain't one yet. Running the game, ain't take one step. Hold up. Yeah, all emotions aside. There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line? Game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to. Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line? Came for the dirt, but it ain't no shame. Had to put the work in, grind day by day. All the blood, sweat, tears, no pain, no gain. I was ready for the moment and it came my way. Where the spotlight shine, where they say my name. It's the life I chose, the price I paid. A lot of sacrifices every day I prayed. Hope it all pays off in the end. I'll play, wanna win. Seen a lot of things, ain't been the same since. Worked too hard for this, yeah, I'm convinced. Been on the brink, yeah, been on the fence. Now I'm this close to the win-win-win. When the chance came, now I didn't turn back. Loyal to the city, put the team on the map. Pedal to the floor, start running up stats. Yeah, that's facts. Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when it
Welcome back to the Amazon EU Masters quarterfinals live from Berlin. It's Prime League. Unicorns of Love slap Heretics in the face on the second game. Are you feeling, Noah?
The slap in my face.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kinda. It's
You were
hard.
expecting that slap, weren't you?
Nah,
a
I
slap
said
in the
it.
face.
I mean, I expected Unicorns of Love to identify what they did wrong in the first game, and they adapted. And it worked amazingly for them.
It's exactly what we're going to talk about, because we need to look into the Champion Select to understand how they adapted through the draft and how it worked from that one. Because I know you have some hot takes, Goldberg.
Hot takes.
Very hot takes.
Okay, hot
Yeah.
take. Getting Illusion as a takeaway pick from Jack Spectra is quite nice. I think the draft, the idea is very clear from the side of Unicorns of Love going into this one. They come through with the 80 bands as they want to, but then at the same time, they also put in the takeaway on the Lucian themselves, so Jack is forced to play a scaling AD carry. This is fine, and normally you'd be like, okay, we're gonna play for the Lucian Nami, this is gonna be the lane we're playing for, but what Unicorns of Love actually do is that they use this bot lane more neutralizing instead. Where I think Heretics is screwing up a little bit is the fact that they see Lucian as a first pick coming through, and Lucian, when you see Lucian, you know Nami's coming up next. So they could have picked, they could have just gone Aphelios Lulu on 1-2, and then afterwards, they could have led that into the bot lane. But the thing is as well, still securing that Aphelios Lulu, they still got the bot lane priority. Even though the enemy had the Lulu, the Lucian and Nami, they're still piling it well down on the Heretic side.
Yeah, absolutely, but it wasn't enough in the end. Something I was demanding from Heretics, it was not to be that one-dimensional, to be depending on Jack Spectra all the time. And yet, here we are once again. They funneled a lot of resources towards that bot lane. And yes, Aphelios was kind of okay. Lucian Nami fell short a bit, but it didn't matter in the end because the other side of the map in Unicorns of Love's Expedition was showing up.
I think that's the big one as well. The fact that there's not a lot to play for, even though you get the bot lane ahead from the side of Heretics, because they have them popping, right? But then you have Wukong in the jungle, which you pick so early in the rotation that Unicorns of Love gets to pick so much extra around it. Like, look at the champions you're playing that Wukong into. It's into the GP, it's into the Sejuani, it's into the Sylas, right? It looks fine, but it's not going to do as much as, for example, if you get Trundle Dust into the Sejuani instead, like how much more you open up with. And at the same time, going into the second ban rotation, you clearly did not have a response to the Sylas because you picked it in with the Talia. You kind of got, let me just find an appropriate word I can use here. You got gapped in the mid lane a little bit with the 2 versus 2, and just suddenly it didn't matter the bot lane was ahead because the rest of the map was falling apart.
So Wukong didn't fit for you, Talia didn't fit for you as well. Is that what you're saying? Because we're being really polite.
Yes, most certainly. And I think just like who did a good job this series though, Ruby and Lurox, they showed up really well with the 2v2.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. And this is what we expected actually from Ruby and Lurox to be this mid jungle synergy. Those were the guys that stayed in Unicorns of Love's Expedition from the spring split. They should be playing as a unit, and they showed up in this very same game. Yeah, I mean, Zwairo and Bluzer were fall short this one time. And again, you can be depending all the time and you expect that they need to show up. This moment is when Gold Diff just went crazy.
Yeah, because here Heretics is actually making a play on the bot side instead, but they're just losing that play. They're fumbling and they're not they're not getting the 3 versus 2 in their favor. Because I mean, Siron and Talia once again did not leave the same mark as we sometimes see him perform with on some of the other champions. And then their cross map was just, well, there's a Herald in mid lane as we see right here coming through from Lurox and Ruby, and they just gain way more priority for themselves. And once again, Lurox and Ruby together just gets everything done. And here it is from the bot side point of view from Heretics. I mean, they're just going to back off the Unicorns of Love bot lane, and they're just going to be happy with the amount of resources. Lurox can move down, stabilize it once again, and now you just got winning lanes once again.
I want to ask you something, Goldberg, because we were talking about the bot lane and the way that Jack Spectra was actually styling on Shiganari and well, the lane they picked, Lucian and Nami. So it seems like Heretics are playing for the bot side. And even though Unicorns of Love are losing the bot side, it doesn't matter because the rest of the map is winning. So do you think this is still going to be the same thing on Game 3?
I most certainly think it's going to be a bit different because we're going into a situation where Heretics now is moving to blue side.
Yeah.
And having blue side really just opens up the rest here because as Unicorns of Love, you can't go for the same strategy, which is that we're going to take away the Lucian. You might be forced into a situation where you'll now have to ban it for yourself, face Jack Spectra on an even map state in terms of like the 1 versus 1 or scaling 80 carries rather. And then the lanes, I think, from the side of Heretics is really where they need to solve the issues because the bot lane clearly is not one, but you need to make sure that your lanes are way more stable, because Unicorns of Love, they have a point of attack. It's not coming from the bot side, it's coming from the rest of the map.
Yeah.
Noah, okay, we talked about in the pre-show, we talked about the mid lane, we talked about the jungle as well, the way they were going to pop off, and they're doing that in favor of Unicorns of Love. And you didn't see the pre-show, where were you? Now, Scarface on the top side was another one that we highlighted, and we saw him on the Sejuani on the first game. Let's be honest, didn't work. I want Scarface on the carry position. He brought in the GP, he was pressing the R and just popping off. Tell me about Scarface.
No, Scarface was amazing today in the round. Like, I mean, he was everywhere. He was, you know, hitting the silent while also having beautiful ultimates. I remember that last one that took down Jack Spectra with the collector, having impact with the barrels. Here is ultimate. You know you're gonna get the slow. You're gonna destroy Ivo, and you get those kills. You get those goals. This moment was also real hard for Redis to try to collapse on a Scarface, not respecting the rotations from the side of Unicorns Lost Expedition, and Lurks using the ultimate as if it was, you know, point and click ultimate from Sejuani. He was everywhere, and I think this is the side of the Scarface Unicorns Lost Expedition need. They have all these winning conditions. They are really popping off on the side of the map where Heretics is not showing up. Heretics needs to be really aware of that.
Yeah, and that's the thing with new Gangplank as well, right? Laning phase usually is a bit halted. We've even seen Gangplanks get solo killed by Ornn in this exact matchup.
Yeah,
that didn't
that's
really
true.
happen because I think Ibo also had a bit of an off game. But once you get to the late game where your crit now is a bit more amplified on your ability as well, all of a sudden you'll see the kind of damage that blows show up apart here in the team fights like we saw. And I think the amount of range that they could play around with as well, despite being very melee oriented and short range with the Lucian, was actually quite incredible from the side of Unicorns of Love. And it allowed them to put Heretics in a position where they couldn't go for a front-to-back team fight situation like you usually would when you have an Aphelios. So yeah, I think really well played and adapted by Unicorns of Love heading into the second phase.
You know what? I want to see the damage. I want to see how we fared in this one, because Scarface playing with the GP was a menace. And there you go. Look at that.
Wow,
Look at
that is
that
hard.
difference. From the first game on Sejuani to this game where you just click the Q, dead. That's exactly what I wanted to see from Scarface. No.
I have to say that Sejuani 2k damage is also quite shocking, more even than the Silas. But yeah, this is, you know, the proof that Scarface showed up today with this Gambling. I really don't know if Heretics is gonna allow him to be that comfortable once again. Something that happens a lot in the Superliga is that the teams dig their own grave by going full ham onto the front to back compositions. I'm really not the biggest fan of that. Every single time, and this was that one time. I was pretty sure it was going to be a 1-1 for.
Let's do this. I want to know what's going to change in between games. We have little time, and then I also want predictions. So Goldberg, what's going to change in the draft?
Okay, so we're going to have 3 AD carry bands coming through from the side of Unicorns of Love. They're going to be Lucian, they're going to be the Draven, and they're going to be the Callista, and then probably first pick an Enchanter from the side of Heretics if they want to secure more late game agency that you still get from the Lulu.
Yeah.
And then I think you just stabilize solo laners by banning, either picking away Silas onto yourself, or by having a better response to it by banning it in the second ban phase. I won't get too in-depth, you said fast. What point is Heretics going to win the next game? That's all I'm saying.
Is that it? Is that it? Okay, what about you, Noah?
I really think Heretics is going to win the next game.
She's starting to believe. Okay, so predictions. You're telling me
the power of picking
Editix.
side.
You're telling me Editix as well. So
Yeah.
for both of you, it's going to be Editix on this one. You know where they stand, chat. You know how they're doing right now.
Are you saying we still have to fill, or are we throwing now?
Hmm?
Are we throwing, or do we still have to fill conversation here?
No, I think we're throwing now
are
to the
throwing now?
casters.
Okay,
Yeah, the
we'll go
casters
for
are
it
ready
then.
for us. They're
Alright.
ready for the
They are
game.
ready.
I'm ready for it then.
Can I do it?
It's your job, man.
Can I?
Yeah, go for
Oh,
it.
thank you so much, by the way. Oh, hello, guys. How you doing? So it's time to toss it to the casters, and we're about to jump to the third game. It's tied up between Prime League and Super League. Who's going to win? I don't know. So toss it to Jamada and my boy Munchables. How you doing?
Gulborg, you're so mean, Gulborg. Why are you stopping him
Are we
from
going to
tossing?
cast now?
Yeah.
Is that-
Are we
allowed to cast
Gulborg,
now?
if you can still
Gulborg,
hear us,
can you-
are we allowed to come
Welcome to the
Hey,
Caster
guys.
Desk, everybody. It's game number 3 coming your way. It's 1 apiece in the series, and it's a best of 5 as well. It's our scheduled LFL break day. It's
yes.
our first quarterfinal.
And you know
that doesn't
what?
have an LFL team.
It's going pretty well, I'd say. I'm liking this. No LFL teams in the matchups, and you know, I think both these teams fighting really hard to prove that they deserve to be in semi-final.
And both getting a very solid win for themselves in the first 2 games, right? 1 apiece, and Unicorn sticking to the blue side in both of these games. But now, you know, we come away from the analyst desk, both Noah and Goldborg saying, look, Heretics are going to win game number 3. So I'm curious, Jamada, where are you sitting on this one? Because I was kind of convinced by Unicorns game number 2. I felt like that was a dominant victory. I'm surprised that both of them were so Heretics-sided.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting. I'm still feeling like maybe it's because the side selection has maybe kind of edged them more towards Heretics here. I'm still looking at this draft and I'm gonna kind of say, you know, what's gonna happen to Lucian? How will Unicorns, you know, allocate champion resources towards Scarface now that he's had such a strong game, right? Not that the bottom side for Unicorns of Shiganari was having a poor game, you know, in game number 1 or 2, really. More to the case of how are you going to try and shut down, not Scarface, shut down Jack Spectra, whilst also still playing towards their own win conditions that you potentially want to play towards. I think a lot is definitely going to change in this draft now that we're seeing sides swapped up. I expect Lucian will be removed away. I'm wondering how Gangplank will now be handled. I'm also kind of now leaning into maybe Sejuani as a bit of a priority pick as well.
Yeah, it feels like the drafts are developing across the course of the series. As you mentioned, like so many AD carry bans coming out and maybe some of those bans have to be changed for other picks, right? If you do ban the Lucian, well, which AD carry do you allow to go through, right? Do you allow the Sivir through? Do you allow the Draven through? We saw the Kalista banned in game number 2 that was allowed through in game number 1. I feel like there are a lot of different ways that you can approach this draft, but ultimately, we'll have to find out the way the teams want to approach it as we head towards game number 3 here. And Heretics going to be now on that blue side. We'll see how that changes things up here in the draft.
Yeah, now, Goldborg called for, what was it, I think, Draven, Lucian, and was it Kalista as the bans for Unicorns? So let's see how all that tracks as adaptations on blue side here. Heretics still going to remove away the Sivir, which we've been seeing gone quite frequently here. Vi as well, the other pick that they've been constantly banning away. Ever since Lurox had that in groups, it feels like he's not really seen too much of it. 1 out of 3. Goldborg's doing pretty alright here. Expecting the Vi to still follow through. I think they don't want to see Lurox on this pick. It also just does a really good job of, you know, hey, this target, no more League of Legends. And it feels like Unicorns showed a pretty strong tendency of following up quite heavily on some of these engages that come through very snappily. So I expect to still see this one removed off the board.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Ruby is no stranger to the Ahri. So especially if you can get that Vi, it's a terrifying combo. So as you say, the Vi will be banned away by Heretics here. Wukong looked pretty terrifying. The Draven ban does come on through, so removing these aggressive bottom laners. And Goldborg right so far on those bans from the Unicorns.
I know he's rubbing his hands in the green room right now as he watches the bans
cackling menacingly.
That strange Danish cackle he does, you know. All right, let's see what the third ban is here. Will we kind of still stay along the same sort of lines as what we've seen in game number 1 and 2 from Heretics? The answer is yes, Sivir is going to hit the ban phase yet again. So, Kalista? Yeah. I can see a Kalista ban here. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. And then you kind of just say, all right, Heretics, will you go towards one of the enchanters and then pick up whatever's left? Or will you go towards maybe one of the AD carries that's still up in the middle? The Aphelios, right, is the one that springs to mind if the Kalista comes through. And then you'll be looking at next options. Goldborg, you know what? Well done.
I don't know if anyone at home could hear the clapping, but there was a little golf clap that came through there. Because Goldborg's actually arrived on the scene. He's given him a little handshake to Jamada. Beautiful.
What's great is in the
camaraderie.
Feed, he's come by. He's handed me a Heretics win card. So let's see. The Aphelios comes through as the first pick here. What will Unicorns respond with? Is now my question, right? Because all of the ADs that are banned or picked haven't been seen yet. This would be okay.
So on patch 12.16, obviously this was nerfed pretty heavily. You know, it is the most played AD carry for both of these AD carry players across the course of the split, but it was a lot stronger across the course of the split. So also locking in that Sejuani, as you said, a higher priority now, especially with how successful it's been over the last couple of games here.
Yeah,
I see where Heretics go.
I wonder if Heretics want to kind of go something like Trundle Renekton here and just completely shut down the top side of Sejuani kind of being a strong flex, because Trundle obviously 1-to-1 in the jungle kind of just, you know, subjugate it, not so good anymore. Renekton, you can't deny away the Renekton-Sejuani combination. They're going to go into the Aatrox, which has been banned away second phase by Unicorns both games so far, so Abo finally getting his hands on this pick, and this should force the Sejuani down to the jungle. It's not really like the worst matchup in the world. I've actually seen it. Sejuani's with it, to be honest with you. But it's more or less like you don't want to give Aatrox a free scaling lane where he gets to hit his iron spikes pretty freely. I will say, with the Trundle coming in alongside the Renekton just makes so much sense because now, sure, you might, lose out in the early stages, but the dives just kind of set themselves up for free between a Renekton and a Sedge. So now Aibo is going to have to play a little more on edge if he doesn't have Blue Razor in his pocket.
Yeah, the Renekton Sejuani is a terrifying combination of picks, and I feel like you kind of have to respect the Sylas out from Ruby here. Even if he did go a little deep in a couple of those team fights, it's still terrifying alongside that Sejuani. Lulu going to be banned away by the Unicorns here. And you can expect maybe more focus on those enchanters to deny the
Yuumi, Renata. What else is there? Maybe Karma? I don't think you have to dig that deep. But yeah, again, the enchanters are probably all going to be removed here. Don't want to see that one go through for either side, and maybe Winston will potentially default back to something like that. Amumu wasn't too bad in game number 1, right? I think just kind of struggled into the team composition. This time around, there's a lot less, very irritating disengage options available. Unicorns removing away the Tom Catch. Really like that. Very smart to take that off the board when you have kind of long range single target pick engage. Make sure you shut down the potential of White and just kind of saying, nope, gobble gobble. My AD carry. Heretics again. I think Yuumi just probably makes the most sense in this spot, right?
That's a very strange sentence.
I know it was a very strange sentence. You could have just run with it.
I could have, but I didn't want to,
Okay.
Victor going to be banned away in the end, which means Yuumi is available. You've got a Zeri there as well.
Everybody boo Unicorns if they lock in Zeri.
I mean, look, it's highly likely that this comes up through. It's great on a Renekton as well. It's great on a Sejuani. And we'll see what their final pick will be. The Yuumi locked in as the boos come through into its chat. But now over to the side of Heretics. They need a support for this Aphelios. Then they need a mid laner as well.
Yeah, support and a mid laner. The Victor ban spells to me, maybe they want to go back to the Swain, potentially. Of course, that matchup was pretty Ruby favored. He was winning it very hard in the early stages. Maybe it's just a call out to say, hey, you have a very strong front line, you have very strong scaling from the bottom. No, it's just for the Swain. All right, there you go. Never mind. And now let's see how Ruby will actually want to respond to the Swain now that the Victor rather is off the table. Could this be a flat angle?
I was going to say, I think you just take the Sylas,
because
right?
it's open, yeah.
It's like, Swain doesn't, you don't necessarily want to go into Swain, but when you're also Swain, does it matter?
No, exactly. And honestly, in my head, Swain ult might be one of the most broken ults in the game for Sylas to steal. Because one of the big things about Sylas is obviously those cooldowns, right? He's got sort of 4 to 5 second cooldowns, and especially when the Kingslayer is down, that level of survivability kind of drops, right? You kind of have to play that more kitey, you kind of have to wait out those CDs. If you have Swain ult, you just don't have to. So it does make for a very disgusting team fight. And not only that, see the cat in the bottom right-hand screen, everybody? That's going to be on top of a Sylas who's pretending to be a Swain. So it's going to get really nasty very, very quick. I'm liking what both the teams put together.
Yeah, feels like, once again, though, we've got two compositions that just want a big fist fight. I'm hoping that they'll just line up in the river again and just agree to brawl like they did at the Baron, basically, in game number 1, because feels like both very close range compositions here. Could be plenty of space to show off mechanical skill as well. Ruby on the Sylas once again, though. I feel like this maybe should have been respected after game number 2 because he looked terrifying.
Yeah, I'm definitely quite surprised. But again, the focus is so heavily towards the bottom side because all the enchanters were available. Surprised that Yuumi went through, but hey, everybody pick your poison, maybe? I don't know. I'm just kind of confused why they let it go through. We'll see how it, lines up. At the end of the day, they should have a fair amount of autonomy through the bottom lane, right? With the Leona, with the Aphelios, they should have a lot of pretty much first say to do whatever they want now.
I think the way that Heretics, the way I see it at least, the way they're approaching this is like, you're going to pick Yuumi, we're going to pick Leona. Get ready to be dived. Because that was the old school way of dealing with a Yuumi, right? Just dive her over and over again. And I feel like, Zeri not very good at clearing those waves in the early game. Lurox is going to have to kind of babysit this bottom lane a little bit if he doesn't want Shiganari to get dived over and over. But Lurox wants to be playing up towards Scarface where he has a Renekton alongside his Sejuani. So I feel like it's kind of a conflict of interest here for Lurox. That's not really what that means. But
no.
Multiple places that he needs to focus.
Yeah, sure. Decisions. Lurox, what will you make for this early game? And I think it's also a little bit on Scarface to see how he manages the wave. It seems for now, Lurox is going to be starting on the top side. And I also want to note, Lurox has taken off the shock into Trundle. Very small, I know, but giving Trundle all of those extra stats, and let's not forget it, works multiplicatively. got it on the first try.
Nice.
The more stats you have, the more you technically lose and give to Trundle. And if you go so high, eventually the Trundle ult, once you drop off the Frost Armor and the Aftershock stats, you just go into negative resist and you just get bloody blown up. So we'll see whether or not that ends up happening a lot, because I've seen many a Trundle press their R key on an Aftershock, passive up Sejuani, and take a lot more damage than they should be allowed to.
Yeah, it's terrifying. And also, it's just Trundle is completely invincible at that point in the game as well. So definitely something to keep your eyes on in those skirmishes. But both junglers starting on the top side of our map here, pathing towards that bottom lane, which I can't say I'm massively surprised about, honestly, with the way... I feel like this is one of those bottom lanes that doesn't look that exciting on the tin, as Chignari gets engaged upon. Jack Spectre getting a couple of autos in as well. It doesn't look that exciting on the tin, but ultimately, if it starts going one way, it'll go that way very quickly.
Yeah, I really want to see how Heretics play out the spawn lane now, right? They're the ones with all of the sort of, you know, agency in the early laning phase. They had it in game number 2 to a point, and they didn't do too bad of it. Now I want to see, now that they're dealing with, you know, Zeri Yuumi, a nerfed Zeri at that, how much ability they have to kind of just bully this bottom lane around. Blurazor's on the bottom side. Ruby getting a really nice trade.
Big all in the mid lane. Sferu in trouble here. Does manage to get the pullback. Gets a bit of healing as well. The back of that one as Blurazor moves into the jungle. Lurok's here to contest his own blue buff, but doesn't have priority in his bottom lane. It should mean that Blurazor can just threaten this one, but the blue buff resets. Jack Spectre won't want to leave that bottom lane for too long.
No, and I mean,
he lands it again. Oh, does not predict it. He's falling in the tower. First blood for Sparrow. Ruby oversteps.
That was sick. And I mean, just being able to pull him back under the Visions of Empire as well to slow him down. Great solo kill. And just capitalization on too much over eagerness for Ruby to try and find a solo kill of his own. And all the while, Blurazor also managed to steal away the blue buff.
And I feel like Zvero there was trying to look juicy, you know? He's like, Ruby's going to go on me if I step further forward again, and baits Ruby in, finds that solo kill, and gets Heretics off to a good start. 500 gold lead, and now no summoners for Ruby, and there are 3 blue players in his lane. Ruby down once again, 0-2 on the Silas, and Heretics off to a flying start.
This is just excellent map reads from Heretics. Come back from the bottom side play, and they just immediately rotate up towards the mid lane. Let's get a look at the solo kill though, because like you say, Zoro makes himself look so juicy here, gets hit by the chain, maybe sure he could have looked to try and dodge it, flashes away, and as that claw comes back in, catches Ruby, dragged back underneath the tower. Then look at the wave, because now that it's shoved back in, Ruby feels the need to have to just walk up, right? He wants to be in XP range as some of these creeps die underneath Zoro's tower, and he just gets forced a little bit too far to the top side of the lane by Zoru's Vision of Empire again, and there's just too many players. Really well played on both kills, honestly, from Zoru. The first to initially find that solo kill, but also to kind of force Ruby into an uncomfortable position as well, so the rest of his team can collapse.
And it feels like the first play was like really mechanically well played by Zvero, and then the second play is like the team Heretics manipulating the map, manipulating the way that Ruby has to play, and punishing so hard. And now, massive lead to start this one off, and an all-in on the bottom side as well. Shigenari already having to use his cleanse, rooted up, but nothing more comes out from the bottom lane of Heretics. That was 2 summoners burnt there in trade for 3.
Yeah, Flash Cleanse gone. Now if they can actually stack away Heretics, get towards that bottom side, dive with Blurazor, maybe Zyra even has a little bit of priority in the next couple of minutes. It's a very viable target to try and snowball on the bottom side of the map. I really want to try and see Unicorns force something on the top side, to be honest with you. Scarface has been having a pretty good time up there. 10 CS up at the moment. And again, Sejuani, Renekton, the setup is as easy as you'd like. I don't think there's an easier combination to pull off with the Renekton in this meta at the moment. So to see Ivo kind of go relatively untouched in terms of just kind of being allowed to catch waves like this, for example. Definitely a little less over-eagerness for plays than I was expecting from Unicorns in this early game.
Yeah, I feel like when you think of Renekton and junglers that are easy to gank for him, it's like Nidalee and Elise are the 2 that like historically come to your mind, right? Sejuani is even easier than those. Like, it's even easier.
Be in range.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
it. Instant procs the E, and then you can go for the Q on top of it. And if you've got your ult, it's a whole other category. So, feels like that could be an option for them. Lurix is currently on his wolves, could path up towards that side as his red buff will be coming up fairly shortly. Jack Spectre does take a Q on the bottom side, but so far so good for the Heretics, and a fairly slow start from the side of the Unicorns. They do have plenty of scaling, though, right? With the Silas and the Zeri. The Renekton, not so much, but not as bad as it once was.
Yeah, so this is actually a fairly big concern. I saw this from, I believe it was a Vitality B game, though my memory might be failing me here, where there was Swain, Yuumi, Renekton, and I think it was actually a Sejuani, funnily enough. Now, whilst Unicorns might not have a Swain, they kind of do have a Swain. And let me tell you right now, they were several thousand gold behind, but do you know what ended up happening? They couldn't die. And I do fear that, that was pretty close, that if Heretics don't snowball a lead to a point where they can find the target with White in, or, you know, some kind of pick off a Gravit moment or something like this and immediately blow them up, they are going to get outdone in the longer team fights.
And I feel like it's one of those things as well where, yes, you can build healing resistance, or healing reduction, sorry. You can build the Mortal Wounds with an Oblivion Orb or an Executioner's or a Thornmail, but it only does so much. It doesn't feel that effective in League of Legends right now. A lot of the time, it doesn't feel like it does a whole lot of anything until you see the sheer amount of healing that comes through when you don't have the healing reduction.
It's that weird thing right now in the meta, right? It's like you don't have anti-heal, champions heal to full HP. You have anti-heal, they heal to like 85% anyway, so like,
Yeah, is it worth it is the question, but we'll have to find out. Is Heretics so far so good at least? They do have the lead, and it's a question of if they can continue that snowball. Aibo used to being the weak side on that top side, and we haven't really seen Blue Resort focus on the top lane across the course of this series so far. Has focused on the Heralds, but not necessarily influencing the top lane itself.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a strange one. And again, I return back to my point that I also want to see focus from Unicorns up there. Finally, like you say, I mean, it's only been Heralds, not so much topside this series. I think definitely now that the level 6s are in, you know, there's a lot more to play for Heretics, right? Subjugate makes one of those targets super squishy, very easy to burst down, and it just seems like with, you know, a middling priority in the mid, or in the top lane rather, and the fact that Zoiru can make his way over here with White in from the bottom lane, they can just very easily secure this, and Unicorns are going to be able to trade it for anything.
Yeah, so far so good. Heretics is Shiganari going to return to the bottom side. They're actually going to hop off of the shoulders here and join the jungle for a little bit. Let Shiganari get some solo experience, as this Zeri is going to need to be a powerhouse later on into the game. And I will say, in late game team fights, if you try and look at AD carries in isolation, which granted, you're not often going to see a 1v1 between AD carries in the late game, Zeri is going to do well into an Aphelios in terms of just outranging, right? It's going to be difficult for, unless you can get a really good Gale Force with a Gravitum, it's difficult for the Aphelios to ever get close to that Zeri. And it feels like that's kind of a similar story for pretty much this whole composition on the side of Heretics, unless Shiganari walks into Jack, but we'll be able to zip over the wall here.
Yeah, now, here's the thing. Even though Lurox is here, sure, Cleanse is available, so the ultimate kind of just gets cleansed away. Probably should be able to walk it off without Winsome having that ultimate available in his own pocket as well. So they're just going to disengage from the plate. Shiganari will be joined once again by Winsome. That 2v2 will ensue. I think the next real big question is, where is Blue Resort going to go with this Rift Herald, right? He's in the mid lane, kind of pathing down towards the bottom side, potentially. Dragon's also up. We've been seeing these first Dragons go down roughly at this time, all right? 9 to 12 minutes has been when they've been going down. Could this be a potential startup? But with Unicorns having priority in the bottom side, it seems like they're having second guesses about where to go at.
Yeah, it has felt like Heretics have been the ones to put their best foot forward in the first few minutes of the game, right? And like you say, the sort of 10 to 12 minutes mark has been when they're going for these Drakes. And you can see that Blue Resort wants to continue that trend, but has the Herald in his back pocket, would love to give that gold over to Jack Spectra if he could, but whether or not that's possible is down to the fact that we've got plenty of players moving to this bottom side from both teams. This could well be a 4v4 over the Drake.
It could. And the thing to note is that Ruby has his ultimate available, should be able to steal away Swainol if he feels like it's going to ensue into something major. And I mean, Pits are starting to come through a little bit here. Heretics need to be a bit careful.
It feels like both teams are nervous to actually commit though. Shiganari zips over the wall, just Zeri things as he gets out to safety there. Whiten trying to find the engage, but it won't quite work out. Now priority in that bottom side, and Heretics feel comfortable to start the Drake off, but Lurox poking his head in, just showing that he's still sticking around. He's still a part of this play. Good bit of fancy footwork there. is now the bottom lane starts to move over. Jack Spectra less than half HP, and Ruby's moving over as well. We could have a fight for the Drake here. It's smited as Jack Spectra flashes out the roots across the team. Oh, Ruby never even gets to press the ultimate. He steals it but can't use it. And now the chase down from Blue Resort as Lurox goes down. A double kill. Shiganari next on the chopping block, forced to flash and cleanse. And Heretics 2 more on the board.
Oh, if Ruby could get that armor off, he gets the bonus HP. Maybe he's able to sustain through some of that damage, but now dies again, 3rd time in a row, not having the best game so far. Poor Ruby, focused down by Heretics yet again. In this exchange, we'll get an immediate replay, see what exactly happens. So Heretics made the call to just burst out the Dragon. They know that Lurox could potentially get in range for the smite, but it doesn't end up coming through. Ruby dashes in, forces Jack Spectre over the wall, but it's a bunch of the bursts from everybody who turns around onto the Silas on top of just Jack Spectre's armor as well. Flashes come through to follow onto Lurox, and realistically, Unicorn just didn't have a strong angle to get into this team fight and actually find a target to burst down straight away.
Man, that CC chain onto Ruby as well. He was CC'd from 100% to 0 in that fight. Still doing okay on the CS, but 0-3-0. It's not a good start to things for our Silas player in the mid lane. And Heretics, you said that they needed to snowball here. They needed to maintain and build that lead. It's working out for them so far. I just want to quickly mention as well the build from Ivo here. Actually go for the Gore Drinker rather than the Eclipse.
Definitely very interesting. So obviously, Gore Drinker is... Oh no, Herald denied. Well, not the best use from the Heretics. I mean, I guess it was probably about to time out. We're 12 minutes into the game, so of course Herald, for those that don't know, you can only hold on to it for 4 minutes, so it seems like they were just trying to get the best out of the objective that they could. This rotation could actually mean Shiganari.
Yeah, big pressure out from Heretics here. Shiganari will just dash out. You know, there is a pillar there, but he'll be fine. But this is the actual goal of the play, right? Jack Spectra hammering away on this bottom lane tower. The rest of Heretics trying to zone for the time being. They move in to finish the tower. There we go. First tower of the game, and now they get to go on to the Zeri as well. Why not have a bonus kill on the back of a great macro play?
Yeah, I mean, really nice stuff from Heretics. First the rotation, then the pick, and they need to continue to do this as well. Don't forget, spoke about how there's just so much sustain available to a bunch of the Unicorns members. Once the Yuumi comes online, once the Swain also able to be stolen, the front line is massive. But if Heretics can continually just burst down the first target that they find, the team fights are going to go as one side of this list. And they're just going to get the tier 2.
I mean, it's a Trundle and a red-white Aphelios. They just shred towers. Tier 2 taken at 13.5 minutes into the game. It's a 5,000 gold lead, 5,500 gold lead almost for the Heretics here. And wow, what a statement in game number 3. The analysts both predicted Heretics coming into this one. They seemed a little unsure, but I mean, Heretics aren't.
No, they are very sure of themselves right now. Going for all of these plays pretty much off cooldown, it feels like. And I really gotta say, massive step up from groups in particular, where it kind of felt like it may be a repeat story of Spring, where, you know, Spanish first seed makes it to quarters, gets knocked out. But right now, really putting up a huge, huge fight here into the Unicorns Sexy Edition. And with this 5k gold lead, can effectively do whatever they want on the map. The Herald is up and available for them to take. I expect that the priority is going to be on that. Just try and keep the tempo really high so far.
Yeah, and it feels like Blue Resort versus Lurox, honestly, has been the matchup to watch in this series so far, where we're seeing between the different games, it's down to which jungler can control the game. Lurox in game number 2 looked incredible. Oh, Ruby, not again, surely. He just get away with his life. But this time, it's Blue Resort completely in control of the game. 3 neutral objectives once more. Heretics completely dominant in the map right now. Scarface moving away, will be able to walk out with his life here. The ward was spotted, but not quite cleared.
Yeah, and also, I just want to pull everyone's attention to Zoiro's build for a second, because we've spoken about how much sustain this Unicorn side could potentially have. Not only immediately picking up the Oblivion Orb, but going towards, as opposed to the Rylai's Rush, which I feel like is maybe slightly more common in comparison to the Leandri's straight after. The Leandri's plus Oblivion Orb, such a strong combo because the dot burn keeps the anti-heal applied for longer. So just ensuring that as he is going to be the one that's in the mix of everybody, most likely, he is applying that anti-heal, but also keeping it on them, even if they're outside of his range.
Yeah, big value on just the burn alone as well, right? Just the big damage that you're going to get across. When you look at how tanky this team is going to be with a Renekton, with a Sejuani, you could see that there will be value there. It's just a matter of execution in these fights as well, because Heretics, as you said, need to keep themselves ahead, and that is CC chain and a half. See you later. Zvero goes down the lane. Andres didn't help him there.
No, wasn't even able to use his flash or ultimate, and now Ruby uses the subjugate, and they're going to just slowly maraud forward.
I feel like both teams are so nervous to hard.
Oh, Scarface is
more though, because Scarface behind enemy lines. Bruiser trying to escape, dodges away from the chains, and it's Scarface to go down instead. Ivo gets the best of the flanks as Lurox forced to flash. And it will just be the one for Heretics in the end.
Yeah, I mean, Lurox doesn't commit forward with his solo laners there, and they're not able to get the permafrost stun onto Blurazor, and because of that, they can't burst him down, potentially turn onto other targets. Meanwhile, Shiganari as well, topside, he's nowhere near this fight. He's not even going to be able to pick up the tower because the teleport comes through from the Swain that was picked off.
A Herald
and now there's a Herald as well, so Heretics, sure, they lose out on the initial mid lane pick, but now they also get 2 towers and the pick, and maybe another one on top of that on Ruby.
Ruby thought he was getting the flank, but it turns out he's just getting outnumbered instead. Knocked up, low on HP. The Zenith Blade keeps him in one place. Blue Resort there just takes a bite out of him before he goes down. It's a kill into the pocket of Jack Spectra of all people. And now with the Drake on top of it, look at the speed at which this snowball is kicking off. There is 1,000 gold lead for every kill that Heretics have.
That's an impressive stat, isn't it? And it gets better because it's a Cloud Sword. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
Oh, wait. But this is a good value one. Swain, zoom in.
Speaking of, currently zooming against Lurox, just trying to protect the jungle here. I don't think much more will come of this one, as Zvero does need to be a little cautious. Could be dived here, but it doesn't look like Unicorns are going to commit.
Yeah, they don't want to bite. They don't actually know where the rest of the Heretics are. Of course, having just made the play to get the Dragon, have a pretty good idea that they would have reset and could very easily respond to this play on the top side. So back away, good call. It's really high value for the Aatrox, Joe. All right, enough promoting for the Cloud Soul. I've done enough of this game. Unless they get the soul, and then you really see the power.
No, get off his cape!
No.
He's gonna rip!
Oh, they're just playing fetch. You see, he threw something for him to go catch.
Yeah, he didn't look that friendly though. That is not a well-trained dog. I have to say, Jack, get it together, man. Get that dog trained. If you can't do it yourself, pay someone. I'm assuming it's not his real dog.
No, well,
I don't think he has a world skin. Jack.
No, he doesn't. Weird assumption, Joe. All right. Game. Back to it.
Oh, if you want to. If that's all right with you. If that's okay with Gulborg. We should check with Gulborg,
we need to check with Gulborg,
before we transition to anything. 19 minutes on the clock here. Do you know what? I'm going to go off on a whim. Assume that we're okay to talk about the game here. 8,000 gold lead. It's domination from Heretics here, is they honestly kind of got dominated in game number 2. This feels like they are back on top of things. Gulborg has given us the thumbs up to talk about the game again. That's good, that's good. We're on track with what's allowed, and Heretics are on track with just keeping the ball rolling. Jamada, you said they need to snowball fast before the healing comes online. Well, it looks like they're on a time of themselves. They want to get to dinner.
They're speedrunning. They had something ready to be delivered. Or maybe they got a hot date somewhere. As they're pushing up for the inhib tower. Actually, Unicorns are nowhere near to defend just now. This tower will drop. Will a fight ensue?
Jeez, it's only 19 minutes. Shiganari forced to flash as well. Moonlight Vigil, Caliprim, is it there? Yes, no. What? Yes, it is. The overlay was slow. It's a double kill for Jack Spectra. As the Heretics, I mean, this is just mind-blowing. We're 20 minutes in.
They have a wave.
Be able to end.
They have a wave. 20 seconds on Shiganari, 30 on Scarface. The wave clear's not there, Joe. Heretics, they have the ultimate from Zoiru as well to use on the Swain, and this Nexus tower, the first of the 2 is dropped.
There's one down. Can they keep this one going? Jack Spectra, half HP. Ruby trying to get the flank here as Lurox clears the wave. Heretics will be forced away for the time being, but man, the pressure that they are putting Unicorns under. And you know, we asked what had to change for Heretics coming into game number 3. Apparently the answer is put pressure on Ruby.
That pressure has worked so well, and just shutting him down. Kind of had a brief talk about it in the pre-show where, you know, Ruby very commonly can be the backbone, the rock. That stabilizes a lot of how Unicorns play, and if he's behind, it feels like the rest of the Unicorns potentially doesn't, you know, fully operate at 100% here as Shiganari forced to flash away. And I thought for a second maybe they could look for something here, but yeah, again, the ultimate from Jack Spectre able to take down Chikanari. Then, of course, Necton drops very soon after, and they're actually toying with the idea of not taking down the inhibitor, but then they realized it was 20 minutes, so perfectly fine to do it, and now they're onto the Baron. They're on speedrun time.
They absolutely are. I mean, Shikanari's still in the base. There's realistically no way that this is contestable. This has to be a miracle steal for Lurox, but as you say, it ain't happening. Good little bit of fancy footwork. Lurox flashes back over. Solar Flare, Ibo's there. And it's a kill for Jack Spectre as Ruby tries to get in as well. It's a valiant effort from the solo laners, but it just isn't enough. Ibo just won't die either as he goes for a 1 versus 3. As Sparrow here to finish the kills. Lurazol moves in. Times 4 and give him all 5. Jack Spectre grabs the pentakill and Heretics look to end.
Heretic to a dominant game number 3 are going to wrap it up with a pentakill for Jack Spectre on top of all of that. And they are going to go to series point, semi-finals point. And they are proving all of the analysts wrong pretty much. We all had Unicorns down as the series favorite. And right now, they're saying, hell no. We want our ticket to the semis.
And doing it in a 22-minute win as well. 22 minutes. That is mind-blowing from Heretics. After game number 2, they got decimated by the Unicorns. They come in, back from the drawing board, and they're like, okay, here's how we're playing this one. Here's how we're dominating the early game. Here's how we're shutting Ruby down. And I mean, you said they needed to end before the healing comes online. I don't even saw any healing all game.
There was no healing to be had, yeah. That was absolutely absurd. I feel like, Heretics, a lot of positives to talk about just across the board. Everything. Noah's in the background dancing. I couldn't keep my composure for that one. I'm sorry, guys. But yeah, Heretics just firing on all cylinders, right? Jack Spectre is just getting so much freedom. It feels like Zoiru with the rest of his team is linking up super well to also shut down Ruby. And on the opposite side for Unicorns, it feels like draft side, they're not always, fully utilizing what they have available to them. They have the Sejuani Renekton, they're not diving Ibo 24/7, right? They had the Sejuani Sylas again. They're not really pairing up to try and shut down the mid lane like they did in game number 2. Something definitely felt a little bit off in comparison. I feel like they really do need to play towards the strong win conditions that they have for themselves inside the draft. Otherwise, they're allowing too much freedom for Heretics. And right now, freedom is exactly what they had in that game number 3 to give them a 22-minute win.
Yeah, that was something special from Heretics. And I feel like now Unicorns, they need to lean on Sheepy, right? He's the guy that everyone's talking about at the start of the day. That coach needs to step up and get the players back on track for game number 4. What a series, though, so far, as the Heretics come on top again. We'll take a closer look behind the scenes of the Spanish organization again. And after that, you should check out the Warner song of the day, Where Do We Go? By Lumix and DVBBS. Dubs? I don't know. We're going to go to a break and then we'll find out.
Heretics nació sin ninguna inversión detrás, era un proyecto de 3 chavales básicamente, no teníamos nada de dinero, entonces teníamos que ir ascendiendo poco a poco. Yo tenía mi carrera en YouTube y tenía mi audiencia y dije, bueno, pues a través de mi audiencia vamos a crear un club de esports, vamos a hacerlo de una forma un poco diferente y bueno, pues así empezó todo. Bueno, pues bienvenidos al Heretics Hub. Es nuestro espacio físico aquí en Madrid, que tiene la parte de tienda, una parte de ciber, de gaming puro y también un mini estadio donde vamos a jugar los partidos y donde vamos a hacer viewing parties de todas las competiciones que juega Heretics. La marca es súper importante, es lo que hace que Heretics no solo sea un club de esports, es un poco también en lo que nos hemos centrado, en expandir los límites de lo que puede ser un club de esports, no solo quedarnos con la parte de competición, que la queremos llevar a lo más alto, pero también desarrollar toda la parte de marca. Queremos llegar a ser el club más grande del mundo y para serlo, obviamente, tienes que tener equipo de League of Legends, es el eSport más grande del mundo. Es cierto que Heretics siempre ha sido de shooters y sabíamos que si entrábamos en LoL teníamos que tener una persona con credibilidad para entrar a una industria de la que no éramos nativos.
Been secured by the Copenhagen Wolves, but what damage can Wolves do?
They lost it.
2, that's 3. Wolves gonna get out alive.
Yo estaba en un momento donde llevaba compitiendo 7-8 años. Yo sentía que, no sé, esa necesidad de tener un club, pero para siempre. Me sentí muy encajado, me sentí muy representado y dije, yo creo que a largo plazo no va a haber ningún sitio donde esté más cómodo y donde yo creo que se van a hacer mejor las cosas.
When when I joined the Spanish league, it was like everybody really cared about the matches. There were so many big personalities. I wanted to be on the best roster possible, and I think the result that we showed in spring didn't really show our true potential as a team.
I won a lot of LANs in my career, like over 20, and this time when I came to Spain, I thought this level of the competition and level of other teams was pretty high, so I expected like top 2, top 3.
Con Heretics sí que siento que ha sido de un 0 a un 200. Hablamos de que el año pasado no tenían equipo de LoL, decidieron entrar en Superliga.
Siempre quisimos entrar en League of Legends, entramos en segunda división, ganamos la segunda división, pero perdimos el up and down. Luego volvimos a intentar entrar en Superliga uniéndonos a G2, hicimos G2 Heretics, pero no nos sentíamos cómodos del todo porque no era nuestra plaza, no era nuestro proyecto. Así que ya el año pasado decidimos pegar el salto y entrar como nosotros, como Team Heretics. Y la verdad que ha sido la mejor decisión que hemos podido hacer.
Está guapo esto,
Está guapo. Y lo que mola es que aquí lo que tenemos que poner también es una cámara, ¿sabes? Rollo desde la esquina y pinchar desde el co-stream, ¿sabes? Pinchar esto.
De cabeza, cuando pinchemos se vuelva loca la gente.
¡El capitán! ¡Ya Spectra!
It felt pretty surreal when it happened, and being in front of like a live audience of so many people was really crazy.
Es como verme a mí un poco en el pasado, ¿no? Ver a jugadores, pues alguno lleva ya más tiempo, otro menos. Me da alegría ver a la gente hacer lo mismo que hacía yo.
I was quite excited. I felt like the adrenaline kind of took me over. Here it was majority Giants fans, and I don't know, something about it for me is like really satisfying about like shutting the crowd up, and I really enjoy that feeling, I guess.
¡Ya Spectra! ¡Hecho que no le va a dar a nadie! ¡Esto que le pinta bien a Team Heretics con una doble para Blue!
La final era contra un equipo que, bueno, por nombres tenía que haber ganado la liga, tenía mucho más experiencia en stage, pero al final el equipo ha trabajado esta temporada increíble y se merecen ser campeones, vamos.
¡Tenemos nuevo campeón de la Superliga! ¡Heretics llega a su...
It feels very euphoric, absolutely. But at the same time, it kind of felt natural. Like, I think this team already had great players in them. I think Heretics had the resources to be able to do great things.
We understand each other really well, so here it's like more like a family for me.
Thanks to you guys, I also won Coach of the Split. So I'm going to have this ceremony, so I really want to thank you guys for that as well. Like how easy you made it for me in that regard.
Nice. I'm really grateful for all the work that my teammates put in and how far we were able to get, and I hope we can replicate it in the Masters.
2-0 para Heretics, que empieza con muy buen pie el European Masters.
Bueno, la verdad que ha sido un aprendizaje, pero es que la narrativa no ha podido ser mejor. Es decir, hemos salido campeones de España y ahora estamos representando a nuestro país en el European Master.
We were just like so focused on just like improving and running for the title that it didn't really sink in yet when it actually happened, when we were confirmed like as the first Spanish team for EU Masters.
Yo he tenido muy buena experiencia con European Masters. Ya no estás jugando en casa, no estás jugando en España, sino que de repente juegas contra los mejores, juegas contra leyendas de otros países. La última European Masters que yo jugué también la ganamos, entonces eso para mí me representa un montonazo.
La gente sabe la competitividad que hay entre España y otros países y joder, poder representar a España y poder ser el equipo que está llegando más lejos, para nosotros es un honor y una responsabilidad. Entonces sí que esa responsabilidad yo creo que la sienten los jugadores y la sentimos todos, de intentar dejar a la Liga Española en la mejor posición posible.
Lo que se ha hecho hasta el día de hoy te da a entender cómo de en serio vamos. Hemos ganado la final de la Superliga, estamos a la European Masters y además hemos entrado a la LEC. La verdad, yo creo que es el mejor comienzo que puede tener un club entrando al LoL y para mí es pues, un mensaje muy claro de que al final Heretics venimos aquí a intentar ganar, pero a pasarlo bien.
too much for us, ooh. I'm the one that's usually breaking the rules. And to make everything work, I got the tools. Living on my dream, just me and my, just me and my team. Just me and my team, just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my, just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team, just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team.
Just me and my team. You can never come between. All I got is family, and you know they got me. Whole lot of loyalty. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? When the going get tough, you can count on me. Trust and believe. Can't nobody else compete with me and my team.
Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my, just me and my team. 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 Just me and my team.
We are back at the Amazon European Masters, and look at this beautiful game coming in from all of a sudden Heretics destroying Unicorns, and now they're one game away, guys.
It was a short one, most certainly. I expected this one to go to Heretics, but I did not expect it to go to them in this kind of fashion where they just all of them stepped up massively. I thought we were about to see, okay, Jack Spectre back in a position where he's going to be the 1v9 machine. The rest of the map might struggle a little bit. I was very surprised to see that Silas even made it through, but some misplays from Rupee and the rest of the top side of the map getting ahead from Heretics resulted in everyone pretty much just coming into fruition and setting up objective, getting everything on the map and just running away with it.
We'll talk about those mistakes in a few moments. Let's talk about the Champion Select to understand what should have happened and what actually happened, Noah.
In Champ Select, we got what I expected from the side, at least from Unicorns Love 6th edition. The last part is important because we went back to the Draven is banned away, Kalista is banned away, Lucian is banned away from the Spectra target, focusing the AD carry. And I was a bit disappointed during the draft phase with Heretics because I felt with the first pick affiliates that they were going back to the one-dimensional, we're gonna funnel through the bot lane style that they were showing up today. But honestly, props to Zwyrah, that was the first one showing up today.
I think one of the big things as well is that when you are facing an opponent who will ban away all the early game aggressive AD carries, you can allow yourself to go on the scaling, which you usually wouldn't. A second thing for me that was quite big was the fact that, all right, you saw this at Johnny, finally this time you picked up the Trundle into it immediately, and that also allowed it so you could really pick your own later as well if you wanted an even stronger front line as well from the side of Unicorns of Love. And I think that really freed up the rest of the map too. Bluestar actually had impact in this game, whereas the earlier game he did not. So I think it really helped the entirety of them that they got away with a draft where they actually had picks that mattered into what the opponent had drafted.
So finally we can talk about what happened in the mid lane. Ruby, something happened. He fancied some kills versus the Swain. He overextended. You were talking to me about that. So can you explain to me?
I felt like Ruby was a bit overconfident because he was so close to the tower when you are facing a Swain. He literally grabbed him down to tower, and we're gonna just watch this misplay because, in my opinion, this was the key factor that made Heretics to snowball everything. That flash away, the claw was wonderful. Ruby tanks bait of the tower and then stopped dying. And this is the worst part of it. Both mid laners TP back, and this time it was Heretics as a whole, just roaming to the mid lane, rotating to the mid lane, taking down Ruby once again. And at this point, it was pretty done.
And analyzing the play like frame for frame, like if you take a look at the map state, it's not necessarily a bad play coming through from Ruby. Like you have the big wave, you're the one with the slow push, which means that even if Zyro decides to trade with you, your minions will do more damage to him while he's doing it. The problem is, as soon as the chain connects, out of animation, the Swainy actually goes off, and I think Ruby's just not ready for that. If he flashes that earlier, all right, fine, the play goes a little bit better. But since he didn't, and since the bot lane had the priority, which allowed for the support to move up as well, Ruby was just doomed from one early game play that did not go his way.
So when this lane is kind of lost in that specific play, what actually happens on the rest of the map, Noah?
In the rest of the map, we saw Heretics bot lane once again getting the priority, level 1, getting level 2 before Unicorns of Love 6th edition bot lane, which what Gulbo say is that allowed Wyden, for example, to roam to the main lane before. And also, I saw Scarface kind of showing up in the first levels. He was even proxy farming Ibu, but that wasn't enough. In the end, your mid lane, the mid lane in Unicorns of Love 6th edition side was totally drowned, and that disrupted the mid-jungle synergy we were highlighting in the second game. Lurks and Ruby were not allowed to play together in the same way than in the game before.
Yeah, and just talking adaptations as well, like coming into this game, not only from a drafting point of view, but I actually think like the players from Heretics had good adaptations from the jungle and mid duo, because that was something that just the game previously, that was the one where Unicorns of Love was running away with it. But in this game, it was vice versa, where it was actually Bluestar finally showing up on the Trundle together with Zyro as well, and actually finding Pig. And just having a Trundle pillar to play around with, having the Never move as well to fight with in extended team fights, it's so damn annoying. So even the fact that you have Seri that used to be so mobile, when you're playing up against the Leona Trundle with the pillar, Swain as well, like you just can't play the game. So as soon as you fall behind that curve and you have to face into a team composition that not only scales well, but also is ahead of what you currently have to deal with, there's just no coming back from it.
So at this point, what can we expect? How can Unicorns actually adapt to this one?
I really think Unicorns have the side selection at this point, and it's going to be back to them. I'm really expecting a fifth game, honestly, because we started this sort of ping pong where Heretics won the first game, but Unicorns of Love is well prepared from the blue side, so they pick the second victory. Then Heretics go back to the blue side, pick the victory, and now it's Unicorns of Love turn to go to the blue side. That is going to have the advantage. So I'm expecting a 2-2, honestly, but I don't know. I don't want to speak.
You're hurting. I can see it.
It It's so close yet so far, and we know how these things work.
If I would have prediction for this time around, I think you're right. I think Unicorns of Love will 100% play blue side. But I think you have to change your bans as well coming out from the side of Heretics. And you might actually have to ban the Lucian yourself. So you might have to go with, you can still go with the Azir, you can go with the Vi, but then I think you get rid of the Sivir and you throw in the Lucian instead. Because at least then if Sivir's open, you can match scaling with scaling. And Jack Spectra's happy about that. But if you get them the neutralization of having that Lucian lane like we saw in the game too, I think that might go a little bit off the rails and make matters more easy. Because that bot lane is the strong side for Heretics. And those solo lanes from the side of Unicorns of Love is their strong side. So if they're put in a position where they don't have to worry about the strong side of the opponent, well, they will be very happy.
And there's more than draft, because in this game, they won pretty much every single team fight. I want to look into that one. And Noah, guide me through this. You were living this.
Yeah, I was totally living this. I was not believing that we got to this point, honestly, in the European Masters. But in this moment, just Heretics got a lot of advantage. They went to the Baron Nashor, they took everything, even Jack Spectra got a pentakill. They were playing whatever they wanted. And that's because when they got advantage in the mid lane, they got advantage in the bot lane, they could just go full ham, full engage. I was not a big fan of De Leon peak, but honestly, that is comfort zone for Whiting. He knows how to play this. He knows how to go full forward and win front to back.
And it's just easy once again. Like, they have all the tools they need for a good teamfight composition. It's what we really wanted, right? Because even in the game they won, where they had the Mordekaiser, like, teamfights would have been hard. Luckily, they won the game, right? But in an ideal situation where you're the one who actually gets the Aphelios and you have a team composition around you, you actually get to play it. Like we saw in Game 2, where you didn't have that. And, you know, Jack Spectra is just left to his own devices with nothing to really use his lead on. But you see it this time around. The gold lead, it's steep, it's up there, and it's not falling behind.
There's nothing on that wave that allowed Unicorns to show up, and this is why I'm going to do it. I've never done this before in this specific studio, so that's why I'm going to take this opportunity. Heretics are one game away of making Superliga really proud. This is the moment Spain has been looking forward the most. On European Masters ground, they can actually do it. And there's a specific sentence that starts this all the time. It all starts with success. It all starts with...
No monologues today. No monologues today. Let's toss it to the casters. A Llamada y al Munchables. Vámonos a caster. De verdad, esto no. No.
I love the way that she says Munchables. I feel like it's, I don't know, I feel exotic now. I will say, Archim, you okay, buddy? I feel like
that was a pretty hefty shot.
That was aggro, but look, it has started with success for Heretics.
Oh, now she's gonna come in here.
I'm on my toes. We can see me one. Yeah, game number 4. We'll see how this one's going to go down. 2-1 to Heretics, and what a game 3, right? Absolute domination from start to finish from Heretics. A 20-minute win at the end of the day. Like, that was terrifying. And now Unicorns, they're going to have to give us something different for game 4.
They have to. Otherwise, we're just going to see a repeat of game 3, and I think they're just going to get run over completely. Questions still remain, right? Picks like Lucian, are they going to still remain banned? Do you want to change things up with the jungle pick, for example? You noted, and I think very aptly so, that the junglers have actually had a lot of influence in this series. A little bit more sway than perhaps junglers often do in competitive play. Specifically in the early game, a lot of the time it feels like junglers show up to lanes that are already kind of going a little bit poorly or going really well, and then they kind of bounce off that. It feels like, realistically, if Blurazor gets a massive lead, Heretics win. And if Lurox has been allowed the freedom to kind of move to lanes where he has a lot of setup, the Unicorns just kind of take over the game. I think the only big criticism I have right now of Unicorns doesn't actually, however, have much to do with the drafts per se, but also I think it's more to do with maybe directly Lurox, but also Unicorns not as a unit playing towards their conditions consistently. I feel like game 1, game 3, they had the opportunities to, you know, camp that the Aatrox with the Renekton and the Sejuani in game number 1, maybe actually find something tangible with that bottom lane lead, which they never really ended up doing.
Okay, so the Unicorns essentially need to play towards their win condition as opposed to trying to stop Heretics winning.
Yeah, it feels like that. It feels like they are trying to shut down Heretics a little bit too much as opposed to just playing their game. Yeah, playing their game.
Just vibe with it. Just vibe.
Just vibe, yeah.
All right, we'll see how the vibes are. We'll vibe check them here in the Champions League. Oh, God, I've never sounded older. How do you do, fella kids? Time for a vibe check. Trundle first ban.
Okay.
Now that is a vibe.
There. That is a vibe. It probably also feels worse for you because I am almost by
You're
far
like
and away.
14 or something.
All right, buddy.
I'll literally double your age.
There are probably things that you remember that I just don't.
Yeah, like the Millennium.
Like the Right, picks and bans. Yeah, Trundle removed away from Unicorns. There's definitely an adaptation here, a change away. Does this mean that Sejuani then remains high priority then? Is that the idea here? That they try and pick something and force Heretics actually onto the Sejuani pick? The Azir still going to remain the same, however. And I feel like Heretics, unless bans continue to drastically change from Unicorns, can probably still happily remove away these conditions that they feel are very strong for the Dark Region side. Remove away the Civet, right? Consistent wave clear from the bot side. They've been doing it all draft long. Poppy now also joins the ban list, so a lot more focus towards the jungle, which is what we were kind of saying.
Yeah, and now this does open up a lot in that bottom side. This is not just Unicorn saying we need to focus on Blue Resort. It's also them saying, Shiganari, you got to step up to Jack Spectra. We're going to give you an aggressive AD carry matchup. We're not going to ban the Sivir. We're not going to ban the Draven. We're not going to ban the Kalista. We're not going to ban the Lucian.
Do you know what I would really like?
So much open here.
Do you know what I would really like, though? I would really like to see the Lucian banned away to force the Kalista and then go towards the Draven. I think that would be really nice for Unicorns, actually, to just leave that one super aggressive hyper AD up. Draven's going to be the ban that they go for, so maybe they're actually trying to do this. They're trying to force the Kalista out. My only problem with this is maybe you kind of just see Heretics ignore this entirely, go still towards the Sivir ban that they've been doing all series long in the opening 3, and Unicorns will probably still, in my mind, lean on the Lucian or the Kalista. It depends on what they prioritize a little bit heavily in this draft, and Heretics will just respond as they have been with the opposite side of that matchup.
See, the Caitlyn also has been banned every single game so far in this series, so I am curious, as the Lucian locked in as the first pick, pressure in the bottom side from Shiganari. Kalista available, Caitlyn available. So there's plenty of pressure, and even the Sivir. Sivir has been banned every single game so far this series, but the Sejuani has become something that Lurox has had massive pressure on across the course of this series. And with the Trundle band, with the Poppy band, with the Wukong band, with the Vi band, that becomes a huge priority.
Yeah, so many junglers removed. Sejuani, you know, rises in priority simply because as well on the red side, very strong flex. You can hold that all the way to R5 and then slot her into whatever lane makes more sense. Kalista's going to come through into that one-to-one answer in the aggression to Lucian. Expect the Nami. Now it's more about what Lurox is actually willing to play in my mind with so many junglers down. You could go towards the Viego. You could also go towards something like the Lee Sin, perhaps, if you're talking about early aggression that can very happily play around this Lucian Nami. What else is there really, though? I mean, beyond that, it feels pretty limited.
There's one pick that Lurox has played this year, Kindred. He's played Kindred 3 times across the course of this split. Certainly can do well into tanks, and he has a 100% win rate. 12 KDA over those games. It scales well. They've got an Ornn, maybe. Maybe, just maybe, a Kindred could come on through. That would certainly be an exciting way for the Unicorns to come into Game 4 of the series. But now, Heretics consistently hovering over this casting. That is a reference to Ruby playing it earlier on in the tournament. They're going to go with the Kalista Renata. This is a terrifying 2v2.
Yeah, and it's 2v2 that came in at the start of the split, if you remember. Certainly, so many LPL games where Nami Lucian was prioritized 24/7, and then what came in as the eventual response, it was Kalista Renata, and that took over the premier, you know, best bot lane in the meta. All right, they know something we don't. They've just banned away Ramos. I don't think he's played that.
So actually, he has played it once. He has played it once. 100% win rate. All right, fair enough. But it is a singular game. So, you know, whether or not that was going to be picked, I don't know. Volibear's also in that.
What I will say,
Jungle Nocturne. These are all the pieces he's played one time.
What I will say is that speaks to how deep the jungle pool, or how shallow the jungle pool actually is at this moment in the draft now. If the Heretics are willing to throw a ban at bloody Rammus. And Unicorns, they continue to remove away Ivo's Aatrox. He got it once, and it looked pretty okay. Wasn't, again, the biggest vocal point of the draft, but still had a pretty strong performance on it. And now they'll also remove away the Vladimir from Ruby, just to ensure that it's not that comfort pick in this position where you can try and capitalize and close out on the series from the side of Heretics.
We're going to have to see. That Vladimir from Ruby, as you mentioned. And now another ban from the Unicorns. Could be up towards that top side, as they already have their Ornn locked in. Want to make sure that Scarface has a reasonable matchup, but actually taking the Sylas off the board.
Yeah, quite like that. Just means that you don't have to deal with the Ornn being stolen away. Now,
I mean, this has to be Swain, right?
Yeah, I mean,
it's been Swain every time.
It's been Swain every time. My thing is, you kind of see the top lane matchup already. So do you just wait? or I guess you also have the Sejuani already to flex. So yeah, I think actually I take back Swain just makes a little more sense here for Sawyer. Just go back to what you've been doing so far. No. Okay.
So it's a Sejuani top.
Okay.
So the Aatrox ban completely wasted ultimately here. The Xin Zhao, bit of pressure in that jungle role for Blue Resort. And now we have to see where the Unicorns are willing to go for Lurox here. We mentioned the Nocturne has been played once by Lurox this split, but we really are in the fringes of what is meta.
Yeah, we really are. Nocturne, if I recall, recently got a couple of buffs, but I think it was more to do with late turn as opposed to jungle Nocturne. So,
I mean, you're the colour, not me.
Hey, you know what? Actually, someone should get Benny on the line. He's gonna know. He's gonna know.
Yeah, that's
an
true.
encyclopedia of Nocturne everything. But it will be the Victor that rounds out this draft, and I will say Unicorns a little bit all over the place of this draft. I think kind of pushed into a corner with so many jungle bans taken away, and now I think realistically Zoya can do whatever he wants, right? He played this side of the matchup with the Swain, didn't look so good against the Victor, so he's going to move over to the Ahri. And honestly, I don't mind this. My only concern is a little bit of pretty high value cleanses to potentially to come out from Ruby and Shiganari to sort of deal with potential pick. But aside from that, it just makes a lot of sense. You've got Xin Zhao Ahri in the mid lane to just win out very early on in the 2v2. Nocturne needs to hit 6 until he really has a lot of pressure. And that's kind of my big concern here for the Unicorn side. They have a lot of agency once level 6 rolls in. But before then, there is so little, and especially the first couple of levels where Lucian Nami typically will dominate most lanes. They're not going to be able to do that on the bottom side, and they're also going to lose out on the 2v2 in the mid jungle. And they even have a winning top side, so Heretics kind of have it all to me, Munch.
Yeah, they've got control of the early game, is the long and short of it. And we saw what happens in game number 3 when Heretics have control of the early game. We'll see if they can rinse and repeat that scoreline. I will say as well, Zvero, you mentioned that Ahri pick, right? He's locked it in again. It's his 10th game of Ahri across the course of this split. He has won 8 out of the 9 so far, and he's got a 6 KDA doing it as well. This is not a pick that Zvero is uncomfortable on. This is a pick that Zvero has been known to dominate on in that mid lane. And I feel like Zvero versus Ruby might end up being the story of this one, because Ruby got kind of camped by Blue Resort, kind of destroyed by Zvero in game number 3. We'll see if Zvero can rinse and repeat that story.
Yeah, and Ruby, when he was running this Victor in game number 1, it was a little while ago now, was having a pretty good time of it. Of course, it was into a different matchup. We'll see whether or not you can keep that same level of dominance. However, onto the Rift, potentially the final game, if we're to go off of momentum for the series. But Unicorn still, loads of options mid-game. Again, still worried about the early game for Heretics.
Absolutely. And do you know what? We're going into game number 4 here. Heretics with the momentum right now. They're on match point, and they're representing the Superliga here for Spain. They're representing their first seed in their region, and they're representing, as would Unicorns be, the only team moving into semi-finals that aren't an LFL team. A lot of pressure on the shoulders of these players. They're desperate to get this win on the board. Aibo, not been to the semi-finals since 2018, and he would love to make it once again.
He really would. Like you say, the only team that would be from the LFL in semis, the winner of this series. Lurox is going to do something quite clever and just try and start on this Raptors, but you can see Zoru trying to play a little bit of interrupt, and Blue Resort will also come over here, steal away half the chicken camp. Lurox gets the big one, but again, the big one doesn't quite get him level 2. Still, however, should be fine moving up towards the top side. Heretics just going to split the map, and I think this makes so much sense, just simply because Jack Spectre, Whiten feels like they have been getting the better end of the laning phases a lot of the time throughout the series, and if you isolate that, it feels like, realistically, Unicorns aren't going to be able to respond too well, because top side of the map, it's Victor and it's Ornn. They're not going to be able to play through these lanes.
Yeah, they're not exactly going to be able to put massive pressure on. You can see Blue Resort already going to go for a play. Level 1 on Winsome here, just takes half of his HP bar. The knockup won't quite come on through, and Shiganari. So the wrong side, there's a flash forward for the knockup here. Shiganari going to be forced to flash as well, as the handshake doesn't quite connect. But there you go, 80 carry flash burn. They'll be more than happy with that.
You know what, honestly, Blue Resort, based gank. He's just like, you know what, I've got a red buff, got half chicken cap.
He stood there, he's hitting the Krugs, he's like, why am I hitting the Krugs?
Why am I hitting Krugs? This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense at all. No, all right. Lurox will, at the very least, respond quite quickly and go towards the top side. There was no wards dropped by Heretics to actually catch out this rotation. I just saw a ping, rather, come out onto the blue buff of Unicorn. So that's actually where the Heretic side feel that Lurox is at the moment, so you will get some jungle camp stolen away. Even picked up the Raptors now, actually eyeing up a topside gank level 3. Very high up in the lane, Aibo.
And Aibo, no flash here, running the TP and Ignite.
He just queued.
Scarface won't be able to find the knockback. Did just use his Q, though. The movement speed is going to be there. Flash forwards, the fear available. And that's a dead Aibo. First blood taken by Lurox.
Yeah, honestly, really nice from Lurox, and just attacks from an angle that it seems like Heretics weren't prepared for. They didn't get a ward to cover the crossover from Lurox, and now Lurox is going to respond with this stacked wave. Level 2 just hit by Winsome. No flash on Shiganari, remember.
Oh, Bluesaw almost all of his HP, though. Are they really still going to die? This one, they go in. TP's coming up through. Bluesaw gets in. There's a kill, and he somehow gets out with his life. Winsome, low on HP. The spears are there. Jack Spectra should get the free rend, but I think it might be on cooldown here. Scarface arrived to clear the wave.
All right. Could have been very chaotic.
It was very chaotic.
It could have been even more chaotic. So really nice from Winsome and Shiganari to just burst out Bluesaw and potentially force his way. The big issue is that Jack Spectra and Whiten are both full HP. The handshake connects. Yes, the cleanse is quite nice, but the burst damage can still come through. Definitely eyeing up the potential of a redive here. The only thing is, if you look towards the minimap, it was Ruby that had first move over the side of Zoya, so they don't want to overcommit. They take what they can get and they leave.
All right, Bluesaw back in the bottom side of the jungle, continuing to try and split the map if he can. This is not a new strategy from Heretics. Abandoning Aibo on the top side on a tank, this is their bread and butter. This is how this team always does it.
Whoa, Aibo on a tank, resources go to Jack Spectra. I feel, yeah, very classic Heretics right now in the early stages. We'll see how many times they can continue to redive while Shiganari has no summoner spells. Bluesaw, almost 5 minutes into the game, hasn't reset yet. Really nice from Unicorns to try and spot this out, and this is just a game of cat and mouse, isn't it? Like
Bluesaw trying to play it as slow as he can so he can find his way in. Shiganari and Winsome forced away once again. Look how many minions are dying to the tower right now. Jack Spectra gets a solo plate early on the Kallistra. Zvero's even moved down as well. Is this wave will just get stacked up by the Rens and taken out by Jack Spectra. And look how many minions have gone down. This is disaster for Shiganari, but Jack Spectra has gone too deep on this one. The exhaust keeps him alive, but here's Lurox, and the bailout isn't going to find a kill. Jack Spectra's down. It's going to be trade, though. Lurox flashes away. He survives, and Shiganari finds one as well. Whiten's too deep. Ruby with a double, and disaster for Heretics.
It's a complete catastrophe. Heretics just overstay their welcome. Lurox shows up from a reset, comes in, cleans up, and there's 2 kills that go over to Ruby. No one stops Ruby from entering that fight either. You would think that maybe Zoya would hang a little bit further back, try and control this choke here at the Tri-Brush. I think Ruby ends up just flashing over to commit on top of this fight, and Jack Spectra, I just don't know. He just stepped too far forward, just a simple misplay. Nothing else to really add. And back of it, Ruby manages to pick up 2 additional kills. Bluesaw has nowhere to go. Just over-eagerness to try and force this play to continue from Heretics.
And the Conqueror from Lurox, so clutch there in the last second to keep him going. Ruby now 2-0-1 on the Victor on that scaling mid laner. And we talked about the fact that it's all about Heretics trying to maintain pressure, trying to find an advantage in the early game. They've tried too hard to make that happen, and now they're the ones staring down the barrel of 1,500 gold lead down at 6.5 minutes.
Now, they will band-aid this at the very least with this very, very early Ocean Dragon. So I think all things considered, could be a lot worse. Imagine if Unicorns were able to actually pick up the Dragon on the back end of that as well, maybe get a stack going. And another thing I want to really highlight here is actually Jack Spectra's XP difference compared to Shiganari is up a full level. Now, there will be a little bit of rubber banding, to say the least, but still, we'll be able to hit level 6 first and maybe continue this momentous amount of pressure.
And look where Bluesaw is as well, just going to keep this going on the bottom side. Shiganari does have both summoners up though, so this should be a difficult dive to pull off. You can see that the bottom lane of Heretics low on those summoner spells currently, but just look at the CS difference between these AD carries, right? It's a noon quiver against the pickaxe with the 2 swords as well, and you can just expect that Jack Spectra probably going to recall on this one. And as you say, the XP difference is really going to be the thing to look at in the bottom lane for the time being.
Yeah, level 6 is going to be hit by Jack Spectra in the next sort of wave and a half, maybe. So we'll see whether Fate's cool plays can be made around that timer. Speaking of levels and timers, Lurox is level 6. And as the old saying goes, the first ultimate usage from, what is it, Twisted Fate, Shen, Nocturne. Those are the big 3 globals, shall we say, that often get spoken about as if they have a first successful ultimate, normally the rest go okay. So we have to see. Normally, it's a good measuring
You
stick.
started this with like, this is the prophecy. You ended it with, if they do well first, it can be okay.
Yeah, it can be okay.
It's not exactly Aesop's Fables, is it?
No. But traditionally, Nocturne, the kind of champion where if he does get that first ult off and it yields pretty big benefits, he can continue to kind of snowball wherever he initially hit the map.
Yeah. If the darkness does succeed, then your jungler will get feed. There you go, there's your Fable. Scarface going to start off the Herald by himself here.
You wouldn't make a great bard.
No?
No.
I can play guitar rather than the lute, so it doesn't really work for a bard.
Hey, me too. We can run like a duo bard or something. I don't know how that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, bard has to be run as a duo, right? As a support, so.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Hey,
All right.
But look, this is actually, I'm pretty sure, the first Herald of this entire series for the Unicorns. It's been Heretics controlling that.
That's true.
The entire series so far.
And right now, they're the ones with the gold lead, and that's the objective that gives gold, right? The only issue is, what you're seeing on our screens right here. And I will once again highlight right here, Jack Spectra, XP, Shigenari XP. It's a bit meaty, and hopefully for Shigenari, he can find some way back in, because he's going to very slowly start to fall behind in gold.
And the thing is as well, this Lucian pick is one of those picks that does need to get an impact going, does need to get into the mid-game strong, and that's just not going to happen at this point. That ship has sailed, so it's going to be down to Ruby in the mid lane on this Victor to be the premier carry for the squad when it comes to the mid-game fights, when it comes to trying to fight over the Drakes, over the Barons.
Yep, shut down in game number 3, Ruby was. This time it's Shigenari that's being shut down, and Lucian as well, as the pick has been doing so well this series. Now it's the first time we're actually going to properly see it struggle. Ruby will have to step up for his team after being hard-focused. Had a pretty free time in this laning phase. Got those 2 kills. He's up 1,000 gold pretty much on Zoiru. Let's see what he can do with it. Even gets donated the first blue buff. That's rare for 2022 standards, so let's see what he could do.
Ruby already with that blue buff, going to be able to just clear these waves away very comfortably and start to get some pressure, some priority in that mid lane over Zvero. And with the first strike, Shigenari as well, first strike, there's a massive amount of burst damage available to this team. But look at this. Jack Spectra going to get his 3rd solo play of the bottom lane. That is terrifying, and now you'll see him go back to base. He's already got his boots, he's already got his Noon Quiver. I'm curious what he'll finish off here. Just going to be a Vamp Scepter coming in the end. It's not that long. Oh, and a cult. It's quite late for a cult, I will say, but hey.
That is one of those bases where, so my assumption is he didn't have 600 gold for an agility cloak, and he just said, you know what, I'm free farming anyway.
Like, the odds are he's going to hit 200 CS this game.
Hit 200 CS. So
probably won't need the item slot. Like, I'm not super averse to it. It will slow down your second item slightly, or it'll slow down his first item slightly, in fact. But with the lead that he's got, I'm not sure he's too worried about that. It's more about the mid-jungle. And I think we have to kind of revisit something we said just after Champ Select, right? Is that Blue Razor and Zveru had the mid-jungle 2v2.
Yes.
They had the strength there versus this Nocturne and Victor combo. But because of the way things went in the bottom side, it ends up being Lurix and Ruby that are the stronger ones.
Yeah, right now they're the ones that picked up the gold, the kills, the XP lead 1-to-1 as well on both sides. Really need to see where Lurix will actually strike with this Paranoia, yet to use it. And I think at the moment, it's definitely kind of tough, right? You go to the top side, it's just the Sejuani. The mid lane is obviously Spirit Rush, Ari, 3 charges. Bottom side, it feels like Jack Spectra so damn hard to kill, not only because he's so fed, but he's got the exhaust, he's got flash, he's going to have bailout on top of that. Renar ultimate as well. There are so many things to keep these targets alive, so I think Lurix is just struggling to find setup right now because the lanes, frankly, just can't provide it for him.
And to be honest, I don't actually mind that he's not being super proactive on the Nocturne, right? Because, you think of Nocturne, you think level 6, you got to go in. But actually, you got a Victor and an Ord on your team.
It's not the end of the world.
When you look at scaling in this lobby, it's very clearly on the side of the Unicorns. So if you can play it slow, you play it slow.
And, the old saying is, the observers pick the dragons.
Is that safe?
It is the same.
I'm not sure. I think we grew up in different places. I've never heard any of these
We may
sayings
have. That one comes from Viper Outlet. See, they know me at this point.
Well, okay.
Yes.
Cloud Soul analysis time.
Are you gonna make me chill out for the Cloud Soul?
How good is it?
Yeah, Joe, it sucks. This is not good Cloud Soul.
I know.
Yeah.
I knew that. The audience knew that. I just wanted to hear you say it out loud.
I know.
It always sucks. That's the beauty of it.
But
okay.
It could be good for, like, kiting backwards with Renata and Callista. Smile. I'll stop trying now.
Yeah. Ari will move quite quickly. Thumbs up. Okay, Blue Resort going to be clearing from his top side here. And I feel like we're in for a bit of a slow one here because the snag that we're hitting for the side of Heretics is that they've drafted this composition where they want to be really aggressive in the early game and snowball from there. But they've gone a little bit too aggressive in the early game. It's a classic blunder. It's like never go against a Sicilian when death is on the line. You know, it's that kind of blunder.
I'm too young for that reference.
Okay. Well, someone in chat definitely got that reference. I promise you that. It's the voice actor of Rex off of Toy Story that drops that reference. And I'll give no more explanation. Here we go, culling at the bottom side. Jack Spectra going to tank it up. His White-in saved by the face call.
All right. Not too bad for the Unicorn side, considering how the lane's been going. But because of things like Jack Spectra, you know, having to opt into those tier 2 boots because he's playing Callista, and just in general, I guess, the Cole purchase, he's actually down an item on Shiganari right now. Shiganari has the Gale Force!
Oh, the exhaust comes through on the tidal wave! It's a tsunami for Winsome!
Despite being put so far behind, question mark, or Jack Spectra getting all of these plates, you feel like it's actually the Heretics bottom lane that have the advantage, but you just have to look at the inventories. It's the Gale Force that's there, it's the Mandate that's already in pocket for the Nami, and so much damage comes out. I mean, sure, Jack Spectra is, what, 65, 70% HP, but it doesn't really matter. Even through the exhaust, just gets one-shot tidal wave. Turns out Callista's not the best swimmer in the world.
Just washed away in the bottom lane, and look at that, the gold dead even between our AD carries now. Shiganari finding himself some space in the bottom side, and an 800 gold lead for Winsome over White. It's not often that you talk about support gold leads, but here we are, the Mandate finished and making it work immediately. The Unicorns want their second Herald of the game, but Ibo here to contest as Zveru moves in as well. Lurks would really like to finish this one, but it ain't gonna happen. It's taken by Zveru in the end.
Alright, Heretics get that one slipped away, and like you say, Zveru even going to pick it up. So he's going to be the one with that Herald in his back pocket. Still down several thousand gold. Unicorns, again, we've spoken about the scaling. Dare I say, they may actually just kind of give up the next dragon because it's Cloud. And
I thought you liked Cloud. I thought you were meant to be the Herald of the Cloud.
I am, I promise. But what I will say about Cloud is because of its contextual strength, when you...
Where do we go with this?
Don't giggle. It does mean that compared to other souls, you can actually kind of happily give it up, let Elder spawn in, and then if you're stronger by that point,
yeah,
you just win the game because Elder's broken. So we'll see what Unicorns want to do. They have the items, in my opinion, to fight, yes, but do you want to flip it right now, even though you've got a 3k gold lead? You can kind of let it go. I guess mid lane priority is also going to be a very big deal in terms of who gets to the river first.
And it's worth mentioning as well that, you know, Zveru has this Herald to find that priority that you're talking about, but also, if you do lose a fight here as Unicorns, do you really want to give a lead back over to the Heretics? Charm goes wide, and now in goes Lurok's first ult of the game, and it's going to be a Call of the Forge God on top of it. Bailout won't find the reset, so it's 1-for-1 so far. Scarface trying to escape. Ruby protected by his top laner. A great bubble, though, to stop White-in escaping. Scarface trying to get to the wall. Flashes out to safety. Ruby getting stacked up on, but here comes Shiganari. Everything available. The culling blocked by the minion wave, though. They can't finish anyone off.
Yeah, and I mean, 10 seconds until this dragon spawns up. There's one jungler available, and it's to Heretics' side, but it's the Unicorns that have access to the river right now. So let's see how this next couple of seconds play out, because Heretics could just slip into the river after the fact. Try and pick this one up. Lurox has respawned. Teleport's coming in. They from Ruby. So they're going to try and just control this choke. I mean, Shiganari.
Oh, Shiganari wants it here. Goes in 1v3, but White-in can keep his AD carry alive. Sparrow over the wall here. Doesn't have his ultimate available, but he does have an Everfrost. Ibo's here as well. And suddenly Ruby's alone on the play. It's Jack Spectra forced out the top side of the fight here. Blue buff taken down. Jack Spectra survives. And now Ibo onto Shiganari. Both AD carries down. Lurix on the backline. White-in turns gold to keep himself alive. Ruby trying to survive as the double kill comes through. Sparrow, though, on the front line, trying to get into the middle of everything. The knock huge. Lurox under the tower now. Sparrow surviving. Whiten trying to protect his team. Heretics forced out.
They are forced out. Unicorns, such an amazing team fight, just pushing the Heretics back further and further. And Ruby, the person we said had to step up, is stepping up in these fights massively. And Unicorns, we pondered the question, will they give up the Cloud Dragon? The answer is no, it's the best damn dragon in the game, so they're going to fight for it.
Absolutely. And Ruby take about 5-0 on 1 on this Victor. Who says Victor is a late game scaling champion? Not Ruby, as he takes over this early game. Already was on the 2 items. He'll probably finish a 3rd on this base.
He is going to be absolutely massive. Let's take a look at this though, because the teleport comes in and you're thinking Unicorns, sure, they can just keep them at arm's length in the choke, but Shikanari has other ideas. He's forcing them back all the way. This knock-up from Whiten is nice, but there's no real follow-up because Zoiru's teleport hasn't followed through yet. And you can see on the bottom side, Ivo also hadn't arrived. So the engages are kind of a little bit too muddled up. Nothing actually sticks for the side of Heretics, and then Shikanari again just dashing forward. He only knows forward. He only knows forward, and so does Ruby apparently. Flashes forward, picks up the Callista, and as the fight ensues, Ruby's just unkillable in the middle of everybody.
Yeah, he's got a crown and he's happy to use it. I love that Ruby just walks forward, just one taps Jack Spectre as well to finish that kill off. What a play from Ruby. Shikanari willing to be aggressive, and once again the culling comes on through. Herald charge, the first tower already went down. It will be half of this second tower. Not enough to finish as Ruby arrives. Here comes the team once again. Lurox into the middle of 3 of them, has to retreat once more. Tidal Wave to try and stop Ivo getting into the play. It's a 3,000 gold lead for the Unicorns, and everything is kicked off, Jabana.
It's just fist fight after fist fight, man. Lurox constantly going for Zoiru here, so close, slipping away. Yet again, the Ari does. Now they're actually looking onto Scarface. That Ulma goes wide, but the stun won't.
Yeah, that's going to be... Oh, a 4-person knock-up here. Whiten escapes with his life, forced to flash, but hey, in a 4v1, you'll take the flashy play at least.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't even know Heretics. Yeah, they will be able to get this tower at the very least. That Demolish proc, everybody else showing up. They'll take that tier 2, a lot of gold to kind of give to 3 members here.
This feels like it's fairly consistent that Heretics are managing to find these positive trades across the map here. As Vero will be able to... Oh, that's charmed underneath the tower. Ruby, he's right. Took, what was that, 4 tower shots in a row there? So a lot less pressure than there was on this top side.
Yeah, they'll have to back away. Lurox's Ulma is coming back up, but the unfortunate scenario is that so is Zoiru's literally 3 seconds later. So there will be no play to be had here, and it looks like a reset will just come through. Mid lane, tower was taken by Shikanari, so a lot of gold being thrown back and forth. And right now, I guess the important thing to know is that Shikanari is actually at IM parry with Jack Spectre. Sure, he doesn't have the tier 2 boots, but he's got the 2 IM completions, and that's all he really needs. Yeah. When you kind of look at the Unicorn side as well, the items are more or less ahead or even in every role except for Scarface right now, who can just build his Frozen Heart on the Rift anyway.
Yeah, it's not like Ornn is one of those champions that's super item reliant.
No.
He's going to be chilling. He's going to be okay, regardless of if he falls a little bit behind in terms of items. Ruby trying to grab his blue buff here, but that will not be allowed. Ivo dives into the play, and Lurox using that paranoia just to try and dissuade the engage from Heretics. Blue buff probably going to reset again here, but actually no, taken by Blue Resort. Here we go with the Forged God as Sphero trying to escape. Good Spirit Rush at the last second to dodge the knockup, but the Unicorns aren't done just yet. Jack Spectre's on the front line right now. He will be taken down. Another Tsunami comes on through, and Winsome taking names right now. Supportal combat as he gets his 3rd kill.
Does he have a Medjai's or something? What's going on? He's just writing them down one after the other, and now they can go towards the Baron here. Blue Resort, he's on the upside wall, he's got flash, he's in Zao, he doesn't even really need it to get inside of the pit. Is this a flip that Unicorns are really willing to take right now when they are down series point? It looks like the answer is yes. This Baron is being burned down slowly but surely. It's at 7k.
They don't have much sustain though, and I feel like they are slowly but surely just being poked down by the Baron. They have to back away. And like you say, Blue Resort's there, has his smite available. This is not something you want a 50-50 when you are on the cusp of being knocked out of EU Masters.
Exactly, and Jack Spectre gets clipped by that first Ulma. Shikanari's cleanse comes out late, and I'm thinking at this point maybe Unicorns can just disengage, walk away, maybe get something in the mid lane. But yeah, you said Jack Spectre, he's on the front line. He was also at the front at the front of the line to die, apparently, in Winsome's eyes as he picks up a double kill. They go towards the Baron, but again, stripped away.
Okay. Lurox has got a kill. I have no idea what the context is there, but hey, we take those. Lurox finds himself a bonus.
Nocturne's broken, I guess? Like, how does that happen?
Oh, Ibo stops the recall. I don't think Lurox can win this one, and I don't think he can get back to the tower in time.
That's a meaty fear.
Okay.
Right. Ultimate. Dodge it, Lurox.
He's actually just going to walk away from this one. Flashes out to safety.
Oh, Baron though? Question mark? No, doesn't look like it's going to be doable. Yeah, let's get a look at this. Does Zoira just not quite have flat? Yeah, no ultimate. He's just clearing. Yeah, it's just this is a bit of greed from Zoira. Unfortunately, I think he probably was relatively close to an Ion. Otherwise, you wouldn't see him stick in the side lane like that. Okay, I take it back. Baron is on the table.
Yeah, Heretic starting this one off. They're looking for the fight. The Scarface, the target is. The hostile takeover goes pretty wide on this one. Oh, Whiten almost gets one shot by Shiganari. Yes, he does get one shot by Shiganari. Flash forward from Ruby to dodge away from the Everfrost. Call of the Forge God is in. As in comes Lurox as well. A double through for Shiganari. And the Unicorns want a full series here. Shiganari forced back again, but it will not matter. Triple kill for Shiganari. And now onto the Baron once more.
The bells are tolling. Silver scrapes, Joe. I can hear it. Unicorns, they're going to pick up the Baron here almost certainly. Mid lane tower will be picked up. Oh, actually, Ruby, he's going to get picked up himself. The Baron should still go the way of the Unicorns. Question is, what's going to happen with the Dragon in 15 seconds time is when Blue Azor respawns. There's the Baron. Takes a little while. Then they can let it go, come back out to the map and siege with this Baron buff.
But I don't think they'll be able to get themselves this Drake, right? Zvero should be able to start this one off. He's got a Callista on the way as well. With Ruby not on the map, this is a 4v5 in favor of Heretics. Surely this should be their Drake, and that will be soul point as well.
Be the soul point. Is okay. All right. You were waiting. But hey, look, I'm just upset that we've got Cloud Souls, but then the Cloud Souls haven't been good Cloud Soul games.
And we've not really seen any Souls.
And we've not actually seen any Souls this series, yeah.
I think we saw one in the first game, maybe.
I don't think we got to that point, but yeah, you can see Whiten, Shiganari, Lucian, one-shot, broken champion in this series, apparently. And then this engage here, just followed up so nicely. Jack Spectra just can't do anything. He's got a Chaos Storm on top of him, he's got a Forge God on top of him, and unfortunately, he's also got a Nightmare on top of him. And he drops, and Shiganari finds himself a triple kill. No one else around to slay for a Penta. Try and match Jack Spectra's game 3, but he is certainly looking to get as aggressive as he can right now. 3 items, upgraded Gale Force Typhoon, he is ready to fight.
Yes, he absolutely is. Shiganari, I'm loving the aggression we're seeing on this Lucian from both Jack Spectra and Shiganari, both of them showing that they know how to be aggressive, know how to push that advantage. They won't be able to go for the tower here. Whiten trying to find the engage, but just ever so slightly short on it. As Scarface TP's into the play, Ibo will prowl away on his Poro. It's sort of bouncing. As in the meantime, Lurox just pushes a tower in the top side for himself.
Lurox side lane, I quite like this, right? He's the champion with the global, just give the minions the Baron buff, take the tower, set up pressure for Unicorns to siege in the mid lane. And they'll get that tier 2 there as well, and they can push on towards the inhibitor with the Baron buff. Still got plenty of time to use this with.
Ooh. And now, oh my
days!
That was just a double shot. That was insane. Sparrow almost get one shot on the play. Shiganari now moving on to Blue Resort, but does have that Crescent Guard to keep himself safe, but that's an ultimate burn. The Unicorns will be very happy with the results of this play. White in the next target, another double shot and another half HP bar gone. Sparrow, big Everfrost in the team. Hostile takeover as well, with some shields across the squad side though. They just can't commit, they just can't go in on the play. And now the Forge got across everybody! Scarface making it happen. Jack Spectra forced into the bailout, but he will fall. And I think that might just be game once again. The Unicorns turning things around. They lose in 22 minutes, and then they find a win in 27. This series is going the distance, and the Unicorns will not be shut out just yet.
No, they will not. And this game, the first 10 minutes, 15 maybe even, so back and forth. I'm sorry, I got taken away in the moment. I can hear the silver scrapes. It's my first time here. I can't not get carried away from time to time.
I can't blame you.
It's coming. The silver scrapes. I mean, yeah, the early game, right? For Heretics, the plan was very clearly just deny the bottom lane, deny the Lucian army with this Kalista pick. We saw, I think it was Fnatic do the same thing. Was it against Rogue? My brain is telling me one of the games in the playoffs where they just effectively sat in between tier 1 and tier 2 of Kalista and said, "Fight us, bro." see what happens. And they just took that play too far, and just from simply the back of that play, it's just Shiganari and White having the IM advantage somehow, despite lacking the gold, and then taking over from the bottom side. And of course, Ruby was the one that finally stepped up in this series.
Yeah. I mean, Heretics were there and they said, "Fight us, bro." And then the Unicorn said, "Okay, we'll fight you," and managed to win that. Can you hear it, Jamada? That's silver scrapes in our ears. The Unicorns of Love are back, and it's all coming down to one last game between these two teams. We're going to be right back. Do not go anywhere. It's game 5, baby.
Unicorns of Love started kind of as a group of friends, just trying to get as good as possible in League of Legends. For the last 5 splits, I've been working in the LCL and made Worlds 3 times in a row. And then I joined our German Prime League team on summer. So yeah, the journey has been quite long, and everything started with Unicorns of Love just being friends and somehow making it to the highest level of competition. I think there are too many brands that are just calling themselves like serious gaming, ultra gaming, mega gaming, you know, professional e-gaming. We always just had fun. So when we started, we wanted to have a name that if you lose to it, you know, it's like, oh, we lost against Unicorns of Love, and then you know, kind of have this kind of, oh my god. Because in the end, it doesn't matter how you're called or like where you're coming from or like what you're doing. In the end, the only thing that's important is that you're better at League of Legends.
About this game, I don't want that. I don't want random fights. I don't want random Ramos ultimate on like Sinzao's shit. I want win conditions.
I think it was probably one of my best seasons, maybe my best. I have to give credits to Sheepy. I think he coached me really well. I think he really showed me what I need to improve on and what my mistakes are. He brings everyone together and we play one style of League of Legends. It's not like we play 5 individual players and we try to like somehow like make it work.
I think Sheepy's role overall is like really important for the team because he just gives like guidance and like sets goals always, and we have like a clear structure and how we want to play, how we want to practice, and so on.
My personal focus in coaching is not so much on gaining achievements or winning something specific. It's more about playing good League of Legends, because everything else leads towards satisfaction anyway. Like either you play good League of Legends, you get beaten by an extremely strong team and you can learn something, and eventually speaking you get better and be one of the best teams. So even if we go into the finals or semi-finals, the focus was always about how well can we perform and how well are we prepared. My initial step into the German Prime League team was kind of wild, even though we started out 1-3, which I can attribute to not having so much time to prepare. We had 2 days of scrims before the actual split started.
The first 2 weeks were quite rough because we were just losing every game in scrims and also losing on stage.
At the start, we kind of had to find ourselves like, in the team, and I think Sheepy kind of brought us together, and after like the first couple of weeks I realized we can be really good and maybe even win the Prime League and do well in EU Masters.
Well, once we won the semi-finals, we knew that we were going to an offline event in the Berlin arena. Everybody was very, very excited. I mean, the offline events is one of the parts what you're living for as an esports pro, and we had so many fans there as well, so it was just amazing going there.
1 or 2 weeks leading up to the final, we were like always playing with white noise and like crowd noises in like our background. And Ruby was always like, "Ah, it's so loud," and I'm like, "It's gonna be way louder on stage."
Yeah, I heard before crowd can be noisy. But it was really nice to hear the crowd screaming or shouting or clapping.
We had some people that didn't play the offline event, and I know they will have nerves going on stage, so I wanted to minimize that as much as possible. And it really showed. I think we had 0 nerves and we just roll over Schalke 04.
Kind of just finished the regular split with 15 wins in a row, which is a new Prime League record, which is nice.
There was like, after we killed the Nexus, there was like 2 seconds, I looked over and it kind of felt like silence. I was like, oh, we won? And then Lux jumped up, shouted, yeah! And then I realized, oh yeah, it's time.
And the Unicorns are finding everything.
For the EU Masters, we have the best chance of all the Prime League teams, so it kind of feels like the whole of the DACH region is like coming together and supporting us, and it feels really awesome.
I think people should be excited for Unicorns of Love because we are one of the best teams, if not the best team in Europe. And we also are extremely friendly and nice guys. In the end, it's a video game and life is short, so you should enjoy it. And I think we're basically living that every day.
Whoa. Hey, let's go. Did they pick Timo?
Game 5, Silver Scrapes in Berlin. It does not get more tense than this as Unicorns of Love look into Heretics and just charge in as a horse. And they get another one. It is game point for both teams. And look at Noah. Look at this depression. I love it. We're one game away from this one, guys. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Noah, join us. As you can see, my co-peers is hyped. At least one of them. The other one, I'd say you're going through the motions. Definitely getting it. I, for one, just feel like everything's going according to plan. As I said, it was going to be a 3-2 for Heretics, so it's shaping up to be it. So, yeah. So let's talk about what happened in this game. Noah, I need your opinion.
You know, this is worse because it was so close, but now I feel it so far. And I hate this feeling. I hate it. They made me believe.
You know what's really cool? I suffered the same way as you did. Let's talk about this one. To me, it was really important in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I mean, this dive is what, you know, breaks the game. I really think Heretics misstepped a bit here, which allowed Unicorns Love Sex Edition to rotate towards the bottom lane and get those kills on Victor. Ruby is very dangerous on this kind of things. You can't allow him to be comfortable in the victory. It happened in the first game, and they were lucky to be able to manage it, but this time it didn't happen.
Yeah, this one was so baffling to me because, like, Heretics did not have any ultimates up whatsoever, and they just kept going in for an engage because, like, one member overstepped, but even then, you traded one kill and then the rest of your team just died, and it felt like, I understand their logic, because they have a Kalista. When you have a Kalista, you have to just pull the trigger from the get-go and move forward. But after the dive where you said that Unicorns of Love, you know, they had great adaptation and shut it down, it became really hard for Heretics to play, and I think they just kept sending it because they might not have any other things to go for.
Goldberg, I'm going to use your IQ, your high IQ on this one, because I know people on chat are saying, like, oh, he only got a few kills on a bot side.
No, mine no.
Okay. It's really important to look into why was this so important for Victor, because he upgraded his E with those kill participations, and what does that mean when the Victor has the advantage over the Kalista, which was one of the winning conditions?
I mean, it just goes down to the fundamentals of the champion, right? You take the ideal Kalista scenario, which is she's very short range, whereas Victor, Victor is like an arm, and then you take an extra arm on that, right? And so it's like really long range. So you have this like small lady carry that's trying to pilot this team fight. She's trying to walk up, she's trying to give it an auto attack, and you just have a Victor that's like 100 Teemos away, making sure you can never step up. So your main carry of Unicorns of Love gets super fed, and it pairs really nicely into the fact you're playing against an opponent whose carry is a Kalista that's like very average range to play for. So I really think from a drafting point of view, I mean, Unicorns of Love, we're super happy about this situation.
So far it has been either you get Ruby online or you get the AD carry that invented the AD carry position at this point, right, Noah?
It looks like that. I mean, it's a Ruby versus X-Factor, even though we had several players popping up, like Zwara, for example, also Lurks as well. But yeah, absolutely, I agree with Goldberg. Laser beams beat spears.
Evolution.
I think this and the glorious evolution gap, we could say, we could put it that way. But what I like from Unicorns Love Sex Edition in this match is that they took a risky gamble in the draft. They decided not to ban those aggressive AD carries and to split them. For me, it's going to be Lucian. For you, it's going to be the Kalista. They decided they are not that worried about the X-Spectra, about banning away X-Spectra. They took a risky gamble and they won.
Yeah. So let's look into the top side because we have a specific clip allowing us to see how this advantage actually translates into this one.
Oh,
well,
no,
that is me being tech.
Wow, look at that move.
Okay, no. Can we put it again? Can we put it again? Can we put it again? again, this is exactly what the game showed, okay? So before the Munchables, before that specific one, that showcases the Victor Kalista. I was Kalista, thinking I had the advantage on the matchup, and here comes Victor with the evolution, and just slaps me in the face. This is what you brought up?
I didn't look like Victor.
Did you know
this
this was
more
good?
like
Kalista?
This is more like Vi, I would say. If Victor goes that melee, he's playing back. Absolutely. I mean, you know, but Ami's play was made here. Just said the words.
Oh, actually, yeah.
You're on timeout.
I need
still
to
like you. You're on timeout. I hear we do have some B-roll about some Victor and team fights as well, right? Is that true? Because I don't know if I want to see you get smashed as well. And yes, lo and behold, it is there. You still take your break over there, young man.
Okay.
But as the fight plans out, you can see that it becomes incredibly difficult for them to pilot. And this is exactly what you're talking about here. Jack Spector's trying to team fight, but he's not dealing out damage, right? And then the team fight continues, and it's Jack Spector's dead. So what do you do?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I mean, it's not only Victor, but you're gonna be snowballed by Diorn, by everyone that is paying attention to you. You are a Kalista that wasn't able to snowball, and you're paying your price in here. You're not able to snowball into the game, and you're not that powerful. While Victor is scaling and scaling and scaling and scaling. I kind of don't like Victor because he's this kind of control mate that is gonna clear waves in the mid lane, not allowing you to touch the tower in that lane, and then he's gonna smash your team fights, and you can see it in the damage. In the first game, Ruby played Victor. He ended up losing, but the damage was stunning, and it's happening again.
At this moment, yeah, tell me.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, from all the post-game breakdowns we've seen so far, it's never really been close. It's quite often one team running away with it, which kind of just speaks to some of the stylistic of the teams here as well. If you get ahead in the early game and you run away with it in the mid game, you win the game. That's how the series has been so far. And also this thing, like looking at the picks, like Nocturne, while they're not doing a lot of damage this game, just the fact that Paranoia is available to scatter off the team fights makes it even more difficult for Kalista to pilot them as well. So going into next game, where you have Jack Spector, who's been your main win condition as well, I think you need to make sure that he's more comfortable as well. Luckily, this time around, Heretics has chosen blue side, which I think is no surprise, really.
We expected, yeah.
But in the end, you need to be making the adaptations now. Unicorns of Love, as you said, they took a risk. They were the ones who just say, we're going to leave open all the 80 carries. What do you want? And then it didn't pan out. But Lucian, I think, is the big one of this series. Exactly. He's the one with the 100% win rate after the games we've had so far. And I think he needs to be the priority, either for Heretics to pick or from the side of Unicorns of Love to ban.
We're about to jump into game, everyone. So I want to listen from you guys. Who's going to take it? Heretics, blue side. Unicorns of Love, red side. Goldberg, give me your last prediction.
I mean, it's easy. You just you said the reason. Blue side Heretics. I already said 3-2 already. So yeah, 3-2 Heretics. We stick with it.
Noah, this is your opportunity to back up Superliga. It's your chance.
Okay, look at me. You made me believe once again, and I hate you because you're gonna break my heart. But I really think Heretics is gonna win 3-2. And if you break my heart, you're gonna feel the consequences.
Oh boy, and I know the consequences. I felt them on that tackle before as I was Kalista. Ladies and gentlemen, it's do or die for both teams. Whoever wins this one will go into semi-finals. We'll face off LFL, the dark horse of the tournament. It's do or die. So it's up to you, casters, to bring the best game possible at the Amazon European Masters. So without further ado, Jamada, Monchables, how are you doing?
Thank you very much, Archer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, we're here. It's Machables, it's Jamada. We're ready for game number... Sorry, Hamada. Is that... Am I doing that right? I don't know. My Spanish, not excellent, I'll have to admit. But I tell you what, Heretics in gameplay is fantastic. And the Unicorns managed to come back in game number 4. We go to 5 games. We go to 1 final draft. And Unicorns resetting the draft in game number 4, it's fair to say, removing the AD carry bans and changing their style, and it felt like it worked beautifully for them. And now Heretics have to come back once again with a new attempt, and I feel like that has been the story of this series going back and forth.
Yeah, and also I think, like Goldborg was saying as well, not only the back and forth, but it feels like Lucian seems to be the champion to have if you want to win the series. So let's see what the teams are going to do in draft. Because look, you don't need anything else. Apparently, it's just Lucian, right?
Well, you do need the Na'Vi.
Well, you do need the Na'Vi. That's true. So I guess my big question is: are Unicorns going to ban it? And if it's not banned, are Heretics going to just first pick it? Which, spoiler alert, the answer is probably yes. So I'm expecting the ban to come out there. I wonder how hard of a reset we have again. potentially, right? It's a game 5 at the end of the day. And I feel like game 5s are normally where the drafts change most violently. To be honest with you, violence maybe not the best word to use, but most aggressively. There you go. In the
We've
sense
had
of
plenty of violence.
We
in
have
the studio.
had
We don't need it in the drafting.
Yeah, we don't need it in the drafting. But yeah, so do things like the Aphelios go through again, the Draven as well. That has actually been 100% banned, I believe, even when the bans swapped up a little bit as well. So is this something that's going to show face finally? I think these are the kind of questions that we have to be asking for a game 5. How much comfort really is allowed on either side?
Things like the Azir as well, that have been 100% ban rate. Things like the Sivir, 100% ban rate. Well, that's going to stay. Heretics not interested in the Sivir themselves and certainly don't want to give it over to Shiganari, as that'll be the first ban. The Azir has been a consistent ban from Heretics as well, but that illusion we talked about removed off of the table.
Exactly. Red side, they just don't deal with it. It's had 100% win rate so far this series. It feels like Lucian Nami is a little bit too oppressive. If it's not in the lane, it's the mid-game team fights. And I mean, honestly, you hear Orcs talk... Rest in peace, brother Orcs. He's not dead, he's just not here. You hear Orcs talk about it a lot. It's not actually the laning phase. It's usually the mandate Gale Force spike or the rapid fire cannon Gale Force with that mandate spike that comes in. We've seen how much range either Shiganari or Jack Spectre have been able to effectively close between them and their target to just assassinate them off the rift. And not here anymore for game 5 finally. His presence still technically 100%, just not 100% on the rift.
Yeah.
Vi, gone. Trundle, gone. Makes a lot of sense. We've been seeing that consistently removed away since about game 2.
Yeah, we'll see if it's going to be the 4 jungle bans again, like we saw in game number 4. Apparently not. Aphelios taken away, despite the fact that that was really one of the picks that Jack Spectre has been leaning on, and certainly in this series we saw him play it. But Shiganari's had a fair bit of presence on it across the course of the split as well. Poppy, a jungler that at the very start of this series was present and will be banned once again by the Unicorns.
Draven, yeah, Draven.
Okay.
All right, Draven, game 5. I mean, it's the gauntlet throwdown, isn't it? And I mean, it's a bit of a Jack Spectre special. He loves this champion too.
Yeah.
Heretics saying, all right, we are going to go the whole, you know what we did with Callista? We're going to do it again, but we're going to do it with Draven, and this time we're going to stick it.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Look, it's game number 5. This is where you have to throw down and prove who you are. Ruby gonna do the same. We get a signature champion for Jack Spectre in the Draven. We get a signature champion for Ruby on that Azir. This is a pick he has been playing for over 5 years professionally at this point, and it is absolutely beautiful to witness.
And now what AD do we get? Because of the Draven there, Callista kind of like falls off as an option. You have a couple of the other sort of fringe AD still available if you want to go towards them. Zeri maybe if you want to try and survive the lane and scale up. For now, they're not going to go towards either. I was thinking maybe the Sejuani, but with the Wukong getting locked in, this now means on the side of Heretics, you might want to take this one away, because if you have to deal with Sejuani Wukong on the top side, that's a very solid 2v2 with engaged team fighting options. You already have a lot of peel coming from the Azir and scaling. All of a sudden, this Draven pick is going to have a lot to have to deal with in these team fights. At the very least, though, Heretics toying with the idea of picking up the Victor into Ruby on his Azir, and they will do just that, and they still need to go for their jungler, probably in this rotation.
I would say the Akali can be very good against an Azir. Could be a Victor top. I'll just throw it out there just in case. But yeah, jungler could very well be the call here to try and match that Wukong and have some kind of presence in the early game. Because if you don't pick jungler now,
I feel like you have to take the Sedge. Even though you might not necessarily want it, I think you have to just deny away the combination from the top side. I think it's been too high priority this series. I think it just makes too much sense as well. Now R3, I guess it has to be AD. The question is, what options does Shiganari really have into this? No, take it back. They want the full top side. So they're happy to have Shiganari's pool be pinched in favor of picking up the Ornn and securing scaling. All right, this is a very, head-on decision from Unicorn saying, we don't necessarily care about AD pick because you've already got the Draven.
Yeah, I think that they're basically saying, like, look, ultimately, we're going to pick a scaling AD carry. You can ban some of them away, but we can always fall back on like a Jinx, a Xayah, like one of these AD carries that's just going to be able to scale up no matter what, right? Even if you ban a bunch, there are so many scaling AD carries that I guess Shiganari's comfortable. Leona taken off the board, so removing some of that aggression from the bottom side. Could ban a Nautilus if they want to keep running with that theme, but maybe take away something from that top side either to give this. I mean, you could ban the Aatrox, right, to try and stop Ibo just taking over.
Yeah, you could. Aatrox is definitely an option. I think the options are kind of not even too limited. I think Unicorns, having already sent one Leona ban, do you just ban the Nautilus yourself? Do you maybe even consider taking away banning the Braum? Setting that up now? Maybe you force the ban out of Heretics as well? Save your AD to your last pick. I think these are all valuable options, to be honest with you. That seems to be what they're going to set up for. Yeah. And also the Braum in general.
Profit.
Not only that, because the Braum has so much value already because the Ornn is there. The Ornn can always be shut down by the Braum. That's why I call this out. Heretics, I think maybe, do you care? No, the answer seems to be no. They're just going to remove away the misfortune. Another champion, of course, Shiganari loves to lean on them with so many team fighting tools. A big bullet time over the top would have been kind of nasty. Varus is an old school 1-to-1 lane counter with Draven, and I'll talk about the matchup if it actually gets locked in. Kallista's still available. This is
a 1-to-1 lane countered by Draven.
I mean, if they want to do it, okay. Now, if they did it, I would have kind of been okay with it because they have counter pick on R5 for support, and that's what you always want from Kalista, even if the 1-to-1 might kind of suck in the AD department. If you have a winning support matchup, it can still kind of turn the tables. But like we said, Braum being banned away, it kind of sets up for Nautilus to not really have too many poor matchups anymore. Outside of the super weird picks, maybe something like Morgana comes out from Whiten, but I don't really see it. I think you're looking for an aggressive support here. Set. I mean, this is still technically a flex. We have to remember Sejuani as well could go into the jungle, set top, into the Ornn.
It's a flex until this pick.
Yeah, so let's kind of just hold our breath because Set's not a champion we see too frequently anymore. He is very, very strong into what is a relatively short range composition outside of the Azir. The Aatrox kind of confirms that that's going to be Aatrox top, Sejuani jungle, and the Set in the support role. And honestly, as an aggressive option consistently, Hex flashing forward with so much sort of movement speed of all the runes and such, it's going to be really obnoxious to deal with. And it seems like Unicorns, they're toying with the idea of this Varus pick. Are they going to lock it in is the question. The AD pool has been pinched so much, and it seems like the answer is yes.
There it is. Shiganari goes for a Varus. This is a pick that has not been meta in years at this point.
It's been a while.
It has been a
We've
long
seen
time.
it sort of rear its head recently every now and again. Mid lane, right? I think as an answer to Azir, the sort of AP hybrid build, Riftmaker.
That can be terrifying.
Yeah,
that can be absolutely
that
terrifying.
build's pretty scary, yeah.
I will say that Whiten bringing out this set, he has played it once this split. It's not his first time playing set.
Did he win?
Can be good. He did win. 100% win rate. That's all I'm saying. Statistically, he's never lost. No, but can be good against all-in supports like the Nautilus. But I will say, Unicorns, plenty of ways to start a fight with this composition with an Ornn, a Wukong, and a Nautilus. They certainly have a gauge.
Really do. Both sides, to be honest with you, right? I think this has the potential to be a super explosive Game 5. I think either team could honestly end up rolling over each other. I mean, it's been the nature of the series, hasn't it? It feels like every game bar, Game 1 has been a stomp.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going into game number 5. And I'll be honest, with the way that some of these games went in the series, I didn't think we were going to make it this far. But here we are, and it's the Dark region versus Spain. Whoever can win this one will represent their region moving forward into the semi-finals to take on the 3 LFL teams that have remained in the bracket. And the Superliga versus the Prime League, seed 1 from both regions. This is the decider of who's the superior region.
And not only that, you know what, I'm going to say it, they also remain the final hope of the rest of Europe that isn't French. They are going to be the only non-French team. You know, if you're not rooting for an LFL team, you're rooting for one of these two teams here moving forward from the semis. And I mean, again, such huge gauntlet throwdowns from both sides, right? Seeing the Set Draven lane of all things, seeing a Varus rear its head into this one. A lot of odd picks we don't get to see too frequently. A lot of very comfortable picks across the board as well on both sides let through. We always say Game 5 drafts, they evolve so much. And right now, it's evolved into a whole bunch of, honestly, madness.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does feel like, for the side of Heretics, you know, this Sejuani and this Victor have mostly been on the side of Lurox and Ruby in this series specifically, right? It's felt like Heretics have been forced to take picks away from Unicorns here, aside from that Draven, which they clearly wanted for themselves. They clearly went out of their way to find the Draven in the draft, and I'm keeping my eyes on Jack Spectra. We know he's got the mechanics. We know he can pull this pick off, but it's down to how well the rest of the team play around him. Both junglers, though, starting on that top side with a view to pat down towards that bottom
I mean, look,
lane.
already there's fights going on. Shiganari's lost his cleanse, half his HP. Flash expended by Whiten, and actually doesn't have Hex Flash.
So
by HUD.
Yeah, a bit of a weird one. Usually do see Hex Flash on the set. So you mentioned earlier that Varus can be considered a counter to the Draven. So before the junglers get down here, talk me through how that works out.
So you can kind of outrange him just a touch. The Halo Varus as well plays a really big deal in sort of kind of slowing him down in his aggression moving forward. Obviously, you know, if he's got Flash in the early levels, you can try and flash over it. But then if you blow your Flash, you might be vulnerable. But then 1-to-1, as long as there's no junglers intervening, it doesn't really matter too much anymore. Early ward's going to get put down there. But yeah, then of course, because Draven's movement is so telegraphed with his axes. Once you hit that level 6 mark as well, the opportunity to just kind of throw out a Chains of Corruption to shut him down very, very high. That's why you see Jack Spectra's run the Cleanse, just to ensure that he doesn't get locked down by that one. But it's about effectively range and being able to poke out the Draven without really having to interact with him too much, which kind of makes this a pretty strong one-to-one lane counter to try and shut it down. Varus trading power, pretty high with those Blighted stacks. You'd be very, very surprised. He just has to get them stacked up and actually proc them efficiently.
We'll see if Shiganari can pull it off in that bottom side. This 2v2 has been aggressive, but 1v1 has been pretty aggressive as well, as Blue Resort wants to keep that going. Had his bottom lane moving in, but Lurox has already cleared those camps, so won't be able to find anything aside from a Scuttle Crab off the back of this invade.
Yeah, just the Skull for now, will at the very least as well ensure that Jack Spectra and Whiten have an isolated 2v2 for the next little while. The Lurox is doing his best to try and force his way down into the river. He will be late to the Skull Crab at the very least, but still down here in case kind of weird shenanigans end up occurring. Level 3 hit by both bot lanes, and this is where things can really start to get explosive when Whiten has all the movement speed from the Q.
Jamada, it feels so tense. It feels so tense. Lurox waiting in the brush, gets a hit onto Blue Resort as Ruby desperate to shove this wave in, get it to bounce, get it to reset. Looks like he will be able to do so as Sparrow trying to hold it just outside of tower range. He's got so little HP to work with, and here we go. Ruby tries to threaten, takes the tower shot for his trouble here, and I think it will just neutralize in the middle of the lane. Oh, Jamada, 0-0, 4 minutes in, but it feels so, you can cut the tension with a knife.
You really can. Ruby, psychopath movement. I'm just gonna say it.
Yeah.
You know what, game 5 doing that kind of stuff? I feel like if your team saw you do it.
That's the Rogue Warrior spirit right there. That's what that is, I'm telling you.
It really is. Now Blue Resort, he's actually managed to slip his way down here. Remember, Shiganari, no cleanse.
This could be a massive face breaker. Pulls Winsome in, doesn't find the stun. Winsome has the anchor you'd expect. Might look to pull someone under the tower instead. Shiganari doing a good job to try and return some damage, and Jack getting pretty low on the play.
Yeah, you can kind of see Shiganari able to return a lot of damage onto Jack Spectra. A little bit of a mechanical misplay, not so much of a heavy commitment as well from Heretics to actually lock down Winsome. Doesn't even end up using his flash in this exchange. That would have been, in my mind, the bare minimum. You're starting to see the annoyance of this lane one-to-one, the outrange here, the poke coming through onto Jack Spectra. You just can't really deal with it inside the lane. You have to just kind of send it. But Whiten just doesn't have the movement speed or the range to do it.
Yeah, not quite. Shiganari does have flash if things should come to that, as Ruby returns to the lane and continues to put the pressure down. I mean, remember, this is Ruby's comfort pick. This is Ruby's pick. This is the pick that he's made his name on, so you can anticipate he knows how to play this matchup, especially since Victor versus Azir is probably one of the most played matchups of the last sort of 3-4 years.
There's only one more played, Munch. It's Corkies.
Yeah.
Hello, Whiten.
All in on the bottom side. Whiten has the shield, but can he survive
flash.
the damage as Lurox comes under? And it's an easy first blood for the Unicorns. They make it look like child's play.
They really do. Just Whiten trying to hold the wave. Shiganari and Winsome say, absolutely not. Blue Resort gets involved in the action, gets himself an assist, but the first blood goes over to Shiganari. That's crucial in ensuring that he can keep an item parry with Jack Spectra. One thing to note, has the lethal tempo, so looking to probably go an on-hit build. Now Blue Resort looking at the mid lane, when they go for a full-on play.
Oh, Ruby, good little dodge there. Does get stunned, actually, so Blue Resort might be able to follow up, but the Chaos Storm just going to be used on the wave in the end. Sparrow trying to push this one in, but Ruby will be able to clear this wave up. Shouldn't be under too much pressure, so surviving. Quite a lot expended there in the mid lane.
Yeah, quite a bit expended, but Blue Resort still, you know, a lot of pressure comes in. Ivo get a pretty nice trade here. Won't go for the Q3. Really nice Bellows Breath to ensure that there's no drag back from the Infernal Chains. Now on the bottom side of the map, from the back of that mid lane play.
I mean, we talked about this in game number 4. All of the Drakes have been like post 10 minutes across the course of this series. Heretics, though, they know that they have strength in this bottom lane. With Draven coming back to lane with a serrated Dirk, they know they can brute force this one and start to stack those Drakes early. It'll be Infernal for the second, so Jamada, you'll be happy to know it could be a Cloud Soul once more. Aatrox can use that. Set can certainly use that. Maybe it could be good. We'll have to wait and see, though. But Heretics, crucially, starting with the neutral objectives. Once again, they've been doing this all series long, and they mean to keep going.
Yeah, exactly. And kind of in a similar vein to what you'd like to use Kalista for, Draven, same kind of deal. You really want to try and force all of these early objectives to come through. Really nice stuff. And again, kind of comes more off the mid lane play at the very least. So happy to see that they're going to get this early objective stacked up. Infernal, second dragon, Cloud, Smile. It's possible.
We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. We'll talk about it as and when. But so far, relatively quiet one here, with Heretics feeling like they have control of the map, at least for the time being. But realistically, when you look on the side of Unicorns, there is plenty of scaling to be talked about, right? You've got an Ornn, you've got an Azir, you've got an on-hit Varus.
Yeah.
This is not the lethality Varus that falls off that we've seen over the years. This is very much a scaling Varus. So, Scarface actually going to be forced to flash on the top side. That's a little all in from Ibo there off the back of his TP.
Yeah, I think maybe not too sure of where Lurazor could have been, so...
No! He flashes, then he misses the face breaker, pulled back in, big damage. So he does get a bit out from the Haymaker, but now Jack Spectre in trouble as well. If that was a level 6 Varus,
look how close
this
he is
game
as well.
is over.
He's so close to level 6. If the Inferno Chains were there, death. Maybe even both of them. Jack Spectre's Flash Cleanse, maybe. But now look towards that bottom side because so much attention is being drawn because of this trade. Ruby clearing a wall, potentially roaming down to the bottom side. Lurox pathing down, and Jack Spectre respects this entirely. Uses the ultimate to clear the wave. A plate will go over to Shiganari at the very least, but still, trades going in favor of Unicorns, pulling out this very unorthodox counter 1-to-1, and right now it's working wonders.
And I love it. I love that they basically completely turned their draft around from earlier on in the series, removing those AD carry bans and basically just saying, look, Jack, you can play what you like. Shiganari will have an answer, and so far it has turned out to be true, certainly in game number 5, but just yet. It's a 1,000 gold lead for the Unicorns as the Heretics continue their neutral objective dominance in this series and look for the Herald. If they can get this down to the Draven, if they can get a Herald, get a couple of plates, maybe get some kills off the back of the play as well, that's where the Heretics will really come alive.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing to note, even though the kill went over to Shiganari earlier on for the first blood, Jack Spectre is still stacking. He hasn't died yet. So if they can also get that cash in relatively soon, right? You start to talk around 12 to 15 minute mark where ideally you want to try and get that cash in, advance Draven to that second item mark so he can really take over the game. That could be a massive point of contention for Unicorns to have to deal with. So Heretics, let's keep our eyes on Lurazor to see where he wants to go with that Rift Herald.
See where he puts it. Jack Spectre playing very safe here, and rightly so, because Winsome and Ruby, that sort of Korean NA duo, trying to move down to make things happen in the bottom side. They won't be able to do it. Just going to be a crash of the wave from Shiganari and a reset back to the mid lane here. And I feel like this is, you know, it's sort of inevitable, both for the way that the draft turned out, but also the fact that it's game 5 and whoever loses this one is out. You're not going to see coin flips. Just calculated play. Winsome and Lurox, though, they do get warded out. And that'll be the end of this play.
Yeah, I think that goes to show how cautious Heretics are being, though, just respecting the vision bottom side of the map right now, because they just don't really have any. And Unicorns doing a really good job of just putting the pressure down.
I am loving watching Ruby play.
So am I.
This man has very little respect for his lane opponents. Just walking up, making sure he gets that tower plate, and sliding away again at the end there. Like, so often we've seen him go really far in, White in, pulled it in. Does manage to find Shiganari here, but he gets out to safety. There's a chain of corruption as well. Big damage onto White in. 1 or 2 times, but no, the resets! And Jack Spectre finds the execute. Lurox next on the chopping block, but he will get over the wall here. Jack Spectre, huge cash in, and suddenly things look good for Heretics.
He just had a 1k gold swing. He was down 700 gold, now he's up 300. The execute from the ultimate comes back through and rips Shiganari in half. The engage looks so good. Anyway, Wyatt manages to pull both Shiganari and Winsome in. It's just on the edge of the hitbox. At this point, just gets so chunked down low. It's the Haymaker that actually ends up hitting him. 286 true damage, and then the pull back on the Draven ultimate. If he didn't get hit by the true damage portion, he would have just about squeaked out alive.
So close, and so well played by Jack as well. I actually said the wrong word there. It wasn't resets, obviously, it's very, but the recast, just getting it so the very edge of the ultimate hits Shiganari and returns to get that execution. Beautifully done there. And now Jack Spectre getting close to his shield bow. Already has that serrated Dirk, but the Unicorns off the back of the tempo here, getting back to base first, getting back on the map, means that they go 1 Drake apiece at Jamada. I could see the grin on your face already. It is a Cloud Soul once more.
Dancing. Cast can't see me, or the chat can't see me. I'm dancing. I'm happy. It's a
I can confirm he's dancing.
And look, Cloud Soul, I'm not gonna sell out. Right? I think sure, pretty nice on a couple of champions in this game, but realistically we have to just continue to focus on the plays. Herald actually gets dropped in the top side, perhaps happy with the cash in. Just want to get Ivo a little bit further ahead. Going towards the Gore Drinker build yet again. as opposed to anything like the Eclipse that we've been seeing with Black Cleaver. Of course, a lot of short-range champions, I'll say, so Gold Drinker proc should be relatively big. As Blurzor gets his red buff.
Okay, nice. A little bit of a bonus off the back of that top lane play. Gets 4 plates in the top side for his top laner, and then goes and gets a bonus red buff on top of it. Scarface just desperately trying to clear these waves. Aatrox does very well against this Ornn. It's a tough matchup for the Ornn. So Scarface doing a reasonable job just to maintain even CS.
Is doing a reasonable job? Jack Spectre of taking away this blue buff. That's his now as mid lane. Ruby gets hit by the ult, but again, just kind of disengages, dashes away, nothing to really talk about.
Sejuani ult for harass.
Yeah.
Just trying to get pressure down and trying to maintain control, because I feel like that is going to be the nature of the rest of this game, right? Maintain river control, because it's fairly difficult to walk into these brushes. There's a lot of burst damage on both sides. There's a lot of ways to catch your opponent out if you can maintain that control first.
Exactly. And speaking of control, a little bit too tangent off the topic, I want to talk about how these team fights might end up playing out, how the composition want to play into each other, because I think we've got two relatively similar in style in terms of what they want to achieve, but they go about it in very different ways. I think for Unicorns, when I say that, it's two front-to-back team compositions where Unicorns have got more traditional frontliners, right? They've got an Ornn, they've got a Wukong to sort of buy lost space, and Shiganari and Ruby are going to just hit the first target that's in front of them, whereas for champions like Victor and champions like Draven, they want space to be bought for them, and I feel like champions like Set, especially when there's an Ornn in the game, to always just ult backwards and reset a team fight, will always be able to do that, as now play onto the bottom side.
Shiganari's in big trouble here. The damage already coming on through. Blurzor just keeping this Varus in range and just slowly but surely chunked out. Jack gets another cash in. 201 on his signature Draven, and now time on the tower as well.
A little bit underneath that tower, and I mean, it's just easy pickings, right? Cleanse, I don't quite think was available, and if it was, it wouldn't have really achieved too much. Without the flash, he is just dead too, right?
No hard CC.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Heretics really, really happy at the moment to just continually make these plays towards the bottom side. It feels like Unicorns feel a little bit suffocated, limited in terms of the options they can really look for. Maybe, but in my head, I'm looking at this and I'm saying, I feel that they've not really been looking for anything too proactive in my mind. They've not been trying to pick off Zoiru with things like Emperor's Divide. They've not been trying to go towards Aibo either on this Aatrox. Perhaps just feel like he's too tanky already with the Gore Drinker. I'm not going to say that the time is running out for them. Their comp scales exceptionally well.
Yeah.
It's just more that I'm very surprised that we haven't seen more, you know, attempts at some more aggression, because Heretics don't seem afraid at all.
No, Lurok's the target here. Cyclone comes out. There's the double stun. Emperor's Divide over the tower! Look at that, but Lurox goes down anyway, and Ruby pulled back in. Flying around the rift, but Heretics find their men.
Wow, Heretics, what a turnaround. The Emperor's Divide looks so good from Ruby. And I mean, the only way that gets worse for Unicorns is that Draven ult flew right past everybody involved. And it didn't manage to catch a cash, and if it did, Spectra from downtown would have gone even further ahead. And now, off the back of that play, Rift Herald on the top side of the map. You see Aibo forcing away Scarface. This play is having ramifications across the map. As we're going to go to a replay, I'm sure Aibo doesn't kill him, don't worry. As Blurzor just finds Lurox on the chicken cap, says, all right, I'm going to stack up my permafrost. First stun, doesn't manage to break it. Second ultimate comes through, and this Emperor's Divide looks so good, but look at the ultimate use here from White. It just drags Ruby, just taxis right from underneath the tower.
Yeah.
Easy as you like.
And Lurox is basically already dead, right?
Yeah.
So nothing needed to finish him off. He just happens to die in proximity of what's going on. Really great stuff from Whiten, and this set pick from Whiten as well. Like, not something we were expecting to see today. Not a pick that anyone was necessarily looking to the series saying, yeah, set's going to be a priority. Game 5 brings it out, and so far so good in these team fights. So far, managing to make it work, and we'll see if that can continue to be the story. But Blurzor stealing away the Sejuani.
Oh no. They don't know he's there. They don't know he's there. They don't know he's there.
Whiten moving over. Ruby the target. Lurox does get his clone out to safety. Aibo on the front line here, and happy to be so. Scarface moves over. Wave is dying in the top side. It looks like Aibo going to move back over, but in the meantime, Jack is just farming away and making sure that he has bank to move into this mid game with.
1.7k ahead of Shiganari right now. So much.
Just look across that scoreboard, right? 1.7k in the bottom lane, plus 800 for Whited, 1.2k in the jungle, 1.1k in the top lane. It's just Heretics all across the board.
It really is. I mean, Unicorns, again, still have the opportunity to try and take up some fights in the mid game. This isn't one of the combat oppressive souls per se. In, you know, the Hextech Soul, the Infernal Mountain as well. Cloud Soul, it's going to feel more oppressive if a kill comes through and the resets start to run in from Aibo. If Jack Spectre is able to just run you down because he's presses R key, that's going to feel really bad. But until then, they can sit pretty. As long as they don't lose the Baron, as long as they can keep as many of their structures outside of their base alive as possible, which, as you can see, Heretics very aware of the situation.
And Heretics have been so good at taking multiple towers off the back of Heralds, right? So many times we've seen them take 2 towers, 3 towers, or at least 2 towers and get a charge onto the inhibitor, but won't happen this time. Jack Spectre pressuring in the bottom side, so really great play. They do get multiple towers, not necessarily off the Herald charges, but off of the Herald pressure.
Yeah, I think Unicorns, they're going to look for a fight, though.
Aibo, the targets. Lurox goes in to get a little bit of damage down as well, but Aibo has sustained Scarface, a triple knock up on the backside as Aibo surviving knocked taken down. And now the Whirling Blades in the middle of everything. Ruby gets the knockback. Jack in the middle of everyone, and he's taken down by Shiganari. The Unicorns find their footing in this game and get themselves a fight.
They find the fight. Heretics go for that tier 2. I think the chase down shouldn't amount to too much. Unicorns just about squeak through with this team fight win. They lose Lurox, sure, but Heretics, they don't back away immediately after taking this tower. You can see, kind of caught in this choke here. Blurazor, Aibo is the target. No one else is actually following up on the Aibo damage, and Scarface on the backline hits 3 members with Zoiru. Jack Spectra, they're not really participating in this team fight until very late into it. The AoE is massive, but once this Emperor's Divide comes through, Jack Spectra is no longer actually even allowed to hit the front line that he just started hitting, and it's the gold that comes in onto Shiganari from this team fight, which is massive.
If I'm not mistaken there, if I saw that right, I'm pretty sure Jack managed to get a kill onto Lurox and catch it just a split second before Shiganari finished him. So still, you can see that massive gold lead in favor of Jack still, but a huge moment for the Unicorns because, like you said before, as long as they're not losing their entire base, they're still in this game. They've got scaling to work with, so if they can take fights like that and find advantages, it's fantastic news.
Yeah, and whilst it might not look like it, I really want to try and highlight Ruby for a second because I feel like he's actually been having a pretty solid sort of back end. Not the series, but this game in particular, he's been looking like he wants to get aggressive. I'm gonna have to cut that point short because Shiganari's in trouble.
Has to flash Whiten behind him. That's a good face breaker. Call of the Forge got to protect him though. Shiganari survives. Ruby on the back line, and Jack is down. Lurox surviving as Shiganari does as well. And Sphero taken down by Scarface. It's a clean fight. 4 for nothing, and the Unicorns turn to Baron.
Unicorns, you've got to be kidding me, and it's at the 20-minute mark dead on, so they can just take the Baron, and off the back of it, find so many towers that they haven't been able to take yet.
Azir is so fast to the Baron, and then you've got a Kraken Slayer Varus. Aibo has to 1v5 against his old team if he wants to deny the Purple Worm. No TP on Spyro. It's over. That's the Baron taken, and the Unicorns take control of the game.
They have clawed their way back in, kicking and screaming. And let's look at the initial engage because it's onto Shiganari, but there's just not enough follow-up immediately. And crucially, Wyatt can't actually use his ultimate because he doesn't bloody have it. And as they dive in, Jack Spectre just gets the lead by Lurox, a little bit of Ruby damage as well. And at that point, everybody else is being minced by Unicorns, and none of the damage dealers could actually add anything for Heretics. Unicorns just found their miracle fight back in.
The Unicorns managing to find their fight. 2,000 gold down now, but with a Baron to shore up that gold deficit. And you can see the items coming through across the board. The upgraded Leandries for Ruby with a Void Staff there. You can see 2.5 items for Shiganari. Once he gets to 3, just like any other crit AD carry, he's going to hit like a truck. No summoners for him, though. So the Unicorns do have to be cautious. If he gets caught, if Shiganari goes down, things get dicey.
I mean, even if they do, I feel like Ruby at the moment, as long as he doesn't go for too many, Emperor's Divide plays the shuffles, I think as long as he's able to put out damage, Unicorns might be all right as long as they can buy him the space. I think Heretics, again, it's just about target selection. They really do have to find these key carries and blow them up quickly. Or even if Whiten can find the ultimate angle to immediately hit everybody using Scarface's body, that's the best they can look for. Lurox
does manage to get out of the Infernal Chains, and that means this mid lane tower goes down. Scarface with the Call of the Forge God. just wide on Zvero. That will be the end of the play. And I will say, it becomes difficult for Heretics if they can't find that engage right, because Azir and Varus, they're more than happy to just never fight and poke you away.
Yeah, exactly. They want to play at range in their front-to-back team fighting, whereas Heretics, they need the space to be provided by Aatrox, by Sejuani. Now this dragon's up in 10 seconds. Do Heretics really want to fight over this? A Cloud Dragon during the Baron duration? I mean, oh, it's so risky to lose it over one dragon 22 minutes in.
We've got to keep our eyes on the AD carries here. Jack Spectra going down early on in that previous fight. Aibo trying to buy space, trying to keep Lurox marked here, but the control ward over gives Lurox a bit of space to try and move in, but spotted on another ward.
Yeah, Lurox is really looking for a flank angle. If he can actually set up the Unicorns to collapse, it would be so good. Aibo, like you say, doing an amazing job at just bodyguarding him away to the side. I think Lurox might have to give up on this one sooner or later. You can see a lot of perseverance to kind of just stay there.
It's tense.
Oh,
it's
Heretics,
so tense.
They've started it though. It's actually been aggroed down to them. You can see Ruby's looking for an angle here. Potentially, he's going all the way down. The issue is, do they have vision on it? I think I saw a ping from Heretics in the pit. Do they know he's there? Do they know he's there?
In the back of the pit here, bit of poke comes down, 4K on the dragon, but it resets here. Lurox just using his clone. Aibo cautious, doesn't want to stay too far in and returns to the rest of his team here. It's the Super League versus the Prime League. It's game 5 and you can feel it as there we go. Engage onto White in here, pulls one out the backside of the boat. Shigenari down though. Aibo takes out his old teammates here. It's Jack Spectra answered by Ruby. There's 2 carries on this team, but now Ruby caught by Blue Resort. He escapes. Ruby on the Infernal Chains, but dashes to safety. Aibo trying to chase him down. Scarface as well on the top side of the play, chased by Zvero. The solo lane is in a 2v2 across the map, but Ruby low on HP on the wrong side of the map. Can he get past the towers? Gets the Shurima shuffled to safety, and he might just somehow find his way out. There's a blast cone. He's got the Cloud Rift to work with. He's out of there.
No way does Ruby make out that one. I mean, the footnote of this
blue
fight.
Buff. Why not?
Why not, right? I mean, the footnote of this fight is Heretics find the targets that they have to, right? They have to immediately blow up Ruby or Shigenari, and in this case, they managed to find the Varus. We'll get a look at it because there are so many things going on so many different fronts at the same time. So the front line here, immediately a lot of white damage comes in from Wyatt. Blue Resort's ultimate goes on to Ruby and kind of stops the initial engage, but it's all about Aibo who finds the Varus so quickly. And at this point, you're just thinking, surely the fight is then done for Heretics. They should win this one out so easily. But Ruby finds his mark in Jack Spectra, and he's able to dash through so many members without dying. Aibo does his best, but the Infernal Changes aren't there to drag him in, and eventually he makes his grand escape. And in the picture-in-picture, Heretics do come back to the dragon and pick it up, and they will be now at Soul Point.
And you mentioned something earlier, Jamada, that in the game we call League of Legends, so there's a strategy when there's a Cloud Soul on the table of allow it to go over and look for the Elder Dragon. We haven't seen an Elder Dragon all through this series, but it's game number 5. The winner of this game will be the only non-LFL representative in the semi-finals. They'll be holding the rest of Europe basically on their shoulders, and it could come down to an Elder Dragon. That would be truly something to behold. It's just 1,000 gold separating our 2 teams in the closest game of the series so far, and it feels like both teams still have everything to play for.
Yeah, I mean, the closest series we've had in cores, I feel, right? I think even the Dusty series, perhaps, came close, but I always felt like LDLC, towards the back end of the series in particular, were almost always going to win, though Dusty, of course, tried their best. Right now, though, it's on the knife's edge. It could really go either way. With Unicorns having such a hard scaling composition, 3 items now on the Varus, it just feels like every fight they take, they should have damage available to them. It's about whether or not, again, Heretics find ultimates from Blue Resort onto Ruby, onto Shigenari, and whether or not the follow-up can actually come through.
This is the thing, right? It feels so much like how the fight starts is both teams diving at the enemy AD carry, right? Shigenari, does he have flash available? Yes. Jack Spectra, halfway through that cooldown. So the next fight, if it happens in the next couple of minutes, probably you'd favor the Unicorns. But then if those summoners do swap around, it's a different story.
Yeah, and I feel like Unicorns, if they get in front of the pit right now, on top of the Baron, they should just melt it, right? Azir, 2.5 items, maybe actually has a 3rd Ruby now as he resets. You'd have to imagine 3 items, upgraded Kraken Slayer, stopwatch. Crucially for Shigenari, just purchased. Let's see if Heretics are pressing the tab key. And actually Jack Spectra on the opposite side has a stopwatch in tow as well. So both of these AD's carries kind of recognize, if we get picked, our team is probably screwed in terms of damage. It's all up to Zoyru and Ruby at that point, and we don't want to have to let it go to that.
No, but Ruby, so far in this game seems happy to step up to the plate when that happens. The Emperor's Divide in that previous play, finding Jack Spectra just about eking over the 1v1 against Blue Resort as well. Feels like he is happy to be that carry, and it's kind of funny to think about when you came into this series, we were talking about how Ruby, not really the absolute carry player necessarily, more of a rock for the team to play around, and usually it's Shigenari to be the big carry, but maybe today is the moment for Ruby to step up to the plate.
Yeah, you know, and I want to just briefly talk about expectations from quarters in general.
Yeah.
Everyone was kind of saying this is probably a 3-0, 3-1 Unicorns. Unicorns just look really damn good. The one game that they dropped in groups just kind of looked like they were having fun. And Heretics maybe not meeting the expectations of the Spanish fans and maybe even outsiders as well. And as we've gone through every single series, each series that we thought would be a 3-0 has been a 5-game series, and every game that we thought would be a 5-game series has been a 3-0. And right now, Heretics Unicorns is up to that standard and the expectation, and it's just been so insane to watch.
Yeah, it's such a pleasure to see this, and especially when it's a game that has so much on its shoulders, like in terms of narrative, right? We've talked about the fact that this is the two non-LFL regions remaining, right? It's Prime League versus Super League, it's the DACH region versus Spain, but then also it's Aibo versus his old team, right? I feel like there's so many different things to talk about. It had to go the distance. It had to be a bagger.
And not only that, you want to be known as the team if you can make it to finals and actually win. That was the team that broke the French dynasty in the ERLs.
I thought you were just going to end that at broke the French then. I was like, whoa, French. Whoa. Aggressive, but I like it.
Only the French can break the French according to the master standard right now.
According to recent history, you're absolutely right. It has been the story of the LFL. I mean, we introed the first game today saying this is our reprieve from the Amazon LFL Masters. But here we go, the Unicorns starting things off. As you say, Shigenari, so much damage, and Ruby on the Azir. They burn through this and a TP forced. If the Unicorns can just walk away from this one, they'll be happy with that. But the Heretics want a Baron of their own. White is pulled in. There's a good knock-up across the team there as well. White can't even get the haymaker out. Lurks comes in for the knock-ups. Winsome trying to escape with his life, but Ivo on the backside. Shigenari a 1v1 against an Aatrox. But in the meantime, Jack Spectra's gone down as well. Scarface versus Pharaoh. There goes Shigenari. There goes Ruby. No, Ruby! How does he do it again? Blue Resort trying to get him. He's gone. And will smack him with the flail. Takes him down. And the Heretics back in control.
They are back in control. They don't really have a big mid-wave to work with. They should probably just back off towards the Baron. Scarface, can he stop this? I feel like the answer is no. And Heretics, they kind of walk in on a bit of a robbery going on. The Baron's at 6k, it doesn't fully leash, but in the end, it's just the fight that ensues afterwards. And again, this is so many different fronts the team fights are happening on.
This is an extremely slow Baron, I will say. Lurks is up in 3 seconds. I don't think he can get to the Baron, but I think this should mean that the Clown Drake goes the way of the Unicorns. This should deny the Soul.
Yeah, it should do at the very least. We'll see once we come out of the replay how the teams actually open back out onto the map. But again, this ultimate here from Scarface kind of keeps Whiten in the air long enough. And I think because the Brittle broke on the knockup, he stays so high, he can't actually recast his W. And look at this from Ivo on the backline. Delete Shigenari, forces Shigenari into the stopwatch as well. And at that point, again, no one is really defending the star prize of the Unicorns in this team fight, unfortunately. Scarface is on the top side to provide his ultimate. Ruby and co were elsewhere, and Heretics just pounce on every single party individually.
We get back and everybody's on the map. Drake was not taken in the end by the Unicorns. Oh, hook ever so slightly wide of Blue Resort. If they could get a pick on the enemy jungler, that would be the dream for the Unicorns right now. 4,500 gold down. But we are starting to get to the point where that kind of gold is not the end of the world. This will be down to execution.
Yes, indeed. Heretics again. More flashes not available. The Dragon's being leashed. Heretics have a bit of a flank going on with Ivo. It will be a 50-50 unless Blue Resort goes in.
It's going to be a bit of damage onto Ruby. Not really enough though, but it's Dragon taken Soul for the Heretics. Ivo in the middle of everyone. Look at the knockups. Ruby tries to save him, but there is no saving from Ivo. Taking out his own team and going insane while he does it. Ivo takes it for Heretics as they barrel towards the base.
Ivo against his old team says, screw the narrative. I don't care if you think Unicorns are the favorite team. He smashes their hopes and dreams of being the team that can move on to the semi-finals. The final member drops, everyone's dead on Unicorns, and Heretics should be able to close this one out.
They might just do it. 20 seconds on Ruby, 20 seconds on Shiganari. They've got a massive wave, and I think they've got the damage. Aibo gets his hero moment against his old team and finally makes it back to the semis for the first time since 2018. What a moment for Aibo. What a win for Heretics.
What a win for the Spanish region. When was the last time we could feel good about a Spanish team moving into the semis?
I want to see what Noah has to say about that one, honestly. I bet it makes me that she's running across the room right now as I speak. She can't believe it. I can't believe how quickly that game ended as well.
I mean,
one huge fight.
One huge fight. It felt like all of these fights were so explosive in this game, though, right? So many cookie cutter moments between everybody. Everyone, you know what? This felt like a hands check game. And the only hands check game potentially that I feel like we've had this series. And like you said, it all comes down to Aibo on that flank. Unicorns weren't watching where the Aatrox was fully. They were focused on the Dragon. Heretics had 4 members there. Where's the Aatrox? The answer is over the wall. And he just smashes them to pieces. And it felt like Aibo had a relatively quiet series. Up until, I think it's safe to say, I don't want to put him down. It was a quiet series, but he comes in and just wins the whole damn thing for his team.
Absolutely. And for the Superliga, it is over. And the Superliga champion, the first seed, comes out on top as Team Heretics takes down the Unicorns of Love in an epic best of 5. We will break down the series again for you, so stay tuned as we head into one last short break. Do not go anywhere.
From the black, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gonna stop. From the black, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gonna stop. From the black, dirt poor in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the black. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I think I got paranoia. My team win every quarter. Our Steph Cook made the order. I know pain leads the greatest. Endless my supply. I had to push, I had to cry. I had to look my demons right back in the eye. Out of anything I learned, I do know one thing. I know you have to lose it all if you gon' ever gain. I know that you don't put the fight into the last grade. And if you ever make it out, remember where you came. From the black, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gonna stop. From the black, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gonna stop. From the black, dirt poor in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the black. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the black. Dirt poor in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the black. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the black. 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 Yeah. You know I'm coming to the top. Top. Ain't nobody gonna stop me. I ain't never gonna stop.
We won! We made it to semifinals! Yes! Yes! We made it!
Welcome back to the Amazon European Masters. Heretics takes down Unicorns of Love as I need to hide my actual prediction. How are you
It was my
feeling,
prediction
Noah?
as well.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine. Thank you very much. I'm so happy for the guys. They literally worked so hard to make it to semifinals. I'm so happy for them. Are you okay?
I'm okay. This actually is more troublesome
I'm
than I
all
thought it
left.
would be. Let's talk about the last fight and the way they play. Look at this. Finally, the Draven is in.
Yeah, I actually was really surprised because the Draven was open for the last 2 games, and finally they decided to go after that. It was a risky gamble once again because, I mean, the Expector's Draven was banned away all the time during Superliga Summer Split because of something. It had like a 60% or so percentage of showing up in the draft,
Yeah.
but it was all the time banned away because the Expector, whenever he picks the Draven, he gets like an average of 2.5K ahead at 15 minutes. It was not the case in this game. They struggled a lot, and it was because of some misplays in the early game. They took the risky gamble of going after Set. This is a champion that wants to show up during the lane phase.
It's not on the late game. You were telling me that. He's supposed to show up on the laning phase, and he was not showing up. The nervous system for everyone on Superliga was going through the roof all of a sudden. And the idea is, you guys in Superliga always have a player that plays Draven. It's really funny to see, by the way.
True.
I'm just saying this. There's something happening as we finally see the pressure they brought in. And on the bot side. The bot side was really important for today. No, Noah?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Heretics was focused on the bottom side of the map, but in this last game, I think it was like, you know, like a team effort more than a single player showing up. Because while Draven really did cash out at some point, and Heretics was like 6K gold ahead, they struggled. 2 moments, 2 team fights, they lost. And Unicorns of Love Expedition made it to just being 2K gold behind or so, and taking Baron Nashor. That was really, really close, and I really thought that Unicorns of Love Expedition was going to make it to the semifinals.
I'm going to ask you something, because at the beginning of the show, we were talking about the idea that Heretics are going to be on the LEC next
true.
split. This was their opportunity to show up.
Yeah.
And we were highlighting that Unicorns is a team that works as a team, while Heretics is kind of different. But today, it was the opposite.
Yeah, I kind of feel that in the side of Unicorns of Love Expedition, Ruby really stood out. And Ruby had the opportunity. I mean, he was really scary on this Azir pick. He had Zwyro on Victor in front of him, which I really know Zwyro delivers every time he plays this champion. But honestly, on this 5th game, I really loved Aibo's performance. This was a really emotional game, in my opinion, because Aibo was facing Unicorns of Love Expedition, which was his team in Spring Split. In fact, Unicorns of Love Expedition was losing in this very same stage of the tournament versus K-Corp, even though it was a crazy series, honestly, and they even took the first game away from the French team. And I feel kind of sad because this is an organization, Unicorns of Love, I really like, and they fell in quarterfinals once again.
Well, it seems like we have to talk about MVP for today. Who do you think it is? Look me in the eyes and tell me, who do you think it is?
It's going to be Adam, for sure.
Adam?
Yeah, it's going to be Adam, for sure.
It has to be Adam, you guys know. No, the MVP for today, it is the AD carry, the Tom Cruise Jack Spectra. He invented the AD carry position, so it's obviously...
Yeah, obviously he's going to get the MVP. He made the AD carry position, and I'm not diving into the Tom Cruise hunt, but it kind of felt like impossible mission to win this game at some point for Heretics, because I really think they got in some troubles by themselves in those fights that they lost. Messi trying to take the second tire in the bottom lane. Unicorns of Love Expedition really took those opportunities to make the most out of them. And here, perhaps Aibo went full the shy mode, honestly, on this Aatrox, and in the end, it paid off.
In the end, it paid off for Superliga. It was a long time since you guys made semi on the best of 5, and you can finally show up.
It's not that long ago, okay? It was last year's Spring Split. It's not that far.
And there you go, guys. The MVP for today, Jack Spector. Everybody was playing towards this one. As you were saying, it was Ruby from one side, Jack for the other one. And they were capable of getting the AD carry, even though there's a lot happening in the map. It seems like HRTS moves on into the next phase. We're talking about semis.
It's going to be rough.
It's going to be rough?
It's going to be rough. I mean, I think expectations on LDLC are a bit lower after the quarterfinals versus Dusty. But LDLC still is quite an amazing team, and it's going to be a rough one. So HRTS needs to, just chill, prepare for that semifinals, the best of 5. I really honestly think that if they could make it to the semifinals, they can win them.
Okay, interesting, because I want to see the bracket right now. I want to understand what's going to happen, because it was Goldberg telling me that LDLC is a team that rises up to the opponent. Definitely. It's not about them showing up as, we are really strong. No, we are as strong as our opponent is right now. As you look into this one, there's a Spanish flag. LDLC versus HRTS on the second semi-final. To begin with, it's going to be Game Wars versus BDSA. Tell me, Noah, your predictions for LFL versus LFL, because so far it seems only LFL is able to knock down LFL.
Yeah, they are the worst teams, to put it some way. Only LFL is able to take LFL down. Yeah, definitely. But I think it's going to be BDS Academy. I predicted that the winner from the Vitality B versus BDSA Academy was going to be my favorite to take the tournament. And I think it really is going to be BDSA Academy at least making it to the finals.
Okay. I'm going to stop you right there because I have information that someone is ready to join us in a conversation. I haven't talked with him in years, and I work with you. You beautiful man. Jeeves, welcome back. How you doing? I missed you so much, man.
It was such a long time ago, man.
It was.
It was.
You were the caster with me. Oh, man, you're looking good. Look at that. How you doing, Jeeves? Now, we were working as casters together back in the day, and then you went as a coach, and you joined HRTS. You guys are about to join the LEC. What does this game mean to you, this victory, Jeeves?
I mean, we're not thinking too much about LEC yet, of course, like behind the scenes, the organization is preparing, but like right now we're just like really focused on EU Masters, of course. If we can get the narrative into at least like final for HRTS in the EU Masters going into LEC, of course, that would be pretty poggers, right? But yeah, we're just like really focused trying to push ourselves in order to get the best results possible. Really difficult opponent as well. I have a massive respect for Unicorns and Sheepy as a coach. So, and it was a banger series, absolutely. So I'm really happy with the victory. And I think also some beautiful League of Legends right now.
Jeeves, if I may ask you, you join in as a coach from 2nd Division, you join into the 1st Division, a really tough road ahead of you. You made this team that they seem like they love playing in HRTS, and they showed up on stage. Tell me, what was your hardest moment so far as a coach in this team?
Oh, okay. Let me think about this. I think, it's probably the last week of regular season in LVP, because we had a lot of verbal fist fighting. Like besides scrims were not going well. We were not really on the same page. We were not really agreeing on like how to play the game at some point anymore. Or we still had like a similar vision, but we were not really on the same page when it came to like in-game calls or like how to play like the overall systems and playbook that we have, right? And we just like went down a dip. Like so far, the trend is we are completely running it down in scrims, but then BO5 and we then start smurfing again.
It seems like whenever you are losing scrims, you lose in officials. I love that segment, Noah.
Definitely. Hi, Jeeves. Congratulations for the victory. You almost, guys, gave me a heart attack. I have to say.
She did a cartwheel as soon as you guys won, by the way.
I think I lost some years of my life after the series as well. Don't worry.
I totally understand it. I wanted to ask you, because this is the first time you guys have to face a 5th game in the best of 5 series. You won versus Giants 3-0 in the winning semifinals, and you won versus Giants once again 3-1 in the finals. So how did you guys approach this 5th game after how close was everything so far in this best of 5?
Yeah, because like a BO5 series, like I don't know, like oftentimes Danny just like there's something switches in his brain, and he's like a mastermind, like micromanaging like people around. So like our BO5 series generally are better, but in general we're kind of like a team that's like very momentum based. Generally, like when we take the first game, we can kind of like ramp up really hard and really fast and just like take the series away. But I felt like in this match, everyone, it was just like kind of like calm, cool, and collected, because like the games that we lost, we were just, I don't know, like we're just like misplaying. Like the aggression is good, the intention is good, but it's just like we're just oinking around, you know, like somewhere on the rift, bit of monkey business or whatever. So we just like try to recollect, like we make it clear, okay guys, let's not skip steps, stick to the system, play as a team. Because the preparations overall into Unicorns they are super solid as a as a unit, like playing as a team. They have individual players, and there's also like the individual players are not like super special. They're still good players, right? But they don't have like superstar players, I would say. And that's why I respect Sheepy so much as well, like because he's making these teams work so super well together that it's like they're so disciplined and consistent that it's like hard to, I think, beat them like in these official BO5s, right? So our approach and our mentality was what I said to the guys at the start of the match today. It's like, okay, good, look guys, if we and Unicorns are going to play a similar team game, we win, because we have more brute power, we play better vision game, better vision systems, and we'll just like slowly choke them out in that way. Because the games that we lost were just like micro mechanical misplays, and we still like some good cross maps, but like if you look at the games, like overall, like they're playing constant darkness, they're slowly getting choked out more and more. So it's just like getting that constant pressure on them. And the game 5 was like, okay guys, I don't give a frick anymore. Right now, we're going to play freaking Heretics League of Legends, okay? I don't care what happens. This series has been amazing, like back-to-back. Like, it's like a really cool League of Legends. I was like really enjoying this series, even though I was getting heart attacks as well.
Yeah.
I hope the audience had like the same, and you guys too. But now this is like freaking play Heretics League of Legends, and just I almost want to swear, sorry. But that's really just like go in, just like all out.
I gotta make
just
a
go
question.
play. Just go play.
Just go play. Jivas, look into me now. This is an important one because you're facing LFL after this one. You are holding everyone else's banner because you're not the dark horse. You're facing LDLC. You've seen the matchup between them and Dusty. You know they have weaknesses, but they also know you have weaknesses as well. What do you expect from this matchup, and where do you think is going to be the hardest to tackle LDLC?
What the hardest part of LDLC is going to be to tackle?
Yeah.
Or like I would say they also play they play an incredibly strong like both they're both really good individual players, and they play strong vision game on top. So I would
Well, it seems like Jivas doesn't want to give that entire answer right now. He's thinking about it, and he's giving us the secret, so we had to remove it away. Jivas, thank you so much for the interview. It seems we kind of lost you there, but I'll talk to you soon. I hope so. I'll get all the secrets from you. So thank you so much. Congratulations on the victory, and congratulations on what is going to happen next. There you go. He's gone. Noah!
I like the word you use, how to tackle LDLC.
I mean, I was tackled today. So I'm learning by experience because Noah, you know, Superliga is really aggressive. That's what I learned today.
To put it some way, we kind of like to fist fight all the time.
I've noticed.
In the Summoner's Rift, also in Twitter sometimes, but yeah, let's put it that way.
There's a reason why I'm not standing up right now. Just saying. Moving on, Noah.
Yeah.
It's going to be LDLC versus Heretics on the other side, Game Ward versus BDSA.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Tell me who's going to win on both sides.
I said it was going to be a BDSA. I really think that they are like a very solid team. They have a lot of experience. Also, they play as a unit. And this is something Givas was highlighting about Unicorns a lot. We also did during the analyst desk. But it also happens with French teams. They all play super structured. At least the French teams that we have here in the European Masters so far. They are so scary, honestly. The LFL is in a whole different level. I am really happy that we made it to semifinals. It didn't happen since, spring from last year where UCAM had to face in a best best of 3. It was still a best of 3 versus K-Corp. Now it's Heretics versus LTLC again. You know, Spanish champion versus the favorite to win the tournament, because LTLC came twice as the favorite. So I'm really going to stop the black magic and going full ham for the Heretics guys. I really think they're going to make it to the finals.
So you think Heretics is going to make finals?
Yeah. It's going to be, my finals are going to be the group stage partners, BDSA versus Heretics.
Oh, she's starting to believe. I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying
gonna
this.
Suffer.
Well, that's it for today, everyone. I really enjoyed this one. But make sure you tune in next week on Wednesday for the first semi-final. Thank you, everyone, for your support, for you being there, everyone that supports League of Legends and the Amazon European Masters. This is it. Don't skip a beat. Keep climbing the mountain, and I'll see you soon. Thank you so much. Bye!
Where do we go? Where do we go whenever your head is hanging low? Maybe you're scared up in the air. I know a place where we can go. Where do we hide? Where do we cry? I know you're not the only one. Whenever you're down, I know a place where we belong. You feel like you're falling. You feel like you're far away. Lost in the dark, breaking apart. But I know you'll be safe. You're taking the long road. Like there's no need to run. At the end of the day, I know a place that we belong. Where do we go? Where do we go whenever your head is hanging low? Maybe you're scared up in the air. I know a place that we can go. Where do we hide? Where do we cry? I know you're not the only one. Whenever you're down on the ground, I know a place where we belong. Where do we go? Where do we go whenever your head is hanging low? Maybe you're scared up in the air. I know a place that we can go. Where do we hide? Where do we cry? I know you're not the only one. Whenever you're down on the ground, I know a place where we belong. How can you sleep? How can you dream when you're lost in the night? I lead the way, keeping you safe. You won't be left behind. Hold me tight, I'll ease your mind. You are never alone. 'Cause I know a place where we belong.